should be spontaneous, free, and creative is coerced, controlled, and regimented. He engages in work not for its own sake, as an expression of his essential being or of his natural activity, but for a wage to permit him on Lr animal existence eating, drinking, sleeping, etc. In consequence, the worker is alienated from his own activity, which also is alienation from his body, cognition, and affect. He is alienated from himself. The third aspect refers to the negation of human essence inasmuch as the worker is denied actualization of his inherent human potentials through ascetivity. That is, man expresses, objectifies, and duplicates his species being, his human essence, through his labor, affirming not only his personality, but also the humanity he shares with others. Without his life activity, everything about him remains implicit, unrealized, and unrecognized. When his labor is alienated, so too is his humanness. Through activity, he leaves his mark in the world, forming objects around him, which in turn transform him. Because of alienated labor, his being remains alien to him and to all others. Finally, the fourth aspect refers to the estrangement of man from other men. Although the third aspect emphasizes alienation from mankind in general, the fourth aspect concerns alienation from specific others by virtue of class contradictions. It should be stressed that at the conceptual kernel of the Marxian formulation is a dialectical reciprocity between man, productive activity, and nature. A threefold interaction permeates these constituent parts. Man is part of nature, but he also humanizes nature. With his activity, he creates and is created. Capitalism divides society into private property and owner, on the one hand, and wage labor and worker, on the other. It is to this antagonistic opposition of man against man, with the violence and degradation it entails, that the fourth aspect of alienation refers. One can see from the preceding that, in the Marxian formulation, all four aspects of alienation reduce to characteristics of alienated labor. For according to Marx, the root causes of alienation reside in the substructure of society, in particular, the alienation of productive labor engendered by a capitalist mode of production. Contrary to vulgar materialist claims, however, the Marxian formulation is dialectical, showing the reverberation of alienated labor in all domains of social and psychological, i.e. alienation was also a central and synthesizing concept for Fanon. There is no doubt that Fanon was greatly influenced by the Marxian formulation on alienation. The influence was partly direct, since there is an indication that Fanon studied Marx, and partly indirect, since the writers he avidly read, Husserl and Sartre included, were themselves influenced by Marxism. At the same time, Fanon was a psychiatrist and hence interested in the exposition of alienation from a psychological perspective. His exposure to existentialism, phenomenology, and psychoanalysis further enriched his perspective on alienation. As pointed out earlier, Fanon was a personal friend of Sartre. Moreover, he attended some lectures of Merleau-Ponty during his student days in Lyons Point 4. Above all, however, his personal experiences and observations among the oppressed gave poignancy and relevance to his exposition on alienation. Zahar, 1974, as noted earlier, presented a detailed discussion on Fanon's perspective on alienation. Rather than merely recapitulating Zahar, it seems more appropriate here to reconstruct Fanon's formulation from his various works in order to present a developmental perspective. But before embarking on such a developmental presentation, it must be emphasized that Fanon's perspective on alienation _ LJJQ1, S. Y11 changed in substance and accent. Fanon's first book, Black Skin, WL, IWR Moss.ks. had prioritatively a psycho-existential thrust. He thus focused on the prejudice of whites and the feeling of inferiority of blacks. Relying heavily on case studies and personal accounts, Fanon articulated the dynamics of interpersonal problems and experiential anguish in the midst of a European society and orally colonized Antilles. Though his critique and analysis were poignant, his early solution to alienation was ambiguous. At best, two solutions were offered, one for the Negro intellectual and another for the Negro laborer. For the former, it was implied to be a question of rediscovering one's lost identity through self-analysis and the study of black history. For the latter, it was said that nothing is left but to fight. Life and work in Algeria brought to the fore much that was implicit earlier, and enriched Fanon's conception of alienation. The psycho-existential emphasis was supplanted by a psycho-historical PE/SEE _IV. Psychologue 1 Kalkonspirationis Ofco URSEPERNS Fed, BUTT tutor persuadia idle faculties and existential crises were subsumed under a more comprehensive and clearer view of social structural and cultural problems evident in colonial Algeria. Clinical data were thus used to complement and concretize the critique of colonial violence and collective victimization. Substructural problems involving social practice, institutions, and mode of production were emphasized. The consideration of culture, no longer marred by reactive and metaphysical assertions as in negritude, with which Fanon briefly flirted, became directly linked to the realities of the nation. What is more, the solution to alienation was articulated as nothing short of total war, a coordinated, entre-collective co-enter violence AGA 1 HSFTHE violence of 1 NE _ P, LRIS of WE have ALED seal fion 1S-FM Lachen Ori /Shiolan CE. Taken together, Fanon's works suggest 5 aspects of alienation: a. Alienation from the self, b. Alienation from the significant other, c. Alienation from the general other, d. Alienation from one's culture, and e. Alienation from creative social praxis. The first aspect involves alienation from one's corporally and personal identity. The second emphasizes estrangement from one's family and group. The third is best shown by the violence and paranoia characterizing the relation between whites and blacks. The fourth involves estrangement from one's language and history. The fifth concerns the denial and or ABD1 cation of self-determining, socialized, and organized activity, the very foundation of the realization of human potential. These 5 aspects are implicit and integrated in Fanon's works. They are delineated here for the purpose of summary and clarification. As would be 189. Expected, Fanon's immersion in clinical work and his pained awareness of deracination led him to emphasize alienation from the self and from culture. The following brief discussion of Fanon's formulation on alienation begins where he himself began. Fanon began Black Skin, WH8 Masks, 1967a, p38, with the theme of El-On, exemplified by the imposition of a European language on L5IX in the diaspora. To speak a language, he wrote, is to take on a world, a culture. The Antilles Negro who wants to be white will be whiter as he gains greater mastery of the cultural tool that language is. 5. In the case of the Martinqueen, the culture and language imposed were French. One took pains to speak the French of France, the Frenchman's French, French, all the while avoiding Creole, except to give orders to servants. The fact of having to speak nothing but the other's language when this other was the conqueror, ruler, and oppressor was at once an affirmation of him, his worldview, and his values, a concession to his framework, and an estrangement from one's history, values, and outlook. As we have seen earlier, the imposition of European culture and language on blacks in the diaspora was realized through massive violence, forcing the history, culture, and genealogy of blacks into oblivion. Culture always has had an intimate, dialectical link with the prevailing mode of production and the prevalent mode of psychological existence. Economic exploitation becomes possible to the extent that the culture, and hence the history and biography, of the dominated is sequestered, stunted, or obliterated. Cultural deracination of blacks was but the intellectual and emotional counterpart of economic enslavement. The mid-JE passage uprooted bodies, Tra ULL 91 JIC _THM, 9 Alien Land CU1, dot. _res. Gat, 9, dot. underscore I underscore dot. Dot. E. DPSYC Jess, I posig underscore AN2, EN W9RL One can thus speak of a cognitive and effective middle passage in the cultural deracination of blacks. Like the historic Middle Passage involving the movement of bodies across the Atlantic Ocean, from one continent to another, so too the uprooting of psyches from their culture to their insertion into another, in which the basic values were pro-white and anti-black, elicited a victimization difficult to quantify but very massive. What Fanon thus emphasized was that to acquiesce to and embrace the oppressor's culture, obeying behind what is left of one's own, is to plunge oneself into profound alienation in all its varieties and anguish. Fanon elaborated on cultural alienation and its consequences elsewhere. In the stable societies of Europe, he argued, there is a continuity and synchrony among three main domains: the nation, the family, and the identity of bears. The family and the nation turn on the same axis. The family is in fact a miniature of the nation. Both are governed by essentially the same values, laws, and principles. Both observe similar rituals, resort to common admonitions, and take the same punitive measures to ensure conformity and to exert control. A basic interdependence exists between them because the nation is but the sum of its families. Even the very structure of authority relation in the nation corresponds to the authority relation in the family. Thus a militaristic nation fosters greater father dominance. An autocratic and centralized nation promotes strict discipline and obedience in the family. Where goes the nation, so follows the family. How the family socializes a member also prepares the citizen of the nation. The continuity and synchrony existing between the nation and the family ultimately give rise to a national culture, a collective bond, and a sense of common destiny. 6 An analogous continuity and synchrony also exists between the family and the identity of its members. The child growing up in a stable European society grows in a relatively stable family constellation. The values he internalizes, the parental rules he observes, the forms of self-expression he is permit, all these prepare and guide him along a normative course of socialization. The childhood stories he is told and the family members after whom he models himself also impart to him acceptable modes of catharsis, an ego-syntonic view of himself, and a shared sense of belonging. The child grows in this stable family constellation and later emerges from that intimate circle to encounter a wider social world governed by similar values, laws, and principles. The result is that a normal child who grows up in a normal family will be a normal adult. If and when some abnormality occurs under these conditions, the clinician searches for defects in the individual or, at best, in his family circumstance. The social structure, readily vindicated, recedes in the background. A psychology of individual differences gains theoretical prominence and individual therapy becomes one treatment of choice. The colonial situation, in contrast, fosters neither continuity between the nation and family nor synchrony between the family and the identity of its members. The social structure exists primarily for the purpose of exploitation. Violence, crude and subtle, brought it into existence and maintains it. This violence, pervadirgdoklal order, in time affects the life of the colonized in a mental way. Socha one structure is dislocated. The familjefonstitution subsequently is disrupted. The identity of members also is constantly assaulted. In situations of prolonged oppression, as found among blacks in the diaspora, the oppressor had long obliterated the culture, language, and history of the oppressed. It is here less a question of discontinuity of the social structure and the family or the family and personal identity than of a massive swamping of the family and a profound intrusion into the psyche. The black child in Martinique is taught to sing songs of praise about our ancestors, the Gauls. At home and in school, he is taught to scorn Creole and the values it represents. How he talks, dresses, eats, and lives meticulously conforms to the rules laid down by the dominant group. This is so particularly among those whose economic and class standing permit dreams of greater assimilation into the white world. By crude and subtle means, the development of personal biography and the reckoning of collective history, apart from the biographies and history of whites, are discouraged. As suggested earlier. 191. What make this process of negation so insidious and so difficult to overcome is the fact that one's loved ones along with the family hearth in which one was socialized have unwittingly been enlisted as instruments of the prevailing social order. Memories of harsh punishment meted out for resistors of the past are still fresh in the collective psyche. And one needs no more convincing admonition about the wisdom of capitulating than to observe the countless unemployed, imprisoned, and deprived. Even if the family remains relatively intact or little tarnished by this violent social order, the attack on the self is merely postponed until one moves away from the intimate circle of the family to the ubiquitous violence of the wider social world. Thus black children who grow up in a healthy family environment sooner or later come up against massive social forces that undermine and sometimes overwhelm their development. Since the values, laws, and principles enforced in the social order are largely discordant with those governing life in the family, profound contradictions are inevitable. Since the love of the family is incongruous with the violence of the social order, the transition from childhood to adulthood, from the intimate circle of the family to the violent social order, involves inordinate personal conflicts and turmoil. The school, the history books, the comic strips, the theater halls, all these also enforce cognitive dissonance and even self-hate. The psychic suffocation increases with each progressive step in colonial education. The closer THI schoolboy gets to the social circle of the oppressor, the more he learns to disparage what he is by birth and race. On the one hand, he is assimilated into the dominant culture, and on the other, he is made to break away from his own culture. As he moves through various stages of colonial education, he progressively reduces his contact with his relatives and the indigenous culture. As the bond with family members grows more tenuous, he increasingly enters the social orbit of the oppressors. Then comes the stage when he must choose either his own group and culture or the ruling group and its alien outlook. For many, the choice made long ago, follows an Aristotelian logic: there is no middle ground. Acceptance of one entails rejection of the other, again in some respects involves a loss in others. In this process of assimilation, the oppressors win an auxiliary, an indigenous defector, who by this time feels he has arrived. The oppressed community loses a member, suffers brain drain, and risks betrayal by one of its own. The family too loses a loved one who, having embraced an alien outlook, returns on occasions only to criticize its traditional ways of living and of being. Fanon illustrated this by recounting the feigned amnesia and pretended mutation of the young Martiniquin returning to his village after a few months in France. No sooner did he arrive home than he proceeded to act as if he were a European tourist, and a foolish one at that. Pretending that he knew nothing about farm implements, he turned to his father and asked, "Tell me, what does one call that apparatus?" Fanon, 1967a, pages 23 to 24, informs us that the father responded by dropping the tool on Tilio's feet. The amnesia suddenly lifted. For most, however, the amnesia of who they are or of their social origin persists, although their repudiation of tradition and their people is more subtle. 192. The simultaneous rejection of one's own and the uncritical acceptance of the alien nonetheless presents a fertile ground for psychopathology. The delusion of having arrived there, but the fact of having lost ground here, the fact of being a battleground for many social contradictions, the feeling of being torn between two opposing WORL as adult fees exact accumulative and immeasurable toll. Of course, even for the intensely oppressed, there do exist many social buffers protecting the individual in his own community. The recognition of these buffers and their reinforcement cannot be overemphasized, since without them there can be neither a protective shield nor the basis for a proactive response. According to Fanon, it is particularly when the black person is cut off from his community and thrown into the white world that structural, institutional, and personal violence intensifies and the psycho-existential crisis unfolds with poignancy. The black person seeking his destiny in a country in which whites are the majority learns quickly that his self and most concretely his body are under constant assault. In his everyday interactions, even chance encounters, he is made to feel a stranger in this world and ultimately a stranger to himself. On the streets and in shopping centers, he is assailed by stares as tormenting as the remarks made to him and about his race. The white child, untutored yet in the hypocrisy of his parents, shouts, "Look, a Negro." The black person inevitably finds this amusing, he smiles in return. Elsewhere and another child. "Look, a Negro." Everywhere, the same alarm. The circle draws tighter and there is little room for escape. It is no longer amusing. "Mama, see the Negro. I'm frightened." Now how could one find amusement in causing fear in children by his very body and being? On trains, the black person is kept at a distance. 2 or 3 seats next to his remain unoccupied. And one need not dwell on the anger, frustration, and desperation a search for an apartment involves. Besides the stares, the racial slurs, the distance kept, there are also elaborated cultural myths about the black person's body and sediment stereotypes about his race. The Negro is ugly. The Negro smells. The Negro is a sexual beast. If not avoided, he is paternalized, talked to as a child or in pidgin French. Gradually, he is thrown back to re-examine his corporal schema and his very being. A self-concept that started developing in the first few years of life is shaken to its foundation. Agreement with the verdict of this hostile other inevitably entails a profound psycho-existential crisis, a veritable mph of t_j.e_s. This is so particularly when the initial edifice of the self was self-tenuous and the family circle had long assimilated the corrosive values of the dominant other. Even as various defensive maneuvers are installed, the dialect between one's body and the world, between the self and the other, is nonetheless ruptured. Because of elaborated racial myths and the evident structure of dominance, whites on top and blacks at the bottom, his corporal schema is overlaid by a racial epidermal and historico-racial schema. What is more, he is personally held responsible not only for his body, but also for his ancestors and his whole race. It is not only a rejection of one's body and self, but also a verdict of eternal guilt. 193. In this respect, 2 primary questions arise: how are these assaults defended against, and, if amputation of the self is realized, by what means are the pieces pulled together, or, better still, another self forged? I explored and swears to these questions elsewhere, Bulhan, 1979, 1980c, by proposing a theory of identity development that is implicit in Fanon's writings and personal evolution. In brief, under conditions of prolonged oppression, there are 3 major modes of psychological defense and identity development among the oppressed. The first involves a pattern of compromise, the second afflict, and the third fight. Each mode has profound implications for development of identity, experience of psychopathology, reconstitution of the self, and the relationship to other people. Each represents a MOE of existence and O action in a world in which a hostile other elicits organic reactions and responses. Each also entails its own distinct risks of alienation and social rewards under conditions of oppression. To go into the details of the proposed theory here would take us far beyond what space and priorities of this chapter permit, even though the theory clarifies much about Fanon's thought and personal evolution. Suffice it to point out, however, that I discuss the 3 modes of psychological defense and identity development as stages. The first stage, based on the defensive mechanism of identification with the aggressor, involves increased assimilation into the dominant culture while simultaneously rejecting one's own culture. I call this the stage of capitulation. The second stage, exemplified by the literature of negritude, is characterized by a reactive repudiation of the dominant culture and by an equally defensive romanticism of the indigenous culture. I call this the stage of revitalization. The third phase is a stage of synthesis and unambiguous commitment toward radical change. I call this the stage of radicalization. These three stages are best understood within the framework of the historical and cultural confrontations in which they occur. Figure 1 shows three intersecting Venn diagrams representing the dominated culture, A, the dominant culture, B, and a third culture, which is in statu nascendi, C. The dominated culture comprises the values, beliefs, norms, and outlook that historically prevailed among the oppressed. The dominant culture is that imposed on the oppressed by personal, institutional, and/or systemic violence. The degree of cultural imposition and hence overlap between A and B varies from one place to another and from one type of oppression to another. Frequently, it is less a question of overlap of cultures than the obliteration of one and the supplantation of the other. The culture in statu nascendi is partly a synthesis of aspects of the dominant and dominated cultures. The other part, shown by broken lines, represents the emergent and unique aspects of the culture that is in the process of formation. The shaded area is the region of cultural contact, confrontation, and mutual influence. It is also the zone of cultural in-betweenity, in which the black elite reside with aspects of the new and the old, the modern and the indigenous. Here the dominant and dominated cultures coalesce with considerable regularity and intensity, one modifying the other and each losing in consequence its original character. The dominant culture is propagated by the ruling group and buttressed by institutions of social control, as well as by existing patterns of reward. Imposed aspects of the dominant culture may be religious precepts, a mode of thought, a set of values, a pattern of social behavior, and frequently a combination of these. The mediating institutions are usually the oppressor's churches, schools, mass media, hospitals, courts, and other institutions. The arrows in Figure 1 indicate the three major directions open to those inhabiting the zone of cultural in-betweenity. It should be emphasized that one can talk of these not only as stages, but also as tendencies or patterns, depending on whether one considers them longitudinally or cross-sectionally. But whether considered as stages, tendencies, or patterns, it is important to note that none of them exists in a pure state nor is any one in a way exclusive of the others. All three coexist in each individual and among each generation of the oppressed, with one or another being dominant at a given moment, era, or situation. We have seen in Chapter 2 that Fanon traversed all three phases in his development. A similar progression of stages, but at a different pace and intensity, can also be found, for instance, in the development of Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Malcolm X. Frequently it happens that ordinary persons remain in one or another phase that is prevalent in their time and social milieu. Thus, for instance, some individuals and even their generation may remain fixated in the stage of capitulation. Others may go beyond this and enter the stage of revitalization with all its charged effect, vehement denouncement of the present, and marked romanticism of the past. Still others may attain the stage of radicaliza 195. On their own or find themselves in a revolutionary era with potent influences they cannot resist. As I have shown previously, Bulhan, 1980c, these three modes of psychological defense and identity development have significant implications for the degree and form of alienation among the oppressed and more generally the orientation one adopts toward the self, others, one's culture, and social praxis. Fanon's radical sociogeny. To Fanon, psychology was essentially social psychology and psychiatry, too, was fundamentally social psychiatry. Thus, unlike other theorists, Fanon did not seek to discover human psychology through instinctual, genetic, or intrapsychic reductionism. According to him, all human problems must be cast in a definite socio-historical and cultural context. The press and gravity of lived human travails imbued in him a keen sense of urgency and passion. Rare among students of psychopathology who boast of their neutrality and detachment, this feeling of urgency and passion is crucial in understanding the theory and practice of Fanon. Not only did he personally experience the massive weight of an oppressive social structure, he also observed its effects on those in his social milieu. The question for him was therefore neither academic nor abstract. Living beings around him were abused, mutilated, dehumanized. The victims were indeed none other than his brother, his sister, himself. Personal experience and observation convinced him that the source of their shared anguish was not bad genes or poor heredity, but rather a specific social structure. What is more, it is only the social order, not genes or heredity, that is most amenable to just resolve and human intervention. Thus to Fanon the social structure is most crucial in a way other psychologists have rarely appreciated. It is true that some establishment theorists occasionally concede the significance of the social order. But that concession is often half-hearted and tends to treat the social order as if inert, like a fixed background, as a canvas to a painting. Fanon, in contrast, viewed the social structure as a dynamic and potent force, which at once is a determinant of human psychology and a result of collective praxis. He was convinced that psychological theories that ignore the central role of the social order tend to blame the victim and also negate the human capacity to transform both the social order and human psychology. This Fanonian perspective indeed suggests a redefinition of primary tasks for psychology and psychiatry. According to him, the paramount tasks of psychology and psychiatry are to unravel the relation of the psyche to the social structure, to rehabilitate the alienated, and to help transform social structures that thwart human needs. As we shall see later, this redefinition recognizes the role of biological substrates of human psychology without underestimating the crucial significance of the social order. Insisting on a dialectical conception, Fanon sketched the outline of a 196. Sociogenetic perspective. Central to his radical approach was his conviction that seemingly private, individual pathology is actually a socially induced pathology of liberty. Moreover, Fanon articulated a dialectical and materialist underpinning for his sociogenetic perspective. He emphasized this fact early in the introduction of his first book. Black Skin, White Masks, 1967a, pages 10 to 11, the analysis that I am undertaking is psychological. In spite of this, it is apparent to me that the effective disalienation of the black man entails an immediate recognition of social and economic realities. If there is an inferiority complex, it is the outcome of a double process, primarily, economic; secondarily, the internalization, or better, the epidermalization of this inferiority. This quotation in fact contains two concepts that, I believe, are crucial to an understanding of Fanon's sociogenetic approach to psychology. These are the concepts of internalization and objectification. Internalization refers to the process by which external, socio-historical reality is assimilated into internal and subjective reality. Objectification is the reverse process in which man, through praxis, and particularly labor, actualizes himself and his personality in the world around him. Taken together, internalization and objectification refer to a double process mediating the dialectic between the human psyche and the socio-environmental world. As the quotation indicates, Fanon explicitly referred to the notion of internalization. He even used the term epidermalization to underscore the profound transformation of economic inferiority to subjective inferiority. The concept of objectification was never explicitly formulated by Fanon, but such a concept is implicit in his works. Fanon was acutely aware of how an oppressive social structure at once thwarts self-objectification and fosters the internalization of negative identities. There is here a double jeopardy. The oppressed is robbed of his labor, the very labor by which he could actualize himself. He also falls victim to the oppressor's damaging assaults and psychic mutilation. Earlier chapters elaborated the psychological consequences of this double jeopardy. It is sufficient to stress here that Fanon recognized the intimate relation between the psyche and the social order. He was also well aware that such a relation is invariably mediated by social institutions and significant others. Fanon's sociogenetic perspective is best appreciated from the aggregate of his contributions. We will select here for discussion only three areas having to do with his definition of abnormality / his suggestion of an integrative etiological theory superseding the nature versus nurture debate, and his clinical illustrations of colonially induced mental disorders. How he defines abnormality is of course a crucial first step in comprehending Fanon's revolutionary view of psychopathology. His seminal ideas for an integrative theory suggest a way of overcoming the stalemated predicaments in theory imposed by the either/or debate hindering a constructive response to urgent human problems. Moreover, his clinical illustrations underscore the crucial significance of an oppressive social structure for psychopathology. Obviously, the definition of abnormal is fundamental to the discussion of 197. Psychopathology. Yet the concept itself and the criteria by which abnormality is identified are subject to various definitions and interpretations. Commonly used are one or a combination of 5 approaches. First, there is the statistical approach that identifies normality with conformity to the behaviors and characteristics of the majority in a given society. Deviation from the established norm would thus be identified as abnormal according to this approach. Second, there is the subjective discomfort approach that relies on personal accounts of distress for which the person seeks professional help. Third, there is the medical approach that literally or metaphorically invokes the notion of disease, thereby emphasizing an imbalance in biochemical processes and an organic defect. Fourth, there is the cultural relativist approach that emphasizes the variability of definition, criterion, and symptom expression from one culture to another. Fifth, there is the approach that assumes ideal states that everyone is expected to embody or approximate. A marked inability to do so is then identified as abnormal. A famous example of this is Marie Jahoda's 1958 criteria for mental health. These approaches are often used in different combinations and emphases by various schools in the field of mental health. Each approach has many advantages attested to by their enduring use in professional and lay circles. At the same time, each approach has its own limitations. Thus, for instance, the statistical approach vindicates the majority against the minority, even though the history of slavery and of Nazi era in Germany warn us that there is nothing sacrosanct about the tyranny of the majority. The subjective discomfort approach is useful inasmuch as it takes into account personal experience, but it also has its own serious limitations, as a hypochondriac well illustrates. The problems of the medical model have been sufficiently exposed during the past 2 decades. It has been argued that what is called mental illness is neither mental nor illness and that much of psychiatric diagnosis is but a moral verdict. Sarbin and Mancuso, 1982, says, 1970, 1974. In reality, the cultural relativist and idealist approaches are variants of the statistical approach inasmuch as the norms and ideals of the majority, whatever it may be, are assumed to be the defining foundation of normality. It seems obvious that no single, universally relevant approach can be delineated to incorporate the complex ways in which unwanted conduct is defined as abnormal, then graded according to severity, a prognosis suggested, and appropriate interventions undertaken. The desire to come up with absolute and universal definitions or criteria for psychopathology is inevitably frustrated precisely because so much of what is labeled abnormal has value, judgmental, and subjective content. Although Fanon does not offer a decisive resolution of these problems, it is significant that he defined abnormality in a way that singularly emphasized the salience of human relations and liberty. Such a definition is, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, consistent and integral to his overall clinical perspective and practice. Earlier in Black Skin, W.H. Masks, 1967a, p. 142, Fanon defined the abnormal as one who demands, who appeals, who begs. At first glance, this is a curious definition indeed. Fanon did not elaborate on what he meant by this definition and in fact relegates it to a footnote. But judging from the context in which he mentioned this definition in passing and from his overall perspective, it seems to us that Fanon, convinced of the relational essence of psychopathology, viewed the putative patient as one who lives a ruptured relation with others and fails to harness his human potentials. One can demand, appeal, beg, and hence be pathological only in the presence of another. The isolated patient with a purely personal pathology is a myth. It takes at least two for a demand, an appeal, a begging, and thus psychopathology to occur. Often it involves more persons, the patient's family and larger groups. To demand, appeal, and beg is to acquiesce to a prior condition of non-reciprocity and perpetuate it by demanding, appealing, and begging. We have already seen the centrality of reciprocal recognition and mutual affirmation of one to another in Fanon's perspective. Demanding, appealing, and begging demonstrate the lack or violation of the mutual give and take and reciprocal equality essential to a state of normalcy in human relations. One demands, appeals, and begs in a context in which the other is niggardly and stubborn. At the same time, demanding, appealing, and begging betray one's loss of personal dignity, autonomy, and resources. Much later, when he became fully engaged in revolutionary practice, Fanon defined abnormality as a pathology of liberty. This latter definition entailed two intimately related meanings. First, a patient is one whose liberty, his will, and his desires are constantly broken down by obsessions, inhibitions, contradictions, and anxieties, Fanon and Geronimi, 1959, p. 71-7. This is a person whose self is divided and at war with itself. Second, and this is very crucial in Fanon's sociogenetics, the obsessions, inhibitions, contradictions, and anxieties are not simply expressions of conflictual instincts, but rather the internalization of social conflict and imposed limitations of liberty. To occupy one's land entails occupation of one's psyche. To expropriate one's labor is equally to expropriate one's personality. The agent out there that monitors, punishes, and threatens becomes an intr oppressor, as we have earlier indicated. In the Fanonian perspective, loss of liberty is thus neither accidental nor secondary to psychopathology. Rather, the denial and/or abdication of liberty is definitional, etiological, and symptomatic for psychopathology. A critical question is why some respond pathologically and others non-pathologically in situations of shared oppression. There are usually two undialectic answers to this. One emphasizes individual difference at the expense of neglecting the commonality of shared social conditions and experiences. The other stresses the detrimental effects of shared social conditions and neglects individual differences. Fanon recognized the significance of individual differences in threshold for stress and conflict as he emphasized the potency of social conditions. For Fanon, 1967a, p. 81, psychopathology is essentially a socio-historical and cultural conflict-finding symptom crystallization in those with a low personal threshold. His view of the neuroses underscores the point: the neurotic structure of an individual is simply the elaboration, the formation, the eruption within the ego, of conflictual clusters arising in part out of the environment and in part out of the purely personal way in which the individual reacts to these influences. 199. What Fanon meant by the environment / is quite obvious from his various works. Unfortunately, however, the second precondition, namely, the purely personal way of reacting to that environment, was never elaborated, and this renders his psychological theory incomplete. His neglect of this aspect had to do with the urgent press occasioned by the numerous casualties in a colonial situation. Fanon was thus engrossed in the exposition and transformation of that intolerable social condition, and thus neglected also needed studies on individual differences in response to the same situation of oppression. Fanon's suggestion that psychopathology is a result of a person-specific reaction to a pathogenetic environment nonetheless is a basis for elaborating a dialectic and holistic view. The consideration of a person-specific threshold, together with environmental insults, is thus what Fanon would fully endorse. He actually combined both aspects in his clinical illustration, but never explicitly elaborated this etiological integration. In the recent literature on etiology, the view that comes closest to Fanon's perspective is the proposed synthesis of Zubin and Spring, 1977. In their article, Vulnerability, a new view of schizophrenia / Zubin and Spring integrate previous theories and avoid reductionist conclusions. they argue that earlier descriptive and etiological approaches to schizophrenia have been theoretically and practically integrated. The search for common elements in these approaches led Zubin and Spring to formulate the vulnerability model. The model incorporates the role of the environment and a person-specific vulnerability to psychopathology. Zubin and Spring define their key concept of vulnerability as the empirical probability that a person will manifest an episode of psychiatric disorder. Vulnerability has both inborn and acquired components. The inborn component is determined by a person's genes, whereas the acquired features arise due to perinatal insult, specific disease, traumatic experiences, and interpersonal conflict. An episode of schizophrenia is thus the joint result of one's vulnerability and encountered environmental challenges, which can be either endogenous or exogenous. Endogenous challenges result from biochemical and neurophysiological process. Exogenous challengers are such environmental stressors as bereavement, divorce, and unemployment. Everyone can therefore suffer a psychopathological episode, given suitable vulnerability and challengers. A highly vulnerable person becomes schizophrenic even under a small number or a low intensity of challengers. A demotion or even a promotion at work may trigger an episode of psychopathology in a highly vulnerable person. A less vulnerable individual would manifest similar reactions only under more stressful conditions, perhaps a catastrophic event involving the multiple loss of loved ones. What further distinguishes the more vulnerable from the less vulnerable is also the duration of the psychopathological episode. In the more vulnerable, the episode may last longer and have a formidable sequel. In the less vulnerable, the episode may be of shorter duration, with an earlier reconstitution to healthy and appropriate functioning. Zubin and Spring also apply the concepts of accommodation and assimilation to explain the process by which one responds appropriately to life's exigencies. Accommodation refers to a temporary or permanent structural 200 change in an organism to meet environmental demands. Assimilation refers to altering the environmental demands themselves to meet personal needs. A highly vulnerable person lacks to a higher degree both abilities, or uses them inappropriately. An episode of psychopathology may be further prolonged and complicated by the adverse effects of institutionalization and stigmatization. The vulnerability model contains a number of insights and suggests an integrative perspective for the study of psychopathology. The model significantly departs from the nature versus nurture debate. According to it, every person is vulnerable to psychopathology. No specific population, poor or affluent, black or white, has a genetic susceptibility or immunity. Fanon would certainly find much to endorse in the model. He would probably shun its trait bias in the definition of vulnerability and also oppose its dilution of the challenges with endogenous features. Yet there seems to be a basic concurrence in what is implicit in Fanon's works with the model offered by Zubin and Spring. To use Zubin and Spring's concepts, Fanon argued that an oppressive social order presents fewer challengers to its beneficiaries while it subjects the oppressed to greater and more treacherous assaults. Fanon was most impressed with the socio-economic and cultural import of challengers on the oppressed, which so often exceeds the threshold of what is humanly tolerable. The economic life of the oppressed is disrupted, his culture disfigured, his history discredited. His social network is eroded and his family itself dislocated. Also denied him is self-objectification as his labor is expropriated. Much that he internalizes stands to testify and turn against him. At the same time, Fanon was convinced that the neurotic, the alienated, is first a victim of others and later of himself. What is more, the neurotic's fate remains in his hands. Obsession with individual differences is thus as counterproductive as denial of personal ways of reacting to the environment. According to Fanon, change must occur on both levels. The social conditions that fail to meet human needs must be replaced and, although social transformative action is taken, clinical work with casualties of the status quo remains indispensable. As we shall see, it is this combination of socially transformative action and clinically therapeutic practice that makes Fanon's ideas exceptional in the history of the behavioral sciences. Illustrative of his socio-genetic perspective are some 1-4 clinical cases he presented in The Wretched of the Earth. His presentation and analysis of these cases do not, as Fanon himself admitted, have the aim of producing a scientific work. Arguments about semiology, nosology, and therapeutic techniques are intentionally set aside in order to underscore the ravages of colonialism and the violence of the struggle for liberation. As we noted earlier, this work was written shortly before Fanon's death, and one sees a measure of haste in the overall work and, particularly, the case histories. Nonetheless, the clinical histories' APD illustrative symptoms are eloquent. His sketches and brief analyses attest to the fundamental humanism of Fanon and his pained awareness that violence can never be glorified for its own sake, as some of his detractors have accused him of doing. As discussed in 201. Chapter 8, these detractors failed to take into account the oppressors consuming an ever-present violence, but expect the oppressed to eternally turn the other cheek. Fanon rejected this half-hearted, one-sided, and unjust pacificism. With respect to the oppressed who are left no recourse but to fight in defense, Fanon argued that revolutionary counter-violence offers a means of social reconstruction and psychological liberation. But in spite of this outlook and his efforts to justify the Algerian struggle, Fanon was deeply aware of how corrosive violence can be both to the perpetrator and victim, leaving behind devastating and sometimes lasting sequel. Fanon's chapter, Colonial War and Mental Disorders, is organized into 4 sections. A brief discussion of this chapter, such as we will present here, cannot, as we have tried elsewhere, do justice to the clinically rich cases Fanon offered. 7. Our intent here is simply to highlight some of the cases he chose to present and to underscore their obvious socio-genetic import. These psychological crises and personality decompensations are conditioned, precipitated, and/or exacerbated by one of the most violent and longest colonial wars. Some of the cases involve what we today would refer to as post-traumatic stress disorders, whereas others are so severe as to qualify as reactive schizophrenia in contradistinction to process schizophrenia. Each case history Fanon described demonstrates that the ruthless assaults of the oppressor exceeded the tolerance threshold of ordinary persons, and that various psychiatric symptoms represent specifically personal ways of reacting to a violent condition of oppression Fanon referred to as a veritable apocalypse. The first section, Series A, deals with 5 cases of reactive psychoses. The second section, Series B, provides another 5 cases involving an assortment of issues with forensic and clinical import. The third section, Series C, discusses 4 cases demonstrating the debilitating effects and various techniques of torture. The fourth section, Series D, is the last section and groups together psychosomatic disorders and criminal behavior. No case illustrations are provided in this section, only characteristic symptoms are highlighted, with a short critique of traditional theories, particularly with respect to the Algiers School of Psychiatry and its explanation of crime among Algerians. 9. The first section begins with the case of an Algerian liberation fighter, aged 26, whose wife was tortured and raped by French authorities following the discovery of his guerrilla activities and their failure to apprehend him. Despite interrogation and torture, the wife refused to cooperate in providing information regarding her husband's friends and whereabouts. She was subsequently raped twice by French authorities and told, "If ever you see your filthy husband again, don't forget to tell him what we did to you." As so often happens with rape victims, the wife blamed herself for the rape and sent word to her husband, telling him what happened and requesting him to forget about her, begin a new life without her, because she was dishonored. The rape and this reaction of the wife evoked overwhelming guilt, shame, and anger in the husband. He was treated for insomnia, headache, and impotence. The second and third cases involved a 37-year-old survivor of a village massacre and a 19-year-old former student who turned nationalist guerrilla. The first escaped death miraculously during the mass murder in his village, suffered some bullet wounds, and was treated for paranoid reactions and undifferentiated homicidal impulses. The second was involved in the raid of the home of a settler who was known for his violent treatment of Algerians. The intended target of the raid happened to be away, but his defenseless, frightened wife, the only person present, was held hostage. In a sudden psychotic rage, this Algerian sta beat the European lady to death even though she pleaded to be spared for her children's sake. This brutal act came to haunt and torment him later. He was deeply depressed, he complained of persistent insomnia, and he twice attempted suicide. The patient's mother had been killed point blank by French soldiers and his sisters taken to military headquarters. The remaining two cases are of particular interest because they show the effects of the war in the other camp, so to speak. One involves a European policeman, aged 28, whom Fanon treated while still at Blida, before his resignation as chef de service. This policeman was a witness to and active participant in many tortures of Algerian nationalists. The more often the victim answers "I don't know," thereby defeating the aim and person of the torturer, the more reason to intensify the torture. Nowadays, as soon as I hear someone shouting, the policeman reported, I can tell you exactly at what stage of the questioning we've got to. Fanon, 1968, p. 265. Unfortunately for him, however, the screams of countless victims pursued him even to the privacy of his home, preventing him from sleeping. Each night he would close the windows in spite of the summer heat, to the chagrin of his wife. He would also stuff his ears with cotton and turn on the radio to avoid his tormenting nocturnal uproar. One day while going to see Fanon for his regular therapy session, this torturer ran into one of his former victims who himself was now a patient. They recognized each other. The policeman found a living reminder of his sanctioned but unforgivable crimes. He was overcome by an acute anxiety crisis, trembling and drenched with sweat. The former torture victim thought that his tormentor had come for him once again. He was later discovered in a toilet trying to commit suicide. The most telling example that violence begets violence is the case of the 30-year-old police inspector who smoked FVE packs day, had lost his appetite, and was terrorized by nightmares. He was an accomplished torturer who, like many other torturers, equated tearing away information from a victim with personal success. His violent ways of treating victims gradually generalized into a usual pattern of interaction with others, including strangers, friends, and family members. The slightest frustration in his daily living brought out the torturer in him. Everywhere and in each social encounter, he wanted to be the 203. Absolute master. He was in the torture chamber. He wanted to strike at anyone upon the least frustration of his whims. He brutally beat his children with little or no provocation. It was finally the violent fury with which he fell upon his wife, following a mild criticism about his mistreatment of the children, that brought him to treatment. Although the first policeman wanted, and got, a discharge from his duties, this one asked for help to continue his practice of torture without any pricking of conscience, without any behavior problems, and with complete equanimity. Fanon, 1968, pages 269 to 270. The former was a torturer who refused and repented. The latter embraced his profession and sought to do away with any residue of guilt. Series B involves a mixed assortment of cases including child murder, the crisis of an Algerian youth overcome by identity diffusion and guilt, the feelings of loss and intense ambivalence of a young French woman whose highly placed and ruthless father was killed by Algerians, and the multiple psychiatric reactions of Algerian war refugees. The most tragic illustration of the Manichin world and its senseless violence concerns two young Algerians, 13 and 14 years old, who killed their European friend and playmate. The interview with the 13-year-old Algerian shows the suggestibility of youth and the irrationality of violence. Fanon, 1968, pages 270 to 271. We weren't a bit cross with him. He was a good friend of ours. One day we decided to kill him, because the Europeans want to kill all Arabs. So we got the knife from home and we killed him. But why did you pick on him? Because he used to play with us. Another boy wouldn't have gone up the hill with us. And yet you were pals? Well then, why do they want to kill us? His father is in the militia and he said we ought to have our throats cut. Was it you that killed him? Yes. Does having killed somebody worry you? No, since they want to kill us, so. Do you mind being in prison? No. The 4-year-old is more developed, physically and mentally. To similar inquiries as the first, he retorted with indignation why it was always Algerians who were imprisoned and killed, never Frenchmen. He also talked about some of his relatives killed by the French in a mass murder, Fanon, 1968, p. 272. But you are a child and what is happening concerns grown-up people. But they kill children too. That is no reason for killing your friend. Well, kill him I did. Now you can do what you like. Had your friend done anything to harm you? Not a thing. Well, there you are. The cases in Series C all involved the psychiatric reactions of torture. 204. Victims. Also enumerated are the various techniques of torture including beatings, burning with cigarette butts, soapy water enemas given at high pressure, insertion of a bottle in the anus, electroshocks, and intravenous injections of pentothal. The psychiatric reactions included depression, phobia, anxiety recessions, and personality decompensation. Of particular interest is Fanon's, 1968, p. 282, report that it is the mistakenly apprehended and tortured who frequently end up as psychiatric cases, being tortured night and day for nothing seemed to have broken something in these men. Those who know something tended to suffer with less sense of injustice and they were usually killed even if they confessed. A few among them who survived may be brought as patients with such stereotypic remarks as "I didn't tell them anything. You must believe me, I didn't talk," Fanon, 1968, p. 285. The last series deals with psychosomatic disorders common to veterans of other wars, but also some specific to Algerians. They also underscore the human ravages of colonialism and a war of liberation. In short, what is crucial about this chapter is not only that it dramatically shows the relevance of the socio-genetic perspective, but that it also demonstrates Fanon's fundamental doubts about violence even when practiced in self-defense. Perpetrators, as well as victims, continue to bear tragic wounds and the legacy, in their own person and also through their loved ones. The cases are hastily put together and could have been more effective if Fanon had had the time to explain them fully. But time was running out on him. A careful reading of these cases and the footnotes nonetheless impart the messages Fanon intended. One of these messages is at once an assertion and a question. It appears in the discussion of an African nationalist who planted a bomb in a café frequented by the colonial officials for whom it was intended. 10 persons subsequently died in the blast. The nationalist had no personal contact with any of them and he harbored no personal grudge against any of the victims. Following independence, this nationalist became acquainted with persons from the formerly colonizing nation and found them to be nice, decent people. The realization that maybe some of the victims in that cafe incident were completely innocent or good-natured persons like his new acquaintances crystallized in him overwhelming guilt and an attack of vertigo. Around the anniversary of that event, this nationalist would suffer prolonged insomnia, accompanied by anxiety and suicidal obsession. It is in this context that Fanon, 1968, p. 253n, makes the assertion and poses the question, in other words, we are forever pursued by our actions. Their ordering, their circumstances, and their motivation may perfectly well come to be profoundly modified a posteriori. This is merely one of the snares that history and its various influences sets for us. But can we escape becoming dizzy? And who can affirm that vertigo does not haunt the whole of existence? 4. Praxis and Social therapy. 10. Fanon and colonial psychiatry. Have I not, because of what I have done or failed to do, contributed to an impoverishment of human reality? Fanon, toward the African Revolution. To take up healing as a career assumes a degree of empathy with victims of disease if not with people. Among the crucial sources of empathy are first a recognition, conscious or unconscious, of one's vulnerability, and second the kind of formative identifications, generally, the values one has internalized. Yet empathy and regard for others are never absolute or dominant features in human relations. Like other qualities, they are contextually and historically determined. Group interests and shared biases inform to whom one may feel appropriately empathic, which may lead to projecting oneself into another's subjective state and appearing fused with the other, or to whom one may feel animosity, which can involve distancing, denigrating, and abusing. A situation of oppression not only imposes rigid boundaries between people, it also corrupts those who profess to heal. Psychiatry, one of the specialties that deals with madness, ostensibly aims at the improvement, not the impoverishment of human reality. But stated goals are one thing, actual practices quite another. We have already seen how prevailing definitions of psychopathology, the process of diagnosis, and the pattern of confinement or over-medication are influenced by such realities of society as inequities of power, ethnocentrism, class bias, and racism. The French psychiatric establishment with which Fanon had to contend tellingly illustrates an oppressive psychiatry, and Fanon's attempt to reformulate it offers a valiant example of a struggle against such psychiatry. This chapter discusses Fanon's quest for relevance, first in the land of his birth and later in Algeria. His search for an appropriate context was also a search for himself, what to live and die for. Psychiatry promised a means for making a living, and also a tool for correcting what he found amiss. However, learning its established theories and techniques proved insufficient. Fanon's Algerian experience underscored the need for a profound re-evaluation in theory and practice, hence a direct confrontation of establishment psychiatry itself was inevitable. This chapter highlights Fanon's clinical reforms in a 207, 208 colonial setting and his single-handed challenge of the French psychiatric establishment, particularly the so-called Algiers School of Psychiatry. Beginning a career in psychiatry. Following the defense of his medical thesis on November 1, 951, Fanon left France with his brother, Joby, to return to Martinique. He soon took up medical practice in the island, only to realize that the essential problems facing Martiniquans were political and economic. Most of the patients who came to see him suffered from maladies, the primary causes of which were nutritional deficiency, poor sanitation, and poor public health practices. The possibilities of fundamental social reform seemed remote. French domination had long permeated every aspect of Martiniquan life. The economy, the culture, and the psyche were deeply penetrated. The Becs, a wealthy white aristocracy, was as powerful and hostile as ever. Poverty was rife, alienation rampant, and alcoholism pervasive. The latter, as Geismar 11971, p. 21, pointed out, served well as the opium of the masses. You could smell it in every laborer's sweat, in the air of the city's central square and narrow streets. Rum was dispensed in cafes clustering the port area, in cafes surrounding the Savane, in the cafes near the marketplace. It was sold by the bottle in stores near the Fanon's suburban home. It was available from a streetcar next to Fanon's office. Oblivion was never more than 50 feet away in any direction. Fanon wished to work toward the reform of the situation, but in 1952, he couldn't find a place to begin. Fanon became a revolutionary several years later in Algeria, and the Algerian liberation struggle had much to do with his becoming a revolutionary. Yet to argue that he accidentally stumbled into revolutionary Algeria, or that he dissociated himself from Martinique and from politics for professional reasons, is to miss Fanon's deep and persistent commitment to the cause of social justice. One could very well imagine the personal anguish Fanon felt on his return to Martinique. The man who earlier wrote Black Skin, White Masks J1967A, would hardly have taken a complacent attitude to the poverty, alienation, and powerlessness rampant in Martinique. 30 years later, when I visited the island in 1982 on the occasion of the first international memorial for Fanon in Martinique, I could still sense what may have forced him away from the island. To this day the island is effectively under colonial domination. The black petty bourgeoisie and his revered THR, Aimé Césaire, now a deputy mayor of Fort-de-France, are in no mood for independence. Much of the population still identifies with France to such an extent that some Martiniquans consider Fanon a traitor for siding with the Algerians against France. And to this day, people consider a visit to France a mark of having arrived at where else but La Basse, as if the only place, or only worthwhile place, beyond the island is France. In any case, Fanon left Martinique to specialize in psychiatry. In November 1951, he was admitted to the psychiatric residency program at the Hôpital de 209 Saint-Alban in central France, where Professor Frantz Fanon had established a national reputation as a pioneer of therapeutic institutionnel, which was the equivalent of milieu therapy. He supervised Fanon during his residency and, by 1953, presented 3 papers with Fanon at a professional conference for psychiatrists and neurologists of France and French-speaking countries. Fanon innovations in psychiatric treatment are well summarized in one of these 3 papers, p. 546. The paper reflects its time, but it also anticipates changes that were to be incorporated into psychiatric care in various countries. The article is primarily concerned with the indications and contraindications of electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, which at the time was frequently used for diverse psychiatric disorders. The authors deplored the use of ECT merely out of convenience for the psychiatrist, but conceded that it is one of the ultimate remedies in chronic, desperate, complicated cases, where the post-therapeutic deficit would be a minor problem in the face of progressive mental deterioration of the patient. Recommending the appropriate use of ECT, they also challenged the then prevalent theoretical bias for biogenic explanations and the assumed fixity of character, constitution, and pathological development of personality. They further emphasized the role of psychological causation and the necessary role of ECT in the framework of institutional therapy. Tisquels and Fanon, 1953, p. 549. We insist on the fact that for treating patients with ECT, it is necessary, at the same time, to accord much importance to the hospital arrangement, to classification and grouping of the patients, and the establishment of concomitant group therapy. The coexistence of the ward for work and social life of the entire hospital is also as indispensable as the stage of active interventionist analysis that precedes the care. The béni cure, without the possibility of an interventionist series of therapy, appears to us as nonsense. Institutional therapy did not of course start at Saint-Alban or with Toscals. Milieu therapy and the notion of a therapeutic community was first introduced during the 1930s and 1940s in England and the United States. Jones, 1953, Maine, 1946, Sullivan, 1933. What was special with Tisquels was his methodical, rigorous application of such an intervention at St. Albans. The spontaneous, everyday experiences of patients within the institution were used therapeutically. Efforts were made to recreate ordinary experiences as they are lived in society, and the patients were grouped into life communities consisting of no more than 10 or 12 persons. They regularly interacted with one another, sometimes in smaller groups, and with the larger community of patients in the institution through centralized and coordinated functions. Spontaneous interactions, put to maximum therapeutic value, were combined with structured group therapy, occupational therapy, and regular meetings. At all times, patients were encouraged to confront one another and themselves to gain maximum insight into their illness. Special care was taken to work with optimal numbers of patients and to group doctors into medical teams of 2 or 3 so that they could become intimately involved in a life community. One doctor alone was said to hinder the resolution of Oedipal and pre-Oedipal conflicts of patients. The other 2 papers jointly authored by Tisquels and Fanon, 1953, provided case illustrations to underscore the efficacy of their approach to treatment. After about 2 years of work with Tisquelles, Fanon left St. Alban. He sat for le medicat de hôpital psychiatrique, the difficult, intensive examination that, if passed, confers upon one the coveted qualification to be chef de service in a major psychiatric institution in France or in one of its colonies. Fanon successfully completed this difficult examination, in which less than 1/3 passed that year. He was subsequently offered the directorship of a hospital in Martinique. Fanon did not accept it, however. Geismar, 1971, pages 58 to 59, suggested that he declined because there were no facilities there for psychiatric care or research. This is simplistic and unconvincing. We believe Fanon's refusal to accept the offer had to do with the stagnant socio-political condition that had previously made Martinique unattractive. The fact that he wrote to Léopold Senghor, President of Senegal and one of the advocates of negritude, and inquired about the possibilities of service in Senegal suggests that more was actually involved than the availability of equipments for electroshock treatment, insulin therapy, and extensive ergotherapy, as Geismar claimed, 1971, p. 59. Unfortunately, Senghor did not respond to Fanon's letter. Fanon then settled for a temporary assignment as chef de service in the psychiatric hospital of Pont-Orson, in Normandy. Not surprisingly, his work in the eerie isolation of the psychiatric hospital at Pont-Orson was short-lived. The almost total absence of contact with the black world at Pont-Orson was not at all what Fanon wanted, even though his commitment to the psychiatric profession was intense. Then the opportunity to work in Algeria presented itself and Fanon immediately seized it. He applied for and was offered the position of chef de service at Blida Joinville Hospital in Algeria. Geismar, 1971, p. 60, surmised what the new assignment meant to Fanon. It was a compromise, part of the Third World, but not Black Africa or the Antilles. There are 3 questions worth asking at this point. First, was going to Algeria a compromise as Geismar suggested? Second, did Fanon opt out of political and social concerns during his residency and soon after its compulsion, as some, including Geismar, have claimed? Third, was Tisquelles' influence so fundamental that Fanon simply followed in the footsteps of his teacher, as Genzier emphasizes? Little exists by way of direct evidence to answer these questions. Fanon wrote no autobiography of his own and, as we pointed out earlier, he believed that those who write their memoirs have nothing else to do in the world. Thus the answers to these questions depend on who one had interviewed and, frankly, the interpretation to which one was predisposed. Geismar tended to view Fanon's involvement with politics and social issues as interruptions of his career in psychiatry. Genzier, 1973, p. 63, for her own. 211. Reasons, emphasizes the towering stature of Tisquelles and the loyalty of his student to Tisquellian innovations, which, we are told, Fanon applied in a mechanical fashion. In our view, the choice of Algeria was not a compromise. Fanon did not opt out of social and political concerns, neither during his residency or at Pont-Orson, and the Tisquellian influence, though important in his formative years, was by no means the only guide or inspiration to Fanon's practice of rehabilitating alienated psyches. Support for these contentions is offered by one significant article Fanon wrote, The North African Syndrome. It originally appeared in the February 1, 1952 issue of L'Esprit. The article, written during his residency, shows that racism and oppression were central concerns for Fanon and that he also deeply empathized as well as identified with North Africans long before he became chef de service in Algeria. Moreover, it suggests that Fanon was never satisfied with prevailing medical practice with respect to the oppressed, nor was he convinced that reformative tinkering with institutional milieus is sufficient while the question of social injustice remains. We will see later that Fanon significantly departed from Tisquelles in theory and practice. The article The North African Syndrome is an incisive critique of racism in society and in the medical establishment. In addition, it shows the depth of the psycho-existential crisis, diffuse malaise, and wandering syndromes of the oppressed. Underscored is the inability of the medical profession to comprehend the North African patient, as well as the failure of medical doctors to take a clear, responsible, and responsive position on racism and social injustice. Not only do they misdiagnose the profound and elusive afflictions of the oppressed, they also readily assume racist views and attitudes. The article began with a question Fanon thought basic to all human problems and, no doubt, he frequently asked himself, have I not, because of what I have done or failed to do, contributed to an impoverishment of human reality? In other words, Fanon L1967b, p3, asked, have I at all times demanded and brought the man that is in me? Fanon then proceeded to show the various expressions of racism, the pervasive malaise it produces, and the inability of standard medical practice to diagnose or treat the oppressed effectively. One remarkable facet of Fanon, here as elsewhere, was his capacity to adopt the perspectives of various protagonists, to delve into the affective particularity of each perspective, and to reveal the existential insularity of each group, oppressors and oppressed alike. In addition, there is his remarkable use of sarcasm and humor to show the tragicomical absurdities that characterize oppression. The issues discussed in this article were actually taken up years later in A Dying Colonialism and THERD Etched of the Earth. Fanon proposed three central theses in the 1952 article. The first states that North African patients in France often cause the medical staff to have doubts as to the reality of their illness. A patient comes to the physician with a great deal of pain, which is obvious from his words and comportment. But his vague complaints and wandering syndromes, illustrated in the following interview, do not fit standard etiological conceptions and diagnostic procedures. 212. The doctor inquires into the circumstance and experiences that preceded the ailment. But such inquires about the past is for the oppressed too painful to remember or talk about. Besides, he does not understand why he should be so interrogated when what he really needs is quick relief from his tormenting diffuse pain. The dialogue between patient and doctor recreates the tragi-comical misunderstanding of the colonial situation. Fanon, 1967b, pages 4-5. What's wrong, my friend? I'm dying, Monsieur le Docteur. Where does it hurt? In my belly. He then points to his thorax and abdomen. When does it hurt? All the time. Even at night? Especially at night. It hurts more at night than in the daytime, does it? No, all the time. But more at night than in the daytime? No, all the time. And where does it hurt most? Here. He then points to his thorax and abdomen. Meanwhile, other patients are waiting. The doctor, now impatient, seeks a way out of this frustrating impasse. He approximates a diagnosis and writes out a prescription. But the patient fails to follow the doctor's recommendations and, if he does take the prescribed medicine, he does not give it time to have the desired effect. Unable to attain immediate relief, the patient returns much earlier than instructed. He is indignant and suspicious because he believes that the doctor does not really want to help him. Or he may decide to seek treatment elsewhere, repeating time and again the same vague complaints, the same drama of mutual incomprehension and suspicion between doctor and patient. The pain of which the patient complains so often gradually becomes his pain, and intensely cathectic. This pain comes to have a reality and social dynamic of its own, and the patient shows that he jealously wants to protect whatever secondary gain he may derive from it. An X-ray may show an ulcer or gastritis. Treatment in accordance to standard medical procedure may be provided. The doctor is now confident, he regains his sense of omnipotence, or at least feels relief in the knowledge that he can now get rid of this patient. But the patient soon returns, this time with a different complaint: my heart seems to flutter inside here, or my head is bursting. Fanon, 1967b, p6. Instead of attempting to comprehend and treat the patient's specific affliction and the tormenting socio-historical conditions that produced it, the doctor resorts to ordinary stereotypes of the North African, calling the patient a simulator, a liar, a malinger, a sluggard, a thief. Fanon, 1967b, p. 7. The second and related thesis states that the racist tradition medical personnel have long internalized hinders appropriate diagnosis and treatment of the North African. There is, on the one hand, the medical dogma that a lesion underlies symptoms and, on the other, the cultural racism that stereotypes the 213 North African as a person who is lazy and inarticulate and who suffers from imaginary ailments. The doctor is urgently summoned to the home of a seriously ill North African immigrant. The relatives are ostensibly worried and distressed. They are weeping and screaming. The doctor carefully examines the patient. He asks questions, but gets only groans and vague responses in return. After considerable examination and thought, he refers the patient for surgery. To the surprise of the doctor, the patient with the abdomen requiring surgery turns up in his office with a grin 3 days later, completely cured. This of course deviates from standard medical tradition, conception, and procedure. The doctor henceforth quickly resorts to a diagnosis of North African syndrome, which implies malingering, lying, laziness, and all the other stereotypes. In short, in the conflict of oppressor and oppressed, the doctor sides with the former in outlook and practice. He at best patronizes the oppressed, but remains loyal to the prevailing cultural stereotypes. The North African patient, viewed no longer as an individual in his own right, is made to bear the dead weight of his despised group. Instead of properly diagnosing the disease and treating him for it, the whole group or race to which he belongs is diagnosed in accordance to prevailing stereotypes and treated as if they are indeed the disease. The third and final thesis states that more is actually required than good intentions. The commitment to securing justice for all is everyone's responsibility. Such a personal commitment is also a precondition for healing and rehabilitating the oppressed. The vague and confusing elements of the North African are neither imaginary nor insoluble. They are the afflictions of torment, persecuted, and oppressed persons. The psycho-existential crises are a result of cultural dislocation, economic exploitation, and a web of dehumanizing stereotypes. It should not therefore be a question of looking only for lesions to diagnose the symptoms but also of making a situational diagnosis by examining the patient's social, economic, cultural, psychological, and biological circumstances. But prevailing stereotypes have it that the North African possesses no meaningful relations, no commitment to productive labor, no subjective life, no preoccupations other than those of sex, rape, and prostitution. As for his material condition, there is nothing but poverty, hunger, and overcrowding. Fanon concluded that the North African can never be happier in Europe than he is in his home country. But contrary to what some have claimed, the answer is not repatriation so long as social and economic justice are not secured in his own land. What is more, Fanon emphasized, it is irresponsible and hypocritical to take the Kahneman view that one is neither part of the problem nor part of the solution. To young Fanon, who was then acquiring clinical skills at St. Alban, the solution to alienation and disease was nothing short of fundamental social reconstruction. I. Fanon, 1967b, pages 15-16. There are houses to be built, schools to be opened, roads to be laid out, slums to be torn down, cities to be made to spring from the earth, men and women, children and children to be adorned with smiles. 214. This means that there is work to be done over there, human work. That is, work which is the meaning of a home. There are tears to be wiped away, inhuman attitudes to be fought, condescending ways of speech to be ruled out, men to be humanized. Fanon and Blida-Joinville Hospital. In November 1, 953, Fanon arrived in Algeria and soon proceeded to take charge as chef de service at Blida-Joinville Hospital. This was the largest psychiatric hospital in Algeria. Geismar, 1971, has described the medieval and anti-therapeutic conditions of the hospital when Fanon arrived. One of the tasks Fanon accomplished in his first tour of inspection was to order the release of all patients kept in straitjackets and chained to their beds. The staff who for so long had taken straitjackets and chains for granted could not believe what they heard. Fanon repeated the order and he himself began to unchain inmates. The attending male nurses were shocked, others gathered around to watch what they viewed as a brash and dangerous undertaking by the new doctor. But their fears were not confirmed by the reactions of patients, some of whom continued to lie as if they were still chained. Fanon then introduced himself to the patients, assured them that they would no longer be kept in straitjackets or chains, and informed them that he as well as the others were henceforth available for consultation any time the patients wished it. This event was historic and the male nurses who were present on that day vividly recall the self-confidence of the new doctor and the deep respect he inspired in them. Geismar, p. 65. These male nurses were later to become the most loyal allies of Fanon and of his reforms in the psychiatric institution. It is significant to note that these male nurses were all North African. Educational opportunities denied them meant that psychiatrists had to be recruited from France. But these nurses, though relegated to menial and low-paying tasks, were in the most crucial line of contact and communication with patients. The foreign psychiatrists did not speak Arabic and thus relied on these nurses to translate conversations between doctor and patient. How a genuine dialogue could transpire under these conditions is hard to imagine. But dialogue was not really the raison d'etre of colonialism or of such asylums. The fact of relying on low-paid, demoralized, and exploited nurses for so essential a vehicle for therapy as communication emphasizes also the low priority given to communication and therapy in this colonial institution. Significantly, Fanon did decide to learn Arabic and, what is more, later became an Algerian citizen. The unchanged deigning of inmates at Blida is reminiscent of Philip Pinel who, soon after the first phase of the French Revolution, undertook the bold experiment of unchanged deigning at La Bicêtre. The same action in Algeria had to wait until 1953, ironically to be ordered by a descendant of Africans, taken away in chains. The tragedy is that, to this day, many in the Third World remain chained and straitjacketed in alien asylums mostly erected by the very Europeans who proclaim their mission as civilizing and humanizing the world. When Fanon arrived at Blida-Joinville, there were 6 medical doctors and 215. About 2,000 patients. The doctors were recruited from France and all except Fanon were European. A little more than one half of the patients were also European and the rest were North African, primarily Algerian. The European and the native patients were segregated in separate wards and, as one would expect in the pervasive inequities of colonial rule, European patients were given preferential treatment and allowed more privileges. Nonetheless, conditions for both groups in the institution were dismal. The wards were overcrowded. The non-professional staff were overworked and underpaid. The doctors, as usual, were divided into the pack of profiteers who gained personally from human affliction, the eternal skeptics who were marking time while waiting for better posts elsewhere, and the few dedicated clinicians who far exceeded their call of duty. The dismal conditions of the psychiatric institution at Blida and in Algeria generally was discussed by Fanon and his colleagues, Fanon et al., 1955. In 1954, Algeria had a population of about 10 million of whom 8.5 million were Algerian and 1.5 million were European. For this population of 10 million, there were only 8 psychiatrists and 2,500 beds. 5 of the psychiatrists were in Blida Hospital, 3 psychiatrists were in 3 different hospitals in Algiers, Oran, and Constantine. The psychiatric hospital at Blida-Joinville, the largest in the country, was designed for 971 patients, but housed 2,000. Every available space was used to reduce the overcrowding. Nearly all the refractories and even the bathrooms were used as sleeping quarters. The chapel had to be used as an occupational therapy room, a classroom, and a movie theater. The mosque too had become a place other than for worship. The understaffing and overcrowding at Blida also created a huge backlog of patients. In September 1, 954, there were at least 850 patients waiting for admission. The overwhelming majority of those kept on the waiting list were North Africans. Europeans were admitted earlier. Moreover, an already bad situation was made worse by pressure from colonial administrators who determined that certain types of patients be given early admission, even though others in more dire need had been waiting longer. The inability to admit promptly of course caused serious difficulties for the patients, their relatives, and the staff. Patients in acute crises, who would have benefited immensely from early intervention, became worse as a result of the delay. The anger and frustration of relatives reduced their tolerance for the patient and their cooperation with the staff. Patients admitted after a long wait often were aggressive, a state that could have been avoided had they been admitted earlier. What is more, other hospitals referred their most difficult and chronic patients to Blida Joinville Hospital, making it a psychiatric dumping ground. It was easy for a young doctor to be discouraged with such dismal conditions or to join the ranks of older professionals who were comfortably settled into a pattern of indifference. But Fanon relentlessly devoted himself, learning to sleep only 4 hours each night, to the daunting task of reform at Blida. He endeavored to introduce reforms of the kind he saw practiced at St. Alban. The Tusquelian influence was unmistakable, at least at the beginning. Fanon introduced occupational, group therapy and collective gatherings in an effort to 216. Create a therapeutic community. In addition, he organized a soccer team in the institution and arranged for matches with other teams in the community. Weekly outings to the beach, the serving of traditional dishes, and bus tours interrupted the crushing monotony of incarceration and also brought patients a measure of self-worth and social life. In addition, Fanon began a weekly periodical, appropriately called Notre Journal, in which patients and staff were to express their views and exchange information. More politically controversial, Fanon desegregated his service and prohibited distinction or privileges on the basis of nationality or race. Fanon also allowed more freedom for patients who previously were kept in closed wards. The hospital grounds were mainly reserved for staff. Fanon introduced open wards, permitting free movement within the institution for all patients, except those who were violent. Those considered to present danger to others or to themselves were kept in closed wards, but incentives were introduced to graduate them into open wards. We will see later that Fanon had to reconsider the therapeutic value of this practice. Not all these reforms were successful. In some cases, what seemed workable and appropriate from past experiences in Europe proved impractical or inappropriate in Algeria. One experience in particular drove home a lesson that proved a turning point in Fanon's psychiatric career. Fanon and Azoulay, 1954, wrote about their attempt to introduce regular meetings and activities to create a therapeutic community in the Tusquelian tradition. Two separate sections, European women and Muslim men, of the hospital were followed. The 165 Europeans readily participated in the meetings and activities. The attitude of the women subsequently changed, their interactions improved, and a significant increase in rates of discharge was noted. In contrast, the 220 Muslim men failed to respond to the same reforms. The scheduled meetings of patients and service providers failed mainly due to language barrier, since the doctors could not speak Arabic. These meetings were then abandoned. Activities involving music and drama were considered, but the nurses refused and this in turn was abandoned. Efforts to involve the patients in such activities as occupational therapy also proved unsuccessful. The marked success on the one hand and utter failure on the other necessitated some fundamental rethinking. Berthellier, 1979, p. 151. These rapid and relatively easy success of sociotherapy introduced in the section for European women only emphasized the total failure of the same methods, used in the section for Muslim men for whom, despite the multitude of attempts, no improvement took place. Little by little, it became clear that it could not be a question of laziness or of poor will. We have taken the wrong road, it was necessary to re-examine the fundamental reasons for our failure so as to find a way out of the impasse. Fanon and Azoulay inquired as to why the reforms worked in one section and not in the other. Their conclusion was that they were imposing practices and methods that worked in Europe but were alien to the North African, naively believed possible to adopt to a Muslim society the framework of a Western society. We have forgotten that the whole application must be 217. Preceded by a tenacious and concrete interrogation of the organic base of native society. Fanon and Azoulay then asked, under the guise of what poor judgment had we believed possible a socio-therapy of Western inspiration to serve Muslim men? Bert Hellier, 1979, pages 151-152. They offered two basic reasons. First, they unwittingly took for granted the prevailing colonial propaganda that the North African is French, and thus they did not take the trouble to understand him in his own culture, history, and environment. As did others in the socio-political arena, the psychiatrist automatically assumed and attempted to implement an assimilationist policy. In actuality, the policy of assimilation negated reciprocity of perspectives. It imposed on the dominated party a greater burden to adapt, conform, and submit to an alien cultural outlook and normative behavior. This indeed was what the North African patients were resisting. It was Fanon and his students' conclusion that a revolutionary attitude was indispensable and that the assumption of cultural supremacy, which commonly undergirds clinical work, must give way to a cultural relativism. Otherwise, therapy and reform become worthless and even detrimental. The second and even more important source of error was, they pointed out, the conceptual and cultural bias of the prevailing psychiatric thought. This was a critique of the dominant psychiatric establishment, particularly the so-called Algiers school of psychiatry. The critique at this initial period was mild and cordial, later it changed in intensity and tone. Nonetheless, the point was made with unmistakable clarity. Finally and above all, it is necessary to say that those who preceded us in the exposition of the North African limited themselves too much to the motor and neurovegetative phenomena. It was essential to change perspectives. A leap had to be made, a conversion of values had to be carried out. A sociotherapy could only be possible to the extent one accounted for the social morphology and the forms of sociability. Bert Hellier, 1979, p. 152. These observations and conclusions, written a year after Fanon arrived at Elida, crystallized and defined the direction Fanon's clinical work would take. In his own words, Fanon henceforth humbled himself to the native culture and, rather than be arrogant or indifferent, became timid and attentive. This Antillean who from birth was a hostage to European culture, history, and conceit had made a remarkable leap in time, geography, and values for a homecoming to the shores and cultures of Africa. Fanon subsequently undertook studies in ethnopsychiatry, writing on such topics as the attitudes of North Africans to madness, the sociology of perception and imagination, the psychocultural meaning of confession, and the search for effective clinical intervention in third world countries. Point 2. The 1954 article of Fanon and Azoulay was clearly more than a clinical study on therapy outcome. It was in addition a theoretical and ideological attack on the French psychiatric establishment generally and the Algiers school of psychiatry in particular. Fanon's single-handed but relentless battle with the dominant psychiatric establishment whose views and treatment of the North African were thoroughly colonial and scandalous has not been sufficiently appreciated. In fact, few of Fanon's psychiatric writings fail to include, directly or implicitly, a critique of the dominant psychiatric establishment and its extension into the North African context. At issue for him were a series of theoretical, ideological, and clinical problems in approaching the North African patient, the community of which he is a member, and the role of psychiatry in the colonial social order. It is important to note that the earliest and most persistent opposition to Fanon's reforms within Blida came from the European doctors and the colonial administration they represented. With the exception of Dr. Lacaton and a few interns, the European doctors at Blida were either openly hostile to or quietly resentful of Fanon. They opposed his efforts to change the status quo within the institution. Behind his back, as Geismar, 1971, p. 68, pointed out, some of them even referred to him as the Arab doctor, which was their way of calling him the nigger doctor. It would be a mistake to consider their resentment and opposition as only idiosyncratic reactions or interpersonal differences. Although no such doubt existed, there was also a more fundamental clash of perspectives, interests, and allegiance. Blida-Joinville Hospital was actually a microcosm that reflected the larger colonial society of which it was a part. The inequities of privileges and power, the racial segregation of patients, and the differentials in salaries that for years characterized the institution were extensions of what prevailed in the larger colonial society. Indeed, the patients were individuals who somehow could not cope or be coped with in that society. Their crises and certainly their incarceration were implicit, but poignant social and political commentary. The psychiatrists, too, employed by the state and themselves embedded in the sociocultural milieu, were by no means operating in a social vacuum or employing only their technical expertise. They were the veritable representatives of the prevailing social order, as their patients were the most obvious victims of it. It was inevitable that Fanon's ideas and clinical reforms would constitute a challenge to the prevailing colonial framework and its Eurocentric values. The challenge first took root at Blida-Joinville Hospital, advanced further into a challenge of the larger psychiatric establishment, earlier skirmishes with it not sufficing, and then culminated in a direct, political, violent challenge of the social order itself. Thus Fanon's decision to join the liberation movement must perforce be viewed partly as a determination to liberate psyches he saw doomed to psychological death in Blida. His struggle against the European doctors in Blida, too, must be considered along with his persistent struggle against the Algiers School of Psychiatry and the larger French psychiatric establishment of which it was an extension. Significantly, the founder of this influential school, Professor A. Porot, was also one of the founders of Blida-Joinville Hospital. Given that this was the largest psychiatric hospital in Algeria and that Porot elaborated his own Medi 219 co-educational establishment, it would not be too far-fetched to conclude that the European doctors in Blida were colleagues, students, or at least sympathizers of Porot and his school. Now, what indeed was the Algiers School of Psychiatry about? Why did Fanon become its most formidable challenger and critic? And how did Fanon single-handedly effect a remarkable change in French psychiatric outlook? Fanon and L1 École d'Alger. Bert Hellier 1979, has reviewed psychiatry in colonial Algeria and Fanon's revolutionary role in the raging battle of ideas within Algeria, that prized French colony. European psychiatry has had a relatively longer history in Algeria than in most African colonies. This had to do partly with the greater penetration of colonialism into Algeria, with French settlements effectively installed in Algeria, and partly with an earlier presence of Algerian immigrants in France. Moreover, as colonialism became established in Algeria and Algerian psyches, assimilation into French culture intensified to a point where efforts were made to assimilate Algerian madness into French madness. For at a very early date, many Algerians who suffered from mental disorders were sent to asylums in France for treatment. French psychiatrists wrote little about the psychopathology of the Algerian before 1870. But writings about Algerian psychopathology increased as Algerians, in the throes of a psychocultural crisis, appeared in significant numbers in French asylums and as Algeria became an important colony of France. Among the early works of French psychiatrists, a few show a measure of a culturalist approach to the Algerian patient and of a wish to understand him in his social context. But the most persistent and dominant trend was that which asserted the genetic inferiority, unredeemable criminality, sexual perversion, and mental deficiency of the Algerian. The Algerian as a subhuman being, a bundle of perverse instincts, given to dangerous and uncontrollable impulses. Such characterizations were used to justify colonial violence and subjugation. The historical function of these writings was to justify European conquest, scientifically, and more specifically, to fortify the Manichean psychology of French administrators, settlers, and citizens. The European as the embodiment of all that is good, rational, peaceful, and sublime was juxtaposed with the colonized native as the incarnation of evil, irrationality, impulsive violence, and beastly instincts. Thus, for instance, Mulhan concluded in 1915 that the Algerian, though less prone to suicide, has a greater susceptibility to alcoholism and sexual perversion, and that his psyche was doomed to an irreversible degenerative process. One characteristic he emphasized was a dangerous impulsivity among Algerians. It is a question of a sudden, instinctual, unconscious, blind accession. It is the sign of a cerebral inferiority which is congenital, inherent to the race, and found only among European patients who are inferior and degenerate. I. Berthelier, 1979, p. 141. Earlier, Constance 11873, who had clinical charge of Algerian patients, stated, 11 They are all so dangerous and violent patients that we are obliged to put them in the worst cells or cages to contain them. We have to treat them as wild and ferocious beasts. 11, Berthelier, 1979. 1. p. 140. This view of the Algerian as genetically inferior, dangerously impulsive, and incurably perverted became a widely accepted tenet in 19th-century French psychiatry and continued to be affirmed, reaffirmed, and embellished for nearly 80 years, from the conquest to the independence of Algeria. What is remarkable is how little the racism of French psychiatrists changed during these years, and how the same claims, often made in the same words, have been reiterated with the aura of science and the zeal of a crusade. The most blatant expression of this racism is found in the influential remarks of Boygi, 1908, a captain physician, who wrote on the psychopathology of the Algerian and claimed that Muslims 11 never created any extraordinary things, never erected a capital, never built up any navy fleet, never studied deeply any science. 1. Never durably embellished as did Europeans any part of the world. 11, Berthelier, 1979, p. 42. He also characterized Muslims, and hence Algerians, as intellectually deficient, fanatic homosexuals, child molesters, masturbators, and also unpredictable murderers, assassins, and terrorists. 11 In summary, 11 Boygi concluded, 11 The mental state of the Muslim is a mixture of varied doses of craziness and tangle of delusions. For those who go to the mosque, they are all violent, crazy persons who are in a state of somnambulance. 11, Berthelier, 1979, p. 143. Boygi's falsified history and undisguised racism could well be dismissed as the ravings of a psychotic, bigoted man. One can easily surmise that his rabid racism was no doubt related to the fact that he was actively involved in the 11 pacification 11 of North Africa. But more significant and historic was the fact that Boygi's racism and crusade against Algerians and Muslims generally were to be reiterated for many years by French psychiatrists, most notably by A. Porot and his Algiers School of Psychiatry. Writing about Algerian psychopathology in 1918, Porot characterized the Muslim as a liar, thief, and idiot, who was lazy, hysterical, and impulsively homicidal. In 1932, Porot elaborated on the murderous impulsivity of the Algerian native and identified the following causal factors: inherent mental debility, extreme credulity, and suggestibility. 1. Perseveration, and weakness of affective as well as moral life. The Algerians were said to be infantile without the curiosity and questioning of European children, a horde driven by instinctual impulse toward murder and perversion. Porot gave scientific trappings to these claims when he asserted that 11 The native of North Africa, whose superior and cortical functions have hardly evolved, is a primitive creature whose life, primarily vegetative and instinctual, is mostly dominated by his diencephalon. 11, Berthelier, 1979, p. 147. 4 years later, Porot reiterated the same conclusion in almost the same words. 11 The Algerian does not have a cerebral cortex, or, to be more precise, he is under the dominance of the diencephalon as one would expect to find in any inferior vertebrate. Berthelier, 1979, p. 147. The gut racism of the ordinary European was not only given scientific 221 respectability, but was also intensified by Poirot. The scientific racism Poirot institutionalized in Algeria was to remain dominant for nearly 40 years. Poirot's students and contemporaries simply reasserted and embellished the notion that Algerians specifically and Muslims generally are inherently inferior. Any deviation from this ossified and sanctioned bigotry involved not a change in substance, but at best a touch of paternalism. Thus, for instance, Freiburg Blanc, writing in 1927 about the North African middle class, concluded, "These men, in one word, are big children. They have all the qualities and shortcomings but in extreme ways. Trustful, affectionate, generous, disinterested, full of touching spontaneity, unconcerned about past or future, they are also vain, liars, cowards, sometimes artful and thieves, but mostly emotional and suggestible to the highest degree." Bert Hellier, 1979, p. 147. Poirot's stature and power grew as he developed in Algeria a medico-educational institute to justify the ruthless victimization of Algerians and, moreover, to institutionalize those to whom Europeans projected what they found unacceptable in themselves. What is remarkable is that Poirot's assertions, years earlier, repeated many times subsequently, were again reiterated as late as 1960 in the work of Aubin, who was supervised by Poirot himself. By lack of intellectual curiosity, credulity and suggestibility reached an extreme degree. The same fatalism aggravated the innate inappetence of the non-civilized for work, their abulia, their capriciousness and their impulsivity. Bert Hellier, 1979, p. 148. In short, as Bert Hellier summarized, the scientific racism French colonialism needed for justification was effectively born around 1908 with Boyge's article, elaborated in 1918, completed in 1935, rediscovered in 1939 but also in 1947 in the thesis of Susani, in 1948 by Bardnett as well as in 1960 with Aubin's writings. Bert Hellier, 1979, p. 148. The remarkable thing is that all this rubbish was written in the name of science and by otherwise rational, well-respected authorities. The characterization of the Algerian as an idiot, thief, liar, suggestible, and all such imaginable mudslinging by Poirot and his school was nowhere as influential as the theory that the North African was a born criminal. This latter claim was given a semblance of credibility when one looked at the high rate of homicide among colonized North Africans. Fanon arrived in Algeria at a time when Poirot's stature and influence were formidable. The scientific racisms he had elaborated were firmly established in psychiatric circles, and the school he founded was producing trainees who tended to echo his pronouncements. University students and particularly medical students had been taught these scientific truths about Algerians for well over 20 years when Fanon arrived in Algeria. The colonial administration and the settlers of course found Poirot and his scientific proofs most congenial. Anyone who deviated from this beaten track or who questioned its tenets was thus suspect within the dominant psychiatric circle in Algeria and certainly insofar as the colonial administration was concerned. Fanon nonetheless stood his ground against this powerful psychiatric and colonial legacy. We have seen the critique of Manani that Fanon had written long before. 222. He arrived in Algeria. Manani's racism and justification of colonialism were in fact more subtle and sophisticated than the rabid and crude racism elaborated by the Algiers School of Psychiatry. There seems little doubt that Fanon, now more experienced and committed than when he wrote Black Skin, White Masks, would sooner or later write a cogent critique of Poirot and analyze the socio-historical function of his ideas. We have seen that the paper he wrote with Azoulay a year after he arrived in Algeria was an initial and somewhat mild critique of the French psychiatric establishment. If disappointment with Tisquelian reforms in Blida was not implied, the critique of Poirot's emphasis on motor and neurovegetative phenomena was certainly unmistakable. Fanon came back to the same critique of the Algiers School of Psychiatry in subsequent works. A paper Fanon presented before the First Congress of Negro Writers and Artists in Paris on September 1956 placed racist claims like those of Porot in a socio-historical perspective. Fanon, 1967b, pages 31-44. He suggested that the racism of colonial intellectuals involved two stages as colonialism attained a measure of sophistication. First, and in its crudest form, cultural anthropologists declared that the colonized had no culture at all. This was followed by the affirmation that all groups have culture, except there is a hierarchy of cultures whereby a given culture, of course European, is better or more advanced than another. Each of these claims correspond to the level of socio-economic relations between the colonizers and the colonized. The psychiatrists claim that there is no cortical integration in the colonized. More specifically, Carothers' depiction of the African as a lobotomized European is simply an anatomical physiological counterpart of the second stage. As the struggle for liberation intensifies, one begins to hear assertions of cultural relativity, an assertion that signals the emergence of reciprocal recognition between peoples. A few years later in THEWR Etched of the Earth, Fanon returned to the same issue and directly focused on Porot and the Algiers School of Psychiatry. This latter critique is particularly important for at least two reasons. First, we see which of the numerous indictments of the Algerian Fanon chased to answer. Second, and more importantly, we find a further elaboration of Fanon's explanation for the high rates of crime among the oppressed. Fanon's explanation of why there is high rate of intrafamilial violence and homicide among the oppressed is of particular significance in light of the data we presented in Chapter 8 and because other theories thus far offered in the literature are not as convincing. Fanon began with a response to the common claim that the colonized is lazy or that his efficiency and work habits are deplorable. Violently protesting these stereotypes, some intellectuals among the colonized sought to show that blacks, Algerians, the colonized as a whole are indeed great and committed workers. Fanon argued that such a defensive reaction was unnecessary and in any case missed the point. It is time to stop remonstrating and declaring that the nigger is a great worker and that the Arab is a first-rate at cleaning ground. Fanon, 1968, p. 294. When the oppressed are lazy and inefficient at work, they 2.2.3 are in fact sabotaging the oppressor's system and designs. At the biological level, these acts constitute a remarkable system of auto-protection. Indeed, under conditions of oppression, the exploited farmer or worker who is so intense at his work and refuses to rest is a pathological case. This laziness and inefficiency of the oppressed is a form of passive resistance, a concrete manifestation of non-cooperation, or at least of minimum cooperation. They are indicative of a stage when the oppressed has not reached maturity in political consciousness and decided to hurl back oppression. It is at this stage of passive resistance that the oppressed makes sure that any amount of labor and the slightest gesture has to be torn out of him. Vertelier, 1979, p. 148. One can see here how Fanon disagrees with Hegel on the meaning of work under conditions of oppression. For the former, the devoted labor the oppressor exploits is a sign of pathology. For the latter, it is the royal road to self-objectification and perhaps liberty. According to Fanon, the oppressed also sabotage the prevailing laws, the payment of taxes, and the dominant morality. To obey the oppressor's laws, civil forms, and morality is to undermine oneself, while to contravene them is a form of resistance, albeit an undeveloped one. Claims that the Algerian is a liar, a thief, a man never to be trusted were no doubt stereotypes the oppressor elaborated to fortify his Manichean psychology and to justify his violence. But also no honor, no dignity, no self-respect remained for the oppressed, who actually are depersonalized individually and collectively. Honor, dignity, and self-respect are restored only in the framework of a national liberation struggle. Such a struggle mobilizes members for a common purpose, galvanizes them into a cohesive group, and integrates them into their own moral imperatives. Thus, as long as political consciousness is not attained and the oppressed remain in despair, It turns out that lies, thievery, and other forms of rudimentary resistance are rampant. One aspect Fanon discussed in some detail concerns the claim of Porot and his school that the Algerian specifically and the North African generally is a born criminal who, prompted by diencephalic urges and brute instincts, kills frequently, savagely, and for no reason at all. These claims, Fanon emphasized, have been affirmed in various international conferences and told Algerian medical students for over 2.0 years. Fanon reviewed these claims not only to show their poverty and absurdity but also to clarify important theoretical and practical problems. That there had been a high rate of criminality among Algerians, Fanon conceded. But he showed that this high rate was historically and socially conditioned. Fanon pointed out that, before the national liberation struggle, one noticed an appalling intensity and rate of crime among Algerians. Much of this crime occurred inside a closed circle of relatives, friends, neighbors, and acquaintances. It was an intragroup phenomenon. One Algerian victimized another Algerian. During this period of low socio-historical consciousness, the oppressed Algerian was unable to realize and face his true protagonist. In fact, because oppression permeated everyday living, the oppressed tended to serve each other as a screen and each hid from his neighbor their national N. 224 Chapter H. Amy. Each came to personify the oppressor, his image and reality, each served as a convenient, available target for his neighbor's pent-up anger and frustration. The more often this occurred, the less the oppressed found the need to identify and face his true protagonist. Oppression frustrated all basic needs and made each Algerian the enemy of the other. Hunger brought intense competition for each loaf of bread. The obsession with food and the struggle to eke out a tenuous existence took priority over everything else, including morality and higher ideals. One looked not to history nor to the future but rather to the tyrannical demands of a famished belly, the heart-rending cries of a malnourished child, and the accusing glances of a wife with dried-up breasts. Under these circumstances, to steal is not a transgression of morality or of law, but rather a way of meeting basic needs and at the same time committing murder, at least symbolically. The rage and violence engendered by such circumstances could of course not simply be wished away. One had to find some target for pent-up frustrations. Yet for the ordinary Algerian, the actual oppressors were practically and socially inaccessible. The police, laws, the threat of prison, and actual invasion by armies and tanks shielded the oppressors against the anger, frustration, and violence of the oppressed. Each Algerian therefore turned his rage at himself, his loved one, and his neighbor. Thus the exhausted and exploited laborer who came home discovered that the cries that denied him the rest he sorely needs were those of an Algerian child. The countless unemployed who competed for his job were Algerian. The grocer who refused him a loan and thereby kept poignant his hunger was an Algerian. The landlord who evicted him for failure to pay rent was an Algerian. The local judge or the policeman who harassed him to pay overdue taxes were Algerian. Every day brought overwhelming feelings of rage, a profound self-hatred, an overpowering temptation to kill, and an Algerian who could serve as an immediate, convenient target. As each act was a murder, symbolically or actually, each murder was also a sui dita. Fanon asserted that the appalling rate of crime suddenly declined during the War of National Liberation. As national consciousness and collective will for liberty took hold among the populace, as the true comrade and true enemy became differentiated, as the demarcation between a self that has every right to life in its own land and that of the other who ostensibly is alien and unjust was brought to the light of day, the smoldering rage became appropriately canalized and the rampant violence redirected to its logical target. In effect, the War of Liberation nationalized all effective, cognitive, behavioral, and material resources. The oppressed who previously saw the enemy in himself and in his neighbor instead found a comrade in himself and in his neighbor. The oppressed who previously was an isolated individual obsessed with food and physical survival, which in any case eluded him, was later to show remarkable generosity and self-sacrifice. In short, Fanon presented an incisive critique of Porot and the school he founded. He exposed the crude racism and justification of colonial oppression in their claims. Moreover, Fanon showed that the seemingly incomprehensible and reprehensible behaviors of the oppressed are meaningful and often justified. 225. Reactions to oppression. The crimes of the oppressed cannot be explained by instinctual and diencephalic urges, but rather as reactions that, having lost purpose and an appropriate target, can be transformed into creative and liberative actions. The impact of Fanon's exposition on French psychiatric circles is suggested by Bert Hellier 11979, p. 153, what Poirot was only able to keep secret. Fanon denounces, I and the extreme, completely engaged in the struggle against colonial alienation. It is for a good part, thanks to Fanon, that a number among us have at this moment become aware that the Algerian and Bugnol were not necessarily synonymous, and that the Coloradonist man was first an alienated man. With Fanon will remain the merit of having clearly stated that the Western model was not an intangible dogma in psychiatry, that the pathology of the Algerian Moslem was inseparable from an analysis of the society which surrounds him, and that an honest approach to mental illness emerges inevitably through the knowledge and understanding of the culture from which it emerges. 1.1. Revolutionary Psychiatry. Of Fanon. I, the man of color, want only this, that the tool never possess the man. That the enslavement of man by man cease forever. Fanon, black skin, white masks. It is never enough only to expose a human problem or even to offer conceptual paradigms exploring its structure and dynamics. The exposition and paradigms, to be authentic and valid, require action that puts the hypothetical against the actual and, above all, transforms what is to what ought to be. To commit oneself to the practice of healing and rehabilitating tormented psyches is no doubt a form of action, one that is always pregnant with heuristic and social import. Yet, as we have already suggested, the action on behalf of the patient often turns out to be against the interest and well-being of the patient. Questions that often present themselves to therapists working in situations of oppression can be posed thus: is therapy really for this patient? If so, what should the therapist do with respect to the social forces that clearly undermine the well-being of his or her patient? And if one considers mental disorders also as a pathology of liberty, is it possible to restore the well-being of the patient without at the same time endeavoring to restore his liberty? This chapter looks at the contributions of Fanon toward a psychiatry of social and psychological liberation. It sketches the evolution of his clinical theory and practice to underscore the fact that a genuine endeavor to restore the health of the oppressed assumes a commitment to restore their liberty. As we have seen, the famous experiment at Bleda forced Fanon to rethink clinical paradigms and techniques. This chapter highlights Fanon's attempt to delve into the experience of an oppressed people with a culture different from the one he had known. His own experience of oppression proved a critical bridge for comprehending the truth of others. Fanon's venture into ethnopsychiatry gradually led to an active challenge not only of establishment psychiatry, but also of the established social order. The chapter therefore shows Fanon's endeavor that the tool in this case, psychiatry, never possessed the man, and that, with a bold application of it, enslavement ceased wherever he found it. The Algiers School of Psychiatry represented one early predecessor of the subspecialty now called ethnopsychiatry, or, more generally, cross-cultural. 227. 228. Psychology. The views that the Algiers School propagated, and the historic function they served, were remarkably similar to those of behavioral scientists in other African colonies. Each colonial power, though relying primarily on military might, also had its own behavioral scientists whose task it was to explain and interpret the psyches and social behaviors of the colonized. All too frequently, however, the explanations and interpretations offered were substantively unoriginal, since these foreign scholars had simply given scientific trappings to the prevailing bigotry of Europeans. Dr. Porto was thus the French counterpart of Dr. Carruthers, who, after 15 years of service to the British Empire, authoritatively asserted that the African was a lobotomized Western European. Certainly, significant changes in psychological conceptions of the African have occurred since the 1960s, a fact illustrated by the changing conception of depression among Africans, Prince, 1967. A careful review of the literature in fact shows that changes in psychological conceptions correlate with changes in the socio-political domain. Hence the undisguised racism of the colonial era gave way to the subtle ethnocentrism of the neo-colonial present, Bulhan, 1981a. Fanon was of the generation that effectively called colonialism into question and effected its demise in Africa. Yet to have been one of the few black psychiatrists at the time and a socio-politically committed one at that was no doubt a major challenge itself. There were countless misconceptions to be corrected, an undisguised racism to be combated, and alternatives to be thought out. Fanon traversed this route pretty much alone as a black psychiatrist, even though he worked in collaboration with Europeans who shared his outlook if not his commitment. Writing and professional symposia offered a medium in which Fanon challenged distorted conceptions and presented some alternative formulations. Fanon wrote on topics ranging from the strictly biomedical to the socio-political. In addition to the work he collaborated on with Azole, 4 of his untranslated articles can be clearly grouped under ethnopsychiatry. 2 of them, which we will discuss, illustrate his ethnopsychiatric thinking between 1954, when the historic experiment was reported, and 1956, when Fanon resigned from his job as chef de service at Blida to Jo in the Algerian freedom fighters. In September 1, 1955, a year after the famous experiment in therapy, Fanon and Dr. Lacaton presented to a congress of psychiatrists and neurologists their confession in North Africa. The presentation, though brief, is crucial for at least 3 reasons. First, we glean from it Fanon's evolving interest in ethnopsychiatry. Second, we again find his critique of establishment psychiatry, particularly the Algiers school. Third, it intimates a critique of domination and of the prevailing social order. Themes subtly suggested here later become elaborated clearly and passionately. On the surface, the article cross-culturally explores the psychological and social meaning of confession for criminal acts. At a more fundamental level, it exposes some of the human problematics that arise when a situation of oppression is imposed on a community. For a situation of oppression pits one group 2.2.9 against another and constantly tests the allegiance of each member to his group. It leads to failure of communication, mutual incomprehension, and ontological insularity between members belonging to the 2 coexisting, but opposing cultures. The dominant group imposes its ethico-legal precepts as it negates the validity and integrity of all that the oppressed uphold. The oppressed on their part adopt a position of passive resistance, an auto-protective shield, which renders impossible any comprehension of their experience from the cultural perspective of the oppressor. The ontological insularity and mutual incomprehension come to play in court proceedings in which a member of the oppressed has allegedly committed a crime, which must be judged. Fanon and Lacaton examined the problems that arose when a psychiatrist was requested to serve as an expert witness for court proceedings in North Africa. Ordinarily, the authors argued, confession for wrongdoing has both existential and social dimensions, a private as well as a public import. Existentially, confession implies a willingness to assume personal responsibility and, in so assuming, to affirm the meaning of one's being revealed through the act. Not to assume such responsibility for one's action or to falsely deny it is to experience a fundamental alienation of one's being, at least at that moment. Socially, confession indicates that an auto-condemnation has been provoked in the conscience, that the values and ethical precepts of the community, if not already internalized, are now reinstalled in the actor. Thus the intent if not the consequence of the confessio, becomes for the actor the ransom for his reinsertion into the group. Having confessed, the actor is reinstated as a member either then and there or after some sanction has been imposed and subjectively accepted. A realignment of existential and social imperatives thereby occurs and the collective once again opens the way for his membership in the group, with the rights and responsibilities this implies. But all of this of course assumes a reciprocal recognition of the group by the individual and of the individual by the group. Under these circumstances, the task of the psychiatrist requested to evaluate the mental condition under which the criminal act was committed is relatively straightforward. He examines the ideas, values, and motivations that prompted and attended the criminal act. His obligation is to delve deeply into the psychology of the actor, find the truth of the act which will be the foundation of the truth of the actor / and to offer a meaningful interpretation to the court as well as to the community it represents. Since the judge, the actor, and the psychiatrist share the same ethico-legal and cultural universe, the judicial proceeding, the psychiatrist's interpretation, the rendering of justice, the subjective acceptance of the sanction by the guilty one, and the potential reinsertion of the norm violator into the group is relatively comprehensible. But this is not so in a situation of oppression in which a member of the oppressed is being tried and evaluated in a colonial court. Fanon and Lacaton underscored the complexity of confession in North Africa and the problem of rendering justice in colonial courts. A native who allegedly committed a grave crime like murder is brought to court along with 230. An eloquent dossier prepared by the police. The dossier indicates that the accused has already confessed, having in addition revealed where the arms were hidden. It may also show that several witnesses swore that they have seen him perform the act. The confession and the witnesses having confirmed the guilt of the person, the judge subsequently requests a psychiatric evaluation to determine if such a grave crime had been committed when the accused was psychotic. The psychiatrist who takes his obligation seriously then proceeds to examine the truth of the act / its motivation and meaning, in order to arrive at the truth of the actor / his existential and social being. He relies on the diagnostic value of the confession and conducts a psychiatric interview, hoping to be able to offer appropriate explanation and measures to the court. Unfortunately, however, he finds this to be extremely difficult in cases involving North Africans. To begin with, it often happens that the accused absolutely denies that he committed the act or that he ever confessed. If indeed he confessed to the police, he asserts that this was done under torture. Not infrequently, even the witnesses retract their declarations. What is more, the medico-legal expert finds that the accused, vehemently asserting his innocence, is actually a lucid and coherent person. The psychiatrist thus loses not only the diagnostic value of the confession, now reduced to a police frame-up, but finds himself in the presence of one without signs of pathology. All that is left for him are the eloquent dossier and the criminal act without an actor. Further rendering criminological comprehension impossible in the North African is the fact that the accused states his innocence but does little to prove his innocence actively. The accused takes an attitude of resignation, saying he accepts any judgment of the court in the name of Allah. Typically, the European psychiatrist faced with this type of situation fell back to such common stereotypes of the North African as a lazy, no-good liar. Indeed, as we have seen, the Algiers School of Psychiatry had provided him ample scientific proofs that the North African is degenerate, untrustworthy, and phylogenetically defective. But Fanon and Lacaton assert that such a simplification only obstructs comprehension, detracts from a search of the truth, and makes any rendering of justice defective. What is more, Fanon and Lacaton, 1955, p. 659, to affirm that the race is suffering from a propensity to lie or to voluntarily dissimulate the truth, or that the population is incapable of discerning the truth from the false, or even that it does not integrate certain givens of experience, particularly by virtue of phylogenetic defect. This is to explain away the problem without really resolving it. To grasp the truth of the native and therefore to comprehend his ontological system require a fundamental shift in perspective. One must search for the condition under which confession is imbued with both existential and social validity, sanctions subjectively acceptable to the accused are imposed, and reinsertion into the group is possible. But how can confession have meaning when we have it only in a police dossier and the accused denies that he confessed to or committed the crime? Even if confession is obtained without 231. Torture, Does it have any value in the absence of reciprocal recognition of the group by the individual and of the individual by the group? Can the verdict be just and rehabilitative if all we have is an act without an actor, an accused who is unwilling to appropriate the act and unwilling to accept the condemnation? And how could reinsertion of the individual into the group be possible when there was no insertion in the first place? Obviously, these questions suggest much that is amiss in the system of justice and human communication in a situation of oppression. Fanon and Lacaton trace the problem to the coexistence of two opposed and mutually exclusive groups, one dominant, the other dominated. Each group binds its members with its own social contract and ethical universe. Each inculcates a distinct ontological system in its members and instills allegiance only to its own ethical precepts. The North African before a judge thus finds that his social contract with, and allegiance to, his group are challenged, that he is being tried not only for an act, but also for his very being. Little wonder then that he resists, so unshakably if passively, and subverts the European judicial process, confessing then denying, bearing witness then retracting, declaring his innocence then failing to prove it. In effect, an accused who confesses his crime to the judge is at once disapproving his act and legitimizing the irruption of the public into the private. By failing to appropriate the act, by denying and retracting, the North African is essentially refusing an irruption of an alien public into his private world. He may perforce submit to such sanctions as a jail term, but this should not be confused with his being won over to believe in the legitimacy of the judge, his judgment, and the underlying alien social contract. The article is actually less direct in its argument than our interpretation of it. Why Fanon and Lacaton chose to be less direct is indeed intriguing. Was it because a clear expression of their views entailed political risks at the time? Was it because of an academic and professional ambience that tended to dampen discussion of highly controversial and seemingly esoteric topics? Or was it because a clear political stand and an unambiguous commitment to the cause of justice had not yet crystallized in the authors? Our guess is that the choice of a subtle and less direct approach was tactical in view of the fact that at the time a clear exposition would entail political and professional risks. In fact, both Fanon and Lacaton were by then considered the most radical psychiatrists at Blida Joinville Hospital. Both had been alienated from their European colleagues at Blida for their ideas and practice, Fanon more than Lacaton. Both also ran a constant risk of police reprisal in the increasingly charged and dangerous atmosphere that then prevailed in Algeria. We will see later that Lacaton fell victim to police torture and humiliating physical abuse for his reformist outlook, and that Fanon constantly ran the risk of a similar reprisal. In 1956, Fanon, in collaboration with Dr. Sanchez, a resident at Blida, wrote on the attitude of North African Muslims toward madness. The discus Zion here was less political and therefore less perilous than the one on Confis Zion. It nonetheless dealt with some misconceptions and aimed to restore. 232. Respect to the North African approach to madness, an approach Europeans commonly considered primitive and senseless. In particular, Fanon and Sanchez refuted the view that North Africans look upon madness with absolute veneration and meaningless worship. Seeking to shed some light from the inside as psychiatrists in Blida, they first pointed out that establishments for treating the mad had been developed in the Muslim world before the Middle Ages, long before such institutions were introduced in Europe. This fact itself should suggest that a hasty condemnation of the North African attitude to madness is unwarranted, and that perhaps something can be gained by a study of this attitude. Fanon and Sanchez compared the attitude of Europeans toward madness to that of North Africans. They found differences in the human environment in which the mad find themselves in the two cultures, the marked difference of social stigma attached to madness, and the consequences these differences have to the psychology of the self in the afflicted. Implicit in the comparison was not only the desire to correct European misconceptions, but also the desire to find an appropriate psychiatric outlook relevant to the cultural and historical realities of the North African. We will see that this desire to be psychiatrically relevant, retaining the useful aspects in the indigenous society and introducing innovations found practical elsewhere, is a theme that remained with Fanon in subsequent years. In comparing the two attitudes to madness, Fanon and Sanchez pointed out that Westerners believe that madness is a disease that alienates the victim from others and from himself. Yet Westerners tend to forget this in their interactions with the patient. They hold him responsible for his illness and actions. They feel a moral obligation to provide for his needs, but they also resent their servitude. Viewing him as a social parasite who readily exploits his illness, Westerners counter his aggression with a veiled and sometimes open retaliation. His actions offend them as if he willfully intended malice and harm. Even the medical personnel and the relatives of the patient take offense and retaliate. Thus, for instance, an attendant feeling himself wounded by the arrogance of a megalomaniac might remain angry from it until the occasion arises wherein he could deprive the patient a snack or a walk. Then there is the mother who feels she was poorly welcomed by her son whom she has come to see in the hospital to visit and consequently leaves very bitter. Fanon and Sanchez, 1956, p. 25. All this is in striking contrast to the attitude of the North African toward persons afflicted with madness. Here the person is not held responsible for his illness. He is treated as an innocent victim of spirits, genies, over which he has no control. Since the affliction is an accidental occurrence, it could happen to anyone. If the afflicted acts aggressively, responsibility is imputed to spiritual forces that must collectively be appeased and confronted. But punishment, distrust, or exclusion of the afflicted rarely occurs. There is also no social stigma attached to madness and to those afflicted with it. The victim and relatives talk about the affliction openly and without embarrassment. One feels no need to conceal a condition for which he is not responsible and 233. Moreover, spirits are not passed on genetically in any case. This social acceptance of the afflicted, the explanation of madness in terms of external causation, and the collective efforts to seek resolution, all these enhance the possibility of the patient's recovery and his reintegration into the society. In particular, the affliction is hot confused with the person, since madness is considered to affect only the appearance, never penetrating the underlying self. The authors do not endorse all the indigenous approaches to madness. They view therapeutic techniques as rudimentary, but they strongly recommend the humanistic and holistic attitude of the North African to madness. J. Fanon and Sanchez, 1956, p. 26, resting solidly on cultural basis, the system is of great human value which does not confine itself only to the efficacy of the North African therapy. This natural method of assistance is imprinted with a profoundly holistic thought which keeps intact the image of the normal man, in spite of the existence of affliction. The North African attitude is guided by a care of and respect to the person. It is not madness that creates the respect, the patience, the indulgence, it is rather the man affected by madness, attacked by spirits, it is man as such. The attempt to place madness in its socio-historical and cultural perspective and to restore integrity to the indigenous conception was to Fanon analogous to the larger project of instituting political and social justice. The colonialism of Europe did not confine itself to economics or politics, it also permeated psychiatric concepts and practices. Fanon therefore endeavored to pioneer a psychiatry of liberation, at least within Joinville Hospital and among his professional colleagues. His writings on ethnopsychiatry continued not only to inform Westerners, but also to search for a psychiatry appropriate to the needs and realities of his North African patients. Fanon did not of course pioneer ethnopsychiatry. Others before him, including Émile Krepelin, had long written on cross-cultural psychopathology. Writings on the topic accumulated over the years, and cross-cultural psychology is today a popular and respected subject. But what differentiates Fanon's approach is this: his was a radical ethnopsychiatry that reached for the roots of the subject. Most of those who write on ethnopsychiatry tend to study remote and non-Western societies with the aim of informing Westerners or of settling academic debates in their societies. They gather endless data, exploit the cooperation of their subjects abroad, and take a hasty retreat with stories of their exploits to their societies. Nothing comes back to the subjects and societies they studied, not even a report of their findings. In contrast, Fanon's ethno-psychiatry was rooted in the very people he studied. Not only did he endeavor to understand their world and serve their clinical needs, he also fully identified with those he wrote about, learning their language, respecting their person as well as their culture, and risking his life to help restore their human dignity. Psychiatry for Social Lmeration. The year 1954 was not only a turning point for the direction Fanon's psychiatric work was to take. It was also a historic watershed in Algerian 234 history. In that year, the Algerian struggle for liberty took a decisive turn as the various Algerian movements, previously divided and in disarray, forged the foundation for a united and frontal attack against colonialism. The ensuing War of Liberation was to last nearly 8 long and bloody years until 1962, when Algeria became an independent nation. The hemorrhage and psychic dislocation caused by the war was to be so massive that an ordinary psychiatric practice on isolated private problems became untenable if not dishonest. Fanon's critical inquiry into psychiatric theory and practice was at first confined to an institutional context and professional circles. Reforms at Joinville Hospital and presentations at psychiatric conferences remained the foci of his endeavors. But as social unrest heightened among the Algerian populace and colonial administrators reacted with brutal repression, Joinville Hospital became less and less sheltered from the turmoil and reprisals that increasingly came to characterize life in Algeria. The psychiatric work at Blida and the critique of establishment psychiatry gradually led Fanon to conclusions similar to those others had arrived at by different means. In time, Fanon's critical inquiry into psychiatry merged with the highest and most practical critique of domination, namely, the popular struggle for liberation. The merger was gradual and perilous, but momentous when it was complete. The Algerian struggle against colonialism did not, of course, begin in 1954. As exemplified by the early and popular uprising of Abdelkader, resistance to colonial domination started in the 1830s when the French colonized Algeria. Abdelkader's rebellion and the Kabylie insurrection of 1871 were defeated with superior arms, a better military organization, and the defections of tribal chiefs. The so-called pacification of natives subsequently opened the way for installing colons, European settlers, into Algerian soil. The quest for political and social rights was thereafter met with brutal repression, on the one hand, and promises of reforms, on the other. This stick and carrot policy remained effective so long as a significant portion of the Algerian elite, led by the vacillating Ferhat Abbas, was convinced that assimilation into French society and the rights this implied were attainable. The vast majority of the Algerian population nonetheless clung to their Islamic tradition and Afro-Arab culture. The riots and rebellions that occurred before 1954 were sporadic and without lasting consequence. For decades, the Algerian populace tended to mark time and offered a passive but impermeable resistance with an underlying psychology that escaped European authorities. The obstinacy of French colonialism in Algeria cannot be adequately realized without appreciating the special status Algeria held in the French imperial system. Algeria was a prized French colony not only for economic and strategic reasons, but also because there was a large and powerful settler community in that colony. Of all the colonies, Algeria in particular was considered an integral part of France. The expropriation of land and labor in Algeria, among the most intense of all the French colonies, began soon after conquest. Thus in 1840, Marshal Bujoud, the conqueror of Algeria, advised the Chamber of Deputies, wherever good water and fertile land are found, settlers must be installed without questioning whose land it may be. Davidson, 1978, p. 119. 235. Marshal Bujoud's advice was taken and countless Algerians were displaced from their land or forced into temporary tenancy. By 1890, about 4 million acres of the best land fell into European ownership. European settlements gradually intensified and, by 1940, no less than 6 million acres, about one-third of the profitably cultivable land, came to be owned by about 2% of the whole population, mainly European settlers. The settlers were not all of French stock, an overwhelming majority of them were Southern Europeans of different nationalities. Algeria became a new frontier where land was grabbed without question and native labor exploited with impunity. Much of the land expropriated was used for vineyards to make Algeria an export enclave of wine within the French imperial system. The irony was that most Algerians, professing the Muslim faith, did not drink wine, and that the huge vineyards used land sorely needed for food production. It is estimated that, for instance, by the middle 1950s cereal production stood at the same level as in the 1880s, although the population had tripled. Davidson, 1978, p. 119. Thus hunger and disease increased among Algerians as the wealth and well-being of settlers soared. A Manichean psychology founded in this economics of inequity also became well entrenched. The system of governance too was devised to give European settlers absolute power. Establishment psychiatry generally and the Algiers School of Psychiatry particularly gave scientific trappings to the bigotry of settlers and justified the status quo of oppression. The Algerian elite was for decades manipulated and kept under control with promises of reform and a policy of assimilation. Successive administrations in the colony espoused the policy of assimilation with the effect of dividing and hence ruling Algerians. But French administrators may not have been adverse to the assimilation of a small Algerian elite in theory, although such a notion itself was deeply abhorrent to European settlers. These settlers were violently opposed to any and all political concessions, even to the moderate native elite, the so-called évolus who actually saw their destiny in assimilation into French culture. This deracinated and alienated petty bourgeoisie gradually realized that their colonial status was never temporary and that their hope for reform through peaceful means was futile. Any remaining illusions were dashed by such savage assaults as the Sétif massacre of 1945, when riots, reprisals, and counter-reprisals left thousands dead and many more wounded. In 1954 various Algerian movements, which previously had differed in ideology, tactics, and organization, began to unite around the Comité Révolutionnaire pour Unité et l'Action, CRUA. The CRUA grew out of and replaced the paramilitary and clandestine organization Spéciale, OS, formed 2 years after the Sétif massacre. The name was soon changed to the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN. Gradually those who for decades sought assimilation into French society and the traditional nationalists joined forces in the FLN. The Algerian War of Independence was dramatically inaugurated at dawn of All Saints' Day, November 1, 1954, when the FLN staged a well-coordinated 236 assault against French military installations, police headquarters, communication facilities, and public utilities throughout Algeria. The FLN and military wings subsequently initiated guerrilla warfare in rural as well as urban areas, focusing on key government facilities, settler farms, and collaborators with the colonial regime. Following each engagement, the guerrillas mixed with the population. The colonial authorities and settlers responded with ruthless and increasingly indiscriminate retaliation. They held collectively responsible all villages and neighborhoods suspected of harboring FLN guerrillas. The settler vigilante groups in particular carried out wanton, widespread killings of Muslim Algerians in what they called rat hunts. Villages were bombed, many of their residents were resettled in poor and crowded areas where they could be easily monitored. Electrified barbed wire fences were installed along parts of the border and in some urban areas to stem the mobility and growing strength of the FLN. The repressed and festering violence of colonial Algeria suddenly erupted. By 1956, France had deployed well over 400,000 soldiers to Algeria, along with sophisticated air and naval forces. One interesting irony here is that the French general, Raoul Salin, who had personally decorated Fanon for heroic action during World War II, was assigned to command French forces in Algeria at a time when Fanon was already an active FLN member. Nearly 8 years of war brought an immense loss of lives. Estimates are that over 1 million Algerians and about 20,000 Europeans were killed. The ruthless way the war was conducted, the violence and counter-violence, and this immense human loss no doubt influenced Fanon's theory of violence. In reading about the struggle against colonialism in Algeria, one cannot help but be impressed by the stubborn refusal of the oppressors to acknowledge the humanity of the other, thereby engendering untold violence. Vested interests and formed habits, always difficult to change, are even more difficult to modify in a situation of oppression. The last to make changes and amends are oppressors. They tend to learn little from history unless shocked into a rude awakening. It was in fact in 1954 that French colonialism suffered a humiliating defeat at Dien Bien Phu in Indochina. Yet it took nearly 8 more years in Algeria and thousands of casualties before France came to acknowledge the Algerian people's right to self-determination. In any case, on July 3, 1962, after 132 years of French colonial rule, Algeria was declared an independent country. Fanon's open support of the Algerian War of Independence began in 1956 when he resigned his job as chef de service at Blida Joinville Hospital. The decision to resign was both clinically and politically influenced. The revaluation of Eurocentric psychiatry outlined in the 1954 article written in collaboration with Azoulay was followed by other works that, in retrospect, suggest that some form of confrontation with the colonial social order was in the making well before the resignation. For one thing, these works showed a growing interest in radical ethnopsychiatry, an interest itself of significant clinical and political import. 237. At the same time, the growing social ferment in Algeria and the brutal reprisals taken by the colonial administrators increasingly intruded into Fanon's clinical practice within Blida Joinville Hospital. The social unrest and ruthless reprisals also underscored the fact that clinical and political problems could no longer be isolated and that a clinician's professional duties also entailed social responsibility. Indeed, periods of relative peace and stability tend to obscure this intimate relation between clinical and political concerns as between professional and social responsibility. But the Algeria of the 1950s made the connection starkly clear, particularly to a person like Fanon, who asked himself if, by acting or failing to act, he contributed to the improvement or impoverishment of the human reality. Fanon's radical outlook and his empathy toward Algerians preceded his arrival as chef de service in Algeria. But the practice at Blida and life in Algeria further radicalized his outlook and transformed his empathy into an unambiguous identification with the Algerians. How Fanon first made contact with the FLN and what services he provided it are documented by Geismar, 1971. Fanon's initial work with the FLN involved a clandestine medical service for Algerian freedom fighters. Some of the captured freedom fighters were brought to underscore Blida Joinville Hospital after devastating torture by French authorities, as shown in the chapter, Colonial Wars and Mental Disorders, in The Wretched of the Earth, 1968. Others suffered war neuroses and came for treatment. But Fanon and the Algerian male nurses kept secret the political affiliations of these patients and the causes of their disorders. Fanon's formal contact with the FLN was arranged by Pierre Cholet, the son of a European settler who was an active collaborator with the FLN. The two men met in 1955 at Blida. Cholet, himself a physician, was on a mission to establish a local unit of a supposedly charitable organization that was actually raising funds for FLN fighters and their families. Cholet confided in Fanon his role in the work of the FLN and soon found in him a committed comrade. Fanon secretly committed himself to the struggle for national liberation while still the chef de service at Blida. His life and work during this period reveal remarkable courage and personal stamina. He provided clandestine service to wounded FLN fighters at his home while regularly performing his normal duties at Blida, here also treating other freedom fighters, broken in torture or yet unapprehended. Some of the Algerian male nurses who worked with Fanon were themselves FLN members or sympathizers. It is said that Si Sadik, a top FLN administrator, was secretly treated by Fanon and hidden in his home until he recovered from severe nervous exhaustion. Simone de Beauvoir, who, along with Sartre, had developed a personal friendship with Fanon, reported some of his clandestine work with the freedom fighters for a year while still a chef de service at Blida. According to de Beauvoir, 1965, p. 593, not only did he harbor guerrillas in his home or hospital, provide them sorely needed medicine, and teach them how to treat their wounded, but also, 8 assassination attempts out of 10 were failing because the terrorists, completely terrorized, were either getting discovered straight off or else bungling the 238 actual attack. This just can't go on. They would have to train the Fidayins. With the consent of the leaders, he took the job on. He taught them to control their reactions when they were setting a bomb or throwing a grenade, and also what psychological and physical attitudes would enable them to resist torture. He would then leave these lessons to attend to a French police commissioner suffering from nervous exhaustion brought on by too many interrogations. As the intensity of the war increased, the rat hunt for collaborators and sympathizers intruded into the hospital. A number of the staff at Blida were arrested, and some of them were tortured, while others disappeared forever. For instance, Dr. Lacaton, who worked for reform in the hospital and wrote with Fanon the article on confession, was arrested on suspicion of collaborating with the liberation movement. The standard interrogation of him led nowhere, and therefore pushes and punches followed. These two failed to produce a self-incriminating confession or revelation of who else collaborated with the FLN, and the security police then subjected Dr. Lacaton to such standard torture as submersion in a bathtub, enemas of soapy water, and electrical shock to the genitals. The authorities later decided that Dr. Lacaton was neither directly involved with the national liberation movement as suspected nor actively opposed to it as expected of a patriotic Frenchman. He was released, but in a most humiliating manner reserved for ambiguous personalities. Half-conscious, Dr. Lacaton was taken to the farm of a European settler and dumped in a pigsty. This placed him in danger of being attacked by pigs and trampled on, itself a most obscene form of torture and execution. Fortunately, the doctor regained consciousness and escaped before the pigs could harm him. After a convalescence, Dr. Lacaton packed up and departed for France, Geismar, 1971, p. 77. Fanon too constantly ran similar risks or worse. Yet he escaped arrest primarily because he was a foreigner / neither an Algerian nor a European, and the authorities did not want to have word of their brutal torture leaked to the international community. This leniency was however only relative and quite circumscribed. Still, Fanon's commitment to the welfare of his patients superseded all other considerations. The length to which Fanon took his commitment is shown not only by his clandestine activities while at Blida but also by his bold complaints to authorities. For instance, Geismar, 1971, p. 79, there was an Air Force base close to the hospital. Sometimes, throughout the night, jet bombers would come in and out of the base making a deafening roar over the wards. Fanon, along with the other doctors, knew that the planes were disturbing the patients' sleep and retarding their recovery, but only Fanon dared to complain. To the Chief of Staff of the Air Force in Algeria, then to the resident minister's office. Fanon's request to change the pattern of air flights was complied with for nearly a year. He also complained about the frequent and unexpected intrusion of authorities on the hospital grounds, arresting patients and staff alike. In 1955, because of Fanon, police were no longer permitted to carry loaded guns when they entered the hospital grounds. If possible, they were to complete their business in the guardhouse at the gate of the institution. Geismar, 1971, p. 80. 239. These small but significant changes could not of course forestall the tragic and devastating ravages of the war. There continued the brutal violence, the psychiatric casualties of both the freedom fighters and their torturers, both of whom Fanon treated, and the engulfing madness of a society at war. The moment fast approached for a decisive and unambiguous stand. Thus in 1956, Fanon resigned from his post as chef de service in Blida Joinville Hospital. His letter of resignation, showing the integrity and courage of the man, was both a political act and a personal reaffirmation. In response, the resident minister ordered Fanon's departure from Algeria in 48 hours, or he would face imprisonment. Following a short stay in France, Fanon moved to the FLN headquarters in Tunis. He served there as an editor and commentator for its most crucial periodical, El Mujahid, and soon established himself as a key spokesman of the Algerian Revolution. He also served as an ambassador of the FLN, enlisting political and material support from sub-Sahara Africa. Still, claims to the contrary, Fanon did not abandon psychiatry for politics. His clinical practice continued in Tunis, initially in the psychiatric hospital at Manouba and later in the Charles Nicolle Hospital. So did his work with FLN health centers and his professional writing on psychiatry. At Manouba, Fanon attempted to introduce the reforms he brought to Blida. But conditions there were quite different from those at Blida. For one thing, he ran into conflict with the Tunisian director, who was said to have been very touchy about bureaucratic hierarchy and formalities, neither of which was to Fanon's liking. His attempts to introduce reforms were resisted by the director, first on the grounds of limited budget. The conflict between the two men intensified as Fanon persisted in his reforms. When Fanon won the endorsement of the Tunisian Minister of Health, the director accused Fanon of being a Zionist and a spy of Israel, using as evidence his earlier writings against anti-Semitism and his association with Jewish doctors. The accusations, however, failed to discredit Fanon even in the charged climate of war and suspicion. In fact, Fanon's revolutionary and professional credentials were by then well established within the FLN and increasingly recognized both in Tunis and abroad. Local and foreign interns sought to work with him. Once again, HIS closest professional allies were interns and indigenous nurses. In spite of the resistance to his reforms, Fanon was able to remove from his pavilion locked doors, straitjackets, and closed wards. He also introduced some aspects of milieu therapy. As in Blida, he fully committed himself to patient care and expected the same from his colleagues. Failure to meet these expectations brought harsh rebuke. His use of his own rare commitment and stamina as benchmarks for evaluating others often caused gnawing resentment. His bell-like grants and his readiness to take offense also made him a difficult person to work with, particularly when competence or commitment was in question. And once again, doctors at Manouba, disagreeing with Fanon's views or joining the director's camp, called him 11 the nigger behind his back, Geismar, 1971, p. 138. 240. Psychiatry for Psychological Liberation. Fanon's active commitment to social liberation also entailed a commitment to psychological liberation. In spite of claims to the contrary, he never abandoned psychiatry for politics, nor did he neglect the relations between individual travails and the prevailing social order. It was indeed his ability to connect psychiatry to politics or private troubles to social problems and, having made the connection conceptually, to boldly act that made him a pioneer of radical psychiatry. It was certainly an important step to place the psychiatric institution at Blida and its demoralized patients within the larger colonial milieu. But more decisive was the conclusion that, if T1 Europe aims at restoring integrity of mind and body, then the colonial order undermined that integrity in the first place and did not permit its restoration in the second place. As he joined in the struggle for a social revolution that it was hoped would give birth to the new man and new society, there still remained the immediate and serious predicament of those incarcerated within the walls of psychiatric institutions and by social exclusion. His work in the psychiatric hospital at Manouba and in the FLN health centers where the anguish of dislocated Algerian refugees was particularly grave further emphasized the fact that the project for psychological liberation had hardly begun. More and more, the centrality and urgency of liberty for psychiatric patients had become as obvious as it was for the colonized. And if madness is a pathology of liberty, as it was later defined, then the therapeutic task was primarily one of restoring liberty. Now, how did Fanon endeavor to restore liberty for psychiatric patients? And what theoretical formulations guided this endeavor? After his resignation from Blida-Joinville Hospital in 1956 to his death in 1961, Fanon wrote 5 psychiatric articles in addition to numerous sociopolitical works, most notably A Dying Colonialism, 1967c, and The W.R. Etched of the Earth, 1968. The psychiatric articles, written alone or in collaboration with others, remain untranslated and relatively inaccessible. The neglect of these articles is unfortunate because some of them reveal a further and important evolution of Fanon's psychiatry. These works reveal his fundamental disillusionment with psychiatric hospitalization, his significant departure from Tisquelian approaches, his clear reformulation of madness as the pathology of liberty, and his firm conviction that therapy should, above all, restore freedom to patients. After several years of intensive application of the institutional therapy inspired by Tisquelles, Fanon concluded that therapy is most meaningful and effective within the dialectic of concrete, living society. The article on agitation was written while Fanon was in Blida, although it was published on the very month he received the letter of expulsion and was forced to leave Algeria, Fanon and Asila, 1957. This article is significant not only because it was written at a critical point in Fanon's psychiatric and political career, but also because, for the first time, we find in it an open critique of Tisquelles and of psychiatric hospitalization. Both critiques were elaborated in the subsequent articles on day hospitalization. 1. The article on agitation began with a distinction Tisquelles made between agitation of the expressive type and agitation of the perceptor-receptive type. Such a distinction implies generally the old nature versus nurture duality common in psychological conceptions and specifically the instinct versus environment opposition found in psychoanalytic thought. Fanon in any case argued that Tisquelles' distinction, although heuristically interesting, contains serious doctrinaire problems. In essence, he argued that the distinction was too simplistic, mechanistic, and clinically, not helpful. In Fanon's view, the notion that one type of agitation is reactive and another non-reactive neglects the fact that agitation, like most other forms of psychopathology, emerges out of reciprocal relations, that it is provoked and maintained in human interaction, and that the sadomasochistic character of institutionalization exacerbates rather than ameliorates agitation. Fanon argued that, except in patients with severe organic defect, agitation is expressive and reactive. Since it emerges in reciprocal relations, agitation cannot be understood and effectively treated apart from the human context that initiates, maintains, and exploits it. Instead of accepting Tisquelles' distinctions, Fanon argued that it is clinically more useful to distinguish agitation that is predominantly motor from predominantly verbal and verbomotor agitations. In its pure state, according to Fanon, the motor type is most commonly observed among the severely retarded and the senile. Agitation that is predominantly verbal seems to be less neurologically based and more comprehensible, except in the stereotypic, archaic, and incoherent soliloquy of the organically defective. The verbomotor type, best exemplified by mania, is the most studied because precisely it restores the base melody of existing man. Thus in his view, agitation reveals a deeper existential and social meaning inasmuch as the human organism becomes comprehensible only by saying and doing in a turn paraspatial structure. Hence, agitation is not only an enlargement, a psychomotor cancer. It is also and especially a modality of existence, a type of actualization, an expressive style, Fanon and Asila, 1957, p. 24. Fanon's critique of his former teacher and his proposed alternative typology are interesting. But more substantive however is the dialectic of agitation he expounded from an interpersonal and institutional perspective. This dialectic, he argued, is most blatant in the psychiatric milieu that is supposedly a therapeutic instrument, but is in reality a repressive second internment with sadomasochistic aspects. The aggressivity and meanness observed in hospitalized patients are often provoked by this brutal internment. What is more, the internment provokes avoidable agitation and hallucinations. Already rejected by society, the patient comes or is brought to the institution as a final refuge where at last he could be understood. In reality, according to Fanon, the institution amputates and punishes the patient. It rejects, excludes, and isolates him. In so doing, it confirms and legitimizes society's attitudes toward the patient. The rejection, exclusion, and isolation also provoke more psychopathology, and a vicious cycle in which the patient remains entrapped is begun. Isolated from real, living relations, the patient is forced into the unreal world of fantasy and hallucination. Rejection of his symptoms provoked in or out of the institution leads him to infer that what is rejected is his very being. It was Fanon's view that agitation in particular and psychopathology in general test the degree of institutional resistance, its solidity and flexibility. A therapeutic milieu worthy of the name is, on the one hand, solid in structure to provide a base for psychologically uprooted patients and, on the other, flexible to permit the expression of human problems others could not tolerate. This dual character of solidity and flexibility thus forces us to comprehend and help the patient. Even when not induced by hospitalization, agitation tests the degree of institutional resistance, its solidity and flexibility. To reject the patient, to exclude and isolate him, is to compromise the therapeutic aim and to miss an opportunity for compassionate service. Society has already rejected the patient, having earlier imposed requirements that are intolerably formal and somewhat monolithic. Yet the psychiatric institution has no organizational plan but to be repressive and punitive. The lines of force which participate in the erection of the phenomenal field in the institution are of a disastrous poverty. The biological and emotional rhythm of the patient is disturbed, arrested, and forced into a second internment. The psychiatric personnel whose responsibility it is to understand and to heal become alarmed with signs of agitation and react in ways that further disrupt the fragile equilibrium of the patient. Indeed, one finds among the psychiatric staff a sadistic tendency as they hasten to subdue, threaten, and retaliate, producing a chain reaction. An attendant comes to the doctor and asserts, "Doctor, this patient has broken everything. Doctor, this patient has wounded 3 personnel. Therefore, doctor, we have to restrain this patient." The straitjacket, the exclusion, and medication are quickly justified by the claim that all is to the interest of the patient. The patient thereby finds himself confronting a punitive doctor and his collaborators. In effect, it is the service itself which is sadistic, repressive, rigid, non-socialized, with a catastrophic manifestation. Fanon and Asala, 1957, p. 22. The patient already rejected by society finds his or her rejection further confirmed in the institutional milieu. Rejection by the real world and subsequent rejection by the psychiatric personnel foster the need for and the emergence of a pseudo-world with its novel relations and significations. For to isolate the patient is not only to confirm his rejection, but also to produce the metabolic and emotional conditions required for hallucination. In this sense, hallucination and agitation are fundamentally reactions, provoked conditions, and an experience integral to a disturbed social existence. Disillusioned with the repressive and custodial character of psychiatric institutions, Fanon sought an alternative in day hospitalization. This mode of psychiatric management has 3 basic aims: a. To reduce the incarcerative. 243. Character of full hospitalization, JB, to provide psychiatric treatment with greater efficiency, and JC, to keep the patient in close contact with his own community. Historically, the first day hospital started in Moscow in 1932 out of such practical exigencies as a shortage of facilities rather than on theoretical or ideological grounds. I. Jagarav, 1944. Within the first 4 years of its service, this day hospital in Russia cared for 1,225 patients, most of whom were psychotic, a remarkable accomplishment given the dismal failure of traditional hospitalization. Almost independently, other countries subsequently introduced day hospitalization as an alternative to 24-hour, full hospitalization. Such hospitals for severely disturbed patients were established by the 1940s in England, Canada, and the United States. Day hospitalization is today so common a component of psychiatric care in industrialized countries that it becomes difficult to sufficiently appreciate the significance of adopting it in Tunis during the 1950s. Africa was at the time undergoing a marked socio-political upheaval, and the colonial powers that had stunted its development were under attack. In countries like Tunisia, in which independence was granted, the colonial powers, having developed a minimum infrastructure, left with the limited technology and expertise they brought, and in some cases vindictively destroyed what few facilities they had established. Tunisia had recently become independent, and the national government was in dire economic and political need. It is, in fact, remarkable that its leaders had the will and courage to allow the experiment of day hospitalization, something most African countries have yet to attempt 20 years later. When in 1958 the first day hospital was introduced in Tunis, partial hospitalization and the open-door policy in psychiatric care were largely confined to highly industrialized countries. Day hospitalization burgeoned mostly in the Anglo-Saxon countries of Western Europe and North America. A theoretical and methodological question, unanswered at the time, was if in fact day hospitalization could be introduced to treat severely disturbed patients, both chronic and acute, in a less developed country like Tunis. That Fanon and his colleagues provided an affirmative and empirical answer to this question was indeed significant. But more important in our view is the theoretical and moral justification Fanon presented for day hospitalization. Day hospitalization was first introduced elsewhere for varying reasons and exigencies, whereas day hospitalization was inaugurated in Tunis through a distinctly Fanonian perspective. This perspective had far-reaching implications for the conception and treatment of madness. It is unfortunate that Fanon did not live to refine and extend this perspective beyond the notion of day hospitalization. There are two articles in which the work on day hospitalization in Tunis is discussed: J. Fanon and Geronimi, 1959, pages 713 to 732. The first article was by Fanon alone, and the second was written in collaboration with Dr. Geronimi, a former intern at Blida and a committed colleague in Tunis. The first article is primarily empirical, showing the impressive results achieved through day hospitalization in an underdeveloped country. The second is mainly theoretical, discussing the values and limits of day hospitalization. The first article is also a telling illustration of how rigorously empirical Fanon pursued problems. 244. When time and resources permitted. This point is important because his works that were translated in English do not reflect it, and some, like Wattis, 1972, have thereby concluded that Fanon was unempirical and a man given to wild speculation. In the first article, Fanon reviewed the history and principles of the open-door policy for psychiatric care. Traditional hospitalization removed the patient from his social milieu and hence his conflictual and necessary milieu. The institution promised to offer a protective shield to the patient from society, to the society from the patient, and to the patient from himself. But this proved to be a false protection in all three respects. Hospitalization became, in effect, a brutal internment characterized by repression, lethargy, and depersonalization. Day hospitalization was started in Tunis with the goals, first, of early diagnosis as well as early treatment, and, second, of keeping the patient 1,1T in maximal contact with his exterior social milieu. Fanon pointed out that at the time they started day hospitalization in Tunis, there existed at most 20 day hospitals in the world, all in highly industrialized countries, and never an experience of day hospital was attempted in an underdeveloped country. Fanon and Geronimi, p. 690. In real ity, the total number of day hospitals then is subject to debate, but it is clear that Fanon was unaware of the interesting and pioneering work of Dr. Lombo in Nigeria. Point 2. Nonetheless, the questions Fanon posed were pertinent. From a methodological standpoint, can day hospitalization be viable and effective in an underdeveloped country like Tunis? From a doctrinal standpoint, Can this type of service meet all the psychiatric demands of such a country? Day hospital service in Tunis was started as a component of Charles Nicolle Hospital, a general hospital that had had a neuropsychiatric unit for more than 40 years. It had a different policy for admission than traditional asylums, but it relied on the same rigid, repressive, and punitive measures. Like asylums of the worst type, it used straitjackets, cells, bars, closed doors, and the other ugly tools of large establishments. The Tunisian government wanted to expand its psychiatric facilities, but the futility of building the same old structures became obvious. A plan for a day hospital was therefore conceived and eventually implemented within the Charles Nicolle Hospital. It was agreed that the new day hospital remain of small capacity so that its therapeutic efficacy could be rationally studied and augmented. How the plan was implemented and the role given to patients are themselves noteworthy. The Ministry of Health having boldly endorsed the plan, a team of patients was put to work to demolish the prison-like cells. The bars, the straitjackets, the handcuffs, and all the instruments of incarceration and repression were removed. The building was renovated and refurbished. The new center was limited to 80 beds, 40 men and 40 women. 6 small beds were, in addition, reserved for children in the women's section. The old staff who, accustomed to the sadomasochistic relations of the old institution, looked at the patient not as the most important part of the SER. 2TA Lombo, 1956, started an innovative day hospital at Aero Hospital in Nigeria. 245. Vice but rather as the veritable enemies of the personnel's tranquility, was transferred. A new, better educated staff was employed and rigorously trained, with high premium placed on competence and a welcoming attitude toward patients. Each member was in charge of no more than 6 to 8 patients with whom he or she worked every day and throughout the period of their hospitalization. The quality and efficiency of communication between patients and personnel, between relatives and personnel, and between staff and doctors in charge were particularly emphasized. There was regular psychological and medical surveillance. Patients' dreams, anxieties, relations with family members, sleeping habits, and behavior in the center were carefully recorded. New crises or relapses were immediately attended to and monitored. Alone or accompanied by relatives, patients arrived at the Neuropsychiatric Day Center at 7:00 a.m. and stayed there until 5:30 p.m. The center closed its doors by 6:00, when all the patients left for home. Except on Sundays, the center provided daily services. On arrival in the center, each patient was received by the assigned staff member who, after breakfast was served, reviewed the patient's medical and psychological regimen. Therapeutic activities were carefully planned for maximal effect and tailored to the needs of each patient. These included psychotherapy, sleep and relaxation therapy, insulin therapy, electroshock therapy, and chemotherapy. Some of these techniques are today considered archaic and even brutal. That Fanon used them shows how much he was rooted in his own time, even as he endeavored to question and transcend it. Of particular interest is the form of psychotherapy Fanon employed. His approach to psychotherapeutic technique was what today may be called eclectic. He employed psychoanalytic psychotherapy, behavioral therapy, and existentialist-oriented psychotherapy. In particular, Fanon adopted Sandro Fioranci's psychoanalytic techniques in which the therapist takes an active and involved role in therapy. 3 The behavioral techniques he utilized were based on the Pavlovian theory of second signal system. 4 Along with individual and group therapy, he used sociodrama for which the content, significantly, was biographical rather than fictional. Patients were encouraged to recount their personal experiences to the group who, in turn, gave their opinion, criticism, support, and the opportunity for feedback as in identification through a gauge mirror. Each patient was encouraged to confront himself and others through verbalization, explication, and taking a stand. But attacking a patient's conscience or being was at all times avoided. Patients did not pay the doctor, a fact that was carefully taken into account because it modified the quality of transference and countertransference. A major portion of the article empirically describes the demographic and diagnostic characteristics of the patients seen during the first 18 months of THE Center's existence. Data for 1958 and 1959 are compared and contrasted, and some changes and remarkable accomplishments are shown for that period. During the last 7 months of 1958, 345 patients were admitted to the center. The volume of admissions almost doubled in the next 11 months, to a total of 670 patients. Thus, during the 18 months considered, over 1,000 patients were admitted, of whom fewer than 0.88% required full hospitalization. In 20 months, more than 1,200 were admitted and treated, with the average duration of stay shortened to 25 days. No suicide, homicide, or violence of medico-legal import occurred during this period. This level of efficiency and efficacy is particularly remarkable when one considers that during the first year there was only one chef de service who, in the absence of interns, assumed all therapeutic needs of the 80 patients. We are not informed who that clinical director was, although one suspects it may have been Fanon himself. In a footnote to the second article on day hospitalization, written in collaboration with Dr. Geronimi, another intriguing point is made, that one of the two doctors had started the first day hospital in Algeria. If in fact it was Fanon who started the first day hospital in Algeria, more research is needed on his work at Blida. The impressive results of the first article are actually exceeded by the poignant theoretical and humanistic articulations of the second article. The latter focuses on considerations of doctrine and the values and limits of day hospitalization. Fanon and Geronimi pointed out that two characteristics distinguish their neuropsychiatric day center from other psychiatric establishments in Tunis. First was its attachment to a general hospital, and second its formula of hospitalization. Given the social stigma and isolation of traditional asylums, the authors emphasized the need for integrating psychiatric care in the professional and material infrastructure of a general hospital. Such an integration makes possible effective utilization of the services of internists, radiologists, surgeons, and others who can immensely contribute to patient care. It can also rehabilitate the psychiatrist in the eyes of his colleagues, since his isolation in closed asylums confers on him a mysterious and, taken together, disquieting character. But most of all, in the eyes of the patient, the psychiatrist becomes a doctor among other doctors, and the mental patient comes to be viewed only as a sick person like other sick persons. More fundamental than their endorsement of the medical model is the theoretical and moral justification they offer for day hospitalization. They argue that day hospitalization breaks away from the brutal practice of coercion as well as confinement, and most of all that it aims to restore the freedom of the patient. The liberty day hospitalization confers is, they regretfully admit, never real and complete. For it is indeed relative and limited. What is more, there is often the temptation of doctors to oppose the exit of an obviously very 247 ill patient who would rather have his freedom than be hospitalized. The doctors in the center sometimes succumb to this temptation, but very rarely. The authors nonetheless emphasized that their experience amply demonstrates that partial hospitalization that permits patients to go to their homes and immerse themselves in their world of relations is more acceptable to them and therapeutically more effective. Day hospitalization, they pointed out, minimizes the dialectic of the master-slave or prisoner-jailer relationship that characterizes traditional approaches. The sadomasochistic relations engendered by confinement and isolation are also attenuated. The doctor-patient relationship regains a sense of normalcy. Their encounter becomes more and more the meeting of two free people, which is necessary in all therapy, and more so in psychiatry. Fanon and Geronimi, 1959, p. 717. The patient comes without coercion, he also leaves without feeling an unrealistic gratitude to a doctor who allowed it. Confinement disarms the patient, forces him to give himself up completely. It is a battle between unequals, a submission to the doctor's every whim. Day hospitalization, on the other hand, offers a passive support, a momentary freedom, a reinforcement of the personality, like a prolonged and therapeutic visit, Fanon and Geronimi. 1. 1959, p. 715. Basic to the doctrine enunciated is a particular conception of psychopathology, a firm commitment to the being of the patient, and a therapeutic approach aiming to restore freedom in the very society in which it was lost. Madness comes to be defined as a pathology of liberty. The patient's liberty is constantly undermined psychologically by anxieties, obsessions, inhibitions, contradictions, and socially by victimization, rejection, coercion, and confinement. Denied his right of liberty by forces within and without, the patient is condemned to exercise his liberty in the unreal world of phantoms. Traditional psychiatry simply reinforces and legitimizes this brutal reality even as it ostensibly claims to have the interest of the patient at heart. It is from this perspective that one can appreciate the attitude of revolt against hospitalization found among patients who are least disorganized, those who still retain a measure of an active self and have not yet renounced their world of relations. Although day hospitalization is accepted by such patients, those who have an inactive self and have renounced life in the real world prefer complete hospitalization. These are the ones who have totally succumbed to the pathology of liberty. The therapist must understand and reinforce this attitude of revolt as he combats this tendency to surrender liberty. Fanon and Geronimi emphasized that the real context for sociotherapy is the dynamic and living society itself. No genuine healing or restoration of liberty can be effected apart from it. In fact, their disillusionment with the institutional therapy that Tisquelles pioneered is clear, although they concede its advantages in large and dehumanizing asylums. They pointed out that in such establishments the neo-society of institutional therapy was an important advance because it counteracted the regressive tendencies of patients as it offered them a modicum of social contact and tasks in the closed asylum. It also helped the therapists to understand what could have happened outside. 248. While fruitfully studying mechanisms like identification, projection, and instinctual inhibition. But then comes their incisive critique, Fanon and Geronimi, 1959, pages 719-721. It must always be remembered that with institutional therapy we create frozen institutions, strict and rigid rules, schemes which rapidly become stereotypical. In the neo-society, there is no invention, no creative dynamism, no newness. There seem to be no veritable dislocation, no crises. The institution remains that cadaveric foundation of which Moss speaks. Moreover, the inert character of the pseudo-society, its strict spatial limitation, the restricted number of movements and, why hide it, the actual experience of confinement imprisonment, considerably limit the curative and rehabilitative value of its sociotherapy. That is why we believe today that the true milieu for sociotherapy is concrete society itself. Day hospitalization keeps the patient in the social and familial milieu out of which his problems arose and in which he must take his rightful place. The therapist every day confronts a living person having active relations with the living world. This patient has not cut antenna, so to speak. At night and whenever the patient chases, he returns to his family and friends. On his way to and from the center, he rides the bus or train with others whom he knows in his neighborhood and place of work. One took special care to avoid disengagement of others from the patient and of the patient from others. At all times, his world of relations retains its reality and density. The therapist therefore faced, on the one hand, a personality in crisis at the very heart of its environment and, on the other, a real, dynamic, and active society in the very heart of the patient. It is from this perspective that one clearly observes the rupture in the synthetic unity of the person to his milieu and seeks to restore that unity. Symptoms and troubled affectivity are no longer abstracted or isolated from their source. They are offered dialectically and the therapist thinks and acts dialectically. One is forced to abandon the symbolic and imaginary games of institutional therapy and becomes immersed in society itself, not its caricature. This orientation to a dynamic and living reality forces a rethinking of conceptions and techniques. The reification of descriptive semiology and nosology gives way to an existential approach that takes into account the activities, assaults, and vulnerabilities of the self in a dynamic social milieu. It is in this psychosocial dialectic that the therapist decides the time, place, and type of his intervention. At the center, the patient is provided his own space, his privacy is respected, and no demand is made upon his liberty or immediate appearance. He wears and brings what he wants. What is questioned is not the form of his being, but rather the form of his existence. Fanon and Geronimi concluded that day hospitalization is inappropriate in cases in which the organic participation in the illness is massive and dominant, therefore requiring constant medical surveillance. However, they added that even for such cases, thanks to chemotherapy, the period of complete hospitalization could be reduced, and early transfer to day hospitalization becomes possible. The other categories they thought inappropriate for day hospitalization are patients who present clear danger to others or to them. 249. Selves and of course those in police custody. They further emphasized that each center be small and avoid at all cost the creation of those monsters which are classical psychiatric hospitals. Significantly, they urged stronger legislation for patients' rights and appropriate consideration to those who live in distant or rural areas. Their last sentence is most noteworthy. In summary, a very strict legislation should be established, guaranteeing to the maximum the liberty of the patient in getting rid of every incarcerative and coercive aspect of internment. Fanon, 1967b, pages 53 to 55. This was Fanon's psychiatry until his death at the age of 36. The noble project of restoring liberty to captives of colonialism and of the psychiatric establishment had only begun when he died. There have been some advances made here and there, but that project still awaits realization. Liberty continues to elude the majority, whether colonized or neo-colonized, incarcerated or overdrugged. A small elite, sham and corrupt, has usurped what many have fought, bled, and dreamed for in those colonies that Europe underdeveloped to develop itself. The mental health profession too has betrayed its declared goals of prevention and healing once it joined in the rampage for profit, power, and control. It caters willingly to those who can afford it, at the same time neglecting or abusing those victims for whom hope of liberty remains frustrated. Fanon presents an alternative for those who desire that the tool never possess the man and that enslavement cease, if not forever, at least in their own personal and professional life. The letter of resignation he wrote while in Bleda, Fanon, 1967 c. pages 53 to 54, is a moving and principled document rare in psychological literature. It summarizes the revolutionary and humanistic thrust of his psychiatry. If psychiatry is the medical technique that aims to enable man no longer to be a stranger to his environment, I owe it to myself to affirm that the colonized and, we may add, the patient, permanently an alien in his own country, lives in a state of absolute depersonalization. The function of a social structure is to set up institutions to serve man's needs. A society that drives its members to desperate solutions is a non-viable society, a society to be replaced. It is the duty of the citizen to say this. No professional morality, no class solidarity, no desire to wash the family linen in private, can have a prior claim. No pseudo-national mystification can prevail against the requirement of reason. 1-2. Toward a psychology of liberation. For Europe, for ourselves, and for humanity. We must work out new concepts, and try to set afoot a new man. Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth. These are the last words in Fanon's last book. He intended them for people of color, the oppressed, those who for too long looked to Europe for inspiration, models, and guidance. But the oppressed are everywhere, and Fanon's urging to fashion new concepts and to set afoot a new person should speak to everyone or almost everyone. It is in this chapter that I conclude the intellectual excursion we made into the rugged landscape of oppression, into the distant past, reviewing the violence of slavery, into the recent past, recalling the fire and fury with which colonization proceeded, and into the present, sketching the plight of blacks penned in ghettos and multiple forms of death. I attempted to place these developments within a broader historical perspective, hoping to show that underlying much of the violence that exploded to an unprecedented scale in the world was a greed for profit, a boundless wish for self-aggrandizement, and a sediment Manichean psychology. Underscored was the fact that amnesia for the painful past may be a convenient defense but never a reliable foundation for programs of amelioration and development. Thus, focusing on racism, I reviewed recurrent pronouncements of scholars, discussed the role of psychology and medicine in oppression, examined different manifestations of violence, ventured into the sociogeny of madness, and explored various paradigms that seemed pertinent to the psychology of oppression. The guide and inspiration for this difficult, but I hope worthwhile sojourn was Frantz Fanon, whose thought, practice, and person I set out to interpret and clarify. Although a great deal has been written on Fanon, it seemed to me necessary to present a comprehensive discussion of his psychological contributions and to offer data that support his seminal ideas. I did so not only to familiarize others with his little-known psychological contributions, but also to affirm Fanon's historical and intellectual significance for oppressed people of color. Of course, Fanon was by no means infallible, nor was his analysis without problems. For to claim otherwise is simply to wade in dogma and the cult at personality. In addition to Fanon's controversial assertions on violence and social classes, one could very well show that serious problems arose because of his over-reliance on the medical model. Fanon's unqualified endorsement of violence in the Wrh of the Earth confounds the humanistic kernel of his overall thought and contradicts his own clinical illustrations of how violence begets further violence, as well as other unanticipated complications in the lives of the survivors. It seems to me that the same Fanonian thesis on violence could be offered to analyze the process of decolonization without a hysterical celebration of counter-violence in all conditions of oppression. Moreover, his contention that madness is the result of a socio-historical predicament, but his reliance on medical means of diagnosis and treatment, pose fundamental problems unexplored by him and his contemporaries. Nonetheless, I decided to emphasize his positive contributions, partly because this seemed a necessary first step and partly to salvage valuable and seminal insights from the ravaging critiques better, the wrecking operation of those who would have us seek no personal models or theoretical paradigms but those that are Eurocentric and theirs. Point to what Fanon committed himself to was not a search for elegance in paradigms shorn of lived experiences nor the sterile monologues of intellectuals cut off from the travails, aspirations, and struggles of people. Rather, his was a commitment to living beings and to any action, clinical practice, writing, and revolutionary violence that restored the integrity of people and basic human values. It so happens that those who attack his person and ideas forget that there is a violent history to be reckoned with, that generations have been denied an authentic biography and history, and that this attack on Fanon is not unrelated to that historical violence on people of color. For when Europe unleashed its avarice upon the rest of the world, it globalized human bondage and drastically changed the character of oppression. Europe's encroachment and self-aggrandizement brought forth slavery, colonialism, apartheid, racism, and, in Fanon's words, an avalanche of murders. Through plunder of land and labor, with bayonets and the Bible, Europe developed itself and simultaneously underdeveloped people of color. Europe's stubborn wish to own and control transformed various peoples into the owned and controlled. Europe's greed to have more also forced many into being less. The victims of this violence span eras and continents. The bloated belly of an African child in a refugee camp or the tormented resident of Soweto controlled with awesome power today bears testimony to the same victimization as does the dejected look of a black American in a prison, a mental institution, or a decrepit housing project. The millions of slaves lost in the Middle Passage, the ravages of tribal wars instigated to divide and rule, the ruthless exploitation of every human and material resource, all these still remain sediment in social existence and in the deeper recesses of the psyche. There are also many victims whose plight is hardly heard or seen. These include Native Americans, Australian Aborigines, and the Maoris of New Zealand. In other words, the human wreckage of Europe's avarice and violence is strewn everywhere. No ecology, no culture, no psyche remains untarnished. It has been said that those who do not know the past are doomed to repeat it. Ideally, it should be possible to know and write about our infamous past without blaming contemporaries for it. Each of us should be judged, held accountable, and confronted, not for crimes of past generations but for the actions he or she takes in our time and with respect to the living. To inspire feelings of guilt for the inhumanity of one's predecessors or of shame for the dehumanization of Ori's ancestors has not been my aim. But if neither can be helped in reviewing that past, I believe guilt and shame can be used constructively as lessons for the future and the impetus for proactive, preventive action. 1.1. The familiar distinctions between victims and villains, development and underdevelopment, civility and barbarity, sanity and madness are becoming increasingly blurred. There are, no doubt, those who still profit from and deliberately carry on the historic violence. Yet for most persons, white or black, the bankrupt legacy infused with the Manichean psychology exacts its toll, directly or indirectly. That we are born into that legacy or socialized at a tender age in one or the other camp of the Manichean world is beyond our choice and responsibility. To live it uncritically and be outlived by that legacy without taking part in an effort to change it is, however, a matter of personal choice and responsibility. The focus of this work has been clearly on the historic violence of Europe on people of color. However, to infer from this conclusion an inherent criminality or defect in Europeans or their descendants amounts to sheer racism and is contrary to my, Fanon's, aims. Certainly violence is not a monopoly of Europe or of its descendancy. Some African governments such as the one over which Idi Amin once presided have also inflicted oppression and wanton murders on their own people. This fact should serve as a sobering antidote to anti-white racism. A reversal of Manichean psychology where blacks hurl insults, stones, or steal on whites is a non-viable solution, and no amount of blaming others can justify an evasion of responsibility to change what is. There are certainly many whites who themselves have been victims of that historic violence discussed in this work, and many blacks who willingly served in complicity with oppression including slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. In other words, skin color is not a badge of criminality or innocence, but rather the personal stand taken is evidence of one or the other. During the past 2 decades, one talked about neocolonialism that indeed was real and pervasive. Today, however, there is accumulating evidence that autocolonialism, the highest phase of social oppression, has emerged under the leadership of homebred tyrants. Callous and inept dictators like the ones currently reigning over many African countries are of course not new in human history. Now and then, one found village dictators who, obsessed with the need for abject loyalty and with continuing their ineptitude, knew little else but to rule by terror tactics and summary executions. But the African tyrants of today, many of them products of colonial servitude, rule with lethal arms sent as aid by more developed countries in a manner reminiscent of the way firearms and gunpowder were shipped to Africa during the slave trade. 3 We said earlier that the oppressed, denied individual biography and collective history, are made appendages to the biographies and history of others. In a very real sense, Europe's assault on people of color brought forth a legacy of self-expansion and entitlement, on the one hand, and self-diminution and deprivation, on the other. This legacy has become so integral to everyday living and prevailing consciousness that one takes it for granted almost as one does the rising and setting of the sun or the blossom and foliage of the seasons. Earlier chapters discussed the multiple forms of death and the immense loss of person years this historic violence has entailed for blacks. Psychologists would certainly do well never to mask this fact with postulates of aggressive instinct, innate and fixed, that make everyone and in the end no any responsible. To this day, it is the Europeans and their descendants who are competing for world dominance. The two superpowers are poised for a nuclear holocaust, an absolute catastrophe for all, if one or the other cannot have its way and impose its whims. The earth has been voraciously disemboweled of its resources and its inhabitants used as objects and disposed of at will. Indeed, with the doomsday clock moved to a just few minutes before midnight to emphasize current perils of nuclear war, the historical self-aggrandizement and avarice for control have now reached extremely dangerous heights, the ultimate of antisocial and self-destructive madness. It is obviously in everyone's interest to no longer acquiesce for fear of losing the security of the herd. The competition for dominance and self-aggrandizement is now spilling over to outer space, while the immense toll for the reckless adventure begun a few centuries earlier is taking its toll through the air we breathe, the water we drink, the environment we inhabit, the carcinogens we cannot avoid, the neighbor we learn to distrust, the lethal arms build up in many comers of the world, and the anxiety of imminent destruction we try to repress. Those in the so-called underdeveloped countries who have decided to catch up with the developed countries need to rethink what it is they want to catch up with, which genuine contributions of Europe they must adopt, and what of their own they would do well to retain. There is no necessary correlation between the development of things and the advancement of people. And if such a correlation were to hold, Euro-America has yet to exemplify it with the certainty that a superficial look or a self-conceit may suggest. One has only to visit a nursing home into which the elderly are dumped, a psychiatric institution in which overdrugged zombies move aimlessly and with blank stares, a ghetto where many sleep hungry or homeless amidst plenty, and even the home of a well-to-do family whose members daily pop pills to find the calm, not to mention the serenity, that eludes homo consuming. On the contrary, it seems that those who turned into forming and molding things have come to dominate nature and rule the world, all the while dehumanizing others and themselves. Those who turned to people, elaborating a human-centered culture in which even things were imputed with anthropomorphic attributes, have become defenseless victims to the predation of the former and to such natural disasters as drought and disease. Is this pattern really inevitable, or is it possible to have a world in which the worth and relations of people are not compromised while nature is creatively transformed to fulfill human needs? Can psychologists, inasmuch as it is their vocation to search for solutions to human problems by human means, contribution to changing our shared legacy of violence and the contemporary dilemma? It is obvious that history is made and group identities reclaimed not on account of psychologists and their theories, but as a result of the organized and willed actions of social groups. Equally obvious is that human suffering, known from time immemorial and in every society, finds no panacea in modern psychotherapy, which only has a history of about 100 years. In reality, modern psychotherapy is thus far limited to only a few societies and, for that matter, mainly to a few social classes within those societies. What is more, behavioral scientists who study social oppression concur that psychology has traditionally served the function of social control rather than of social change, and that modern psychotherapy, if made available to and except for by the oppressed, tends to emphasize self-compromised adjustment, not self-liberating revolt to an intolerable status quo of oppression. Yet to leave matters there adds nothing but another note of pessimism in a domain of human relations in which, because of oppression, pessimism and cynicism are rife. There is certainly little to be gained by throwing out the baby, in this case, psychology with the bathwater, i.e., psychology's history of race, class, and sex bias. For however niggardly its traditional guardians may have appeared to the oppressed, psychology can contribute immensely to the struggle of the oppressed. But this cannot happen in the absence of fundamental change in the parochial values and limited priorities of establishment psychology. There are indications that Euro-American psychologists are gradually desegregating their theories as well as their practices. Various constructive critiques of traditional tenets and practice have increasingly emerged within 256 Chapter 1-2. Psychology during the past 2 decades, exposing unrecognized cultural, class, and sex biases of psychologists. People of color have also joined the field in steady but growing numbers since Fanon's death, bringing with them different experiences, arid alternative formulations. As classrooms and neighborhoods increasingly desegregate to reflect the diversity of races and cultures, so too will the intellectual tenets and social doctrines inevitably become less Eurocentric and hegemonic. Such a diversification in theory and practice should be celebrated rather than lamented. For psychology will be enriched to the extent that it incorporates diverse cultural experiences, it will merit claims to human science to the degree it is suffused with different value orientations. It will also make significant strides in social responsibility inasmuch as its gates are open to various clientele. This work, as its title shows, has been concerned primarily with the psychology of oppression and with the contributions of one psychologist, namely, Frantz Fanon. To write on the psychology of liberation was not its aim because, as pointed out earlier, there was first a need to clearly define the problems, placing them in historical as well as conceptual perspective. What I therefore present in these last pages is only the broad outline for a psychology of liberation. I will address here only questions of priorities and perspective, but defer issues of technique and tactics. A degree of oversimplification of the major socio-historical developments and elaborate psychological traditions seems inevitable in any brief discussion, though I hope that the following suggestions offered stimulate thought. The essential points I will discuss can be summarized thus: a. Underlying much of prevailing psychological theory and practice are the ethic of individualism, the ideal of individual autonomy, a particular conception of basic human needs, as well as an exclusive emphasis on individual change, which together reflect fundamental cultural as well as class biases, and b. One essential precondition for a psychology of liberation is to reformulate the psychological outlook, basic human needs, and foci of change in ways that take into account the priorities and frustrations of the oppressed. From individualism to collective well-being. Inasmuch as it concerns itself with human realities of a given era and a particular social group, psychology inevitably remains integral to the historical and cultural current of its time and place. For instance, looming large in psychological literature is the emphasis on individualism. Informing most therapeutic interventions is also the ideal of individual liberty. Thus the various personality theories and indeed the pivotal role of personality in psychology show this emphasis on individuals as the unit of analysis and primary concern. Diagnostic classifications are also about individuals or, more specifically, about symptoms and traits of individuals commonly shorn of their dynamic and relational essence. Therapeutic goals are equally about the 257. Attainment or restoration of adjustment, adaptation, equilibrium, competence, and/or autonomy in individuals. This emphasis on individualism and the ideal of individual autonomy has deep historical roots in the cultural and economic evolution of Europe and North America. To attempt here even a modest discourse on these socio-historical developments and their psycho-affective consequences would surely take us far beyond our intent. But several points should be emphasized. Point 4. Philosophical debates on individual liberty had gained increasing currency from the 17th century on in countries in which capitalism burgeoned. The capitalist mode of production and its ethic of maximizing profit conditioned a rapid erosion of traditional bonds and social values. Production in these countries required, on the one hand, the attenuation of all socio-legal obstacles to the accumulation of profit for the bourgeoisie and, on the other, the isolation and reduced resistance of workers who, as individuals, could enter into contractual relations to sell their labor. Thus almost from the start, the ethic of individualism and the ideal of individual liberty were Janus-faced. On the one hand, they implied freedom of unfettered development and privatization of social privileges to the interest of those with capital. On the other hand, they entailed a weakening of resistance among workers by reducing them into socially defenseless individuals who privatize their collective victimization. By the 20th century, the ethic of individualism and idealization of individual liberty reached their zenith in North America and Western Europe. Associated with these were also the cult of individual privacy and the assumption of necessary conflict between the individual and society. From the perspective of those who enjoyed economic and political privileges, it was occasion of enjoying, without interference, privileges that had become rights, extending these privileges into every aspect of their life, and most certainly barring any infringement of them by society, more particularly the amorphous mass of have-nots. The imperatives of capital development, combined with rapid migration, urbanization, technological advances, and new patterns of industrial production that together provided the material impetus for individualism and compartmentalization of life, were stimulated. Everyday living gradually became more atomized, leaving most persons only tenuous and shifting social anchors. A markedly self-centered and schizoid orientation toward life and others became institutionalized and normalized. Moreover, having became the measure of being, time a commodity to be gained or lost, and relations with others a matter to be justified in the balance sheet of economic assets and liabilities. The discipline of psychology emerged in this socio-historical and cultural context. The ethic of individualism and the ideal of individual autonomy were thus inevitably incorporated into its theories and techniques. Indeed, psychology in the generic sense we have been using, hence, it includes psychiatry, flourished and gained currency through its efforts to deal with the psychological problems spawned by rapid social change, intensifying class conflict at home, and raging wars abroad. Whether these dealings have served the function of rehabilitation and amelioration or of social control and reification is a matter still hotly contested. The crucial point to emphasize here is that psychology has been embedded in the socio-historical and cultural context that gave it life and relevance. Developing in a social environment that extolled the ethic of individualism and an ideal of individual autonomy, it was axiomatic and expected that psychology too would incorporate this ethic and ideal in its theories and practice. Without such embeddedness in or consonance with the values and needs of its community, psychology would have little relevance to those who primarily seek its services, fund its research, and share its promises. But fundamental problems arise when this psychology, its underlying ethic and ideals are readily assumed to reflect the values and priorities of people everywhere. To be sure, individuality and the ideal of individual autonomy are not inherently negative or problematic. Rather, their salience and actual realization depend on where one is situated in the social order. The well-to-do can extol the ethic of individuality and search for individual autonomy because their collective liberty is already realized. Their clamor for individual rights is but a wish to further extend and refine that collective freedom. What is more, their collective freedom and individual rights essentially boil down an absence of restraint from the full enjoyment of privileges and possibilities that too frequently amounts to an absence of restraint from imposing their will and interest on others. In short, their collective liberty was obtained through violence, and their individual rights are but condensed social violence. The oppressed, in contrast, can hardly speak of individual rights so long as their collective liberty is usurped and denied. The liberty they seek is a recognition and fulfillment of necessity inasmuch as their basic human needs are frustrated and their humanity stunted. It is therefore the attainment of collective liberty that takes precedence, since without it any extension or refinement of individual rights is impossible. Indeed, the adoption of individualism leaves the oppressed defenseless, divided, and highly prone to capitulation. The aim of personal salvation when one's group is oppressed is often a chimera and, if attained, involves one or another form of alienation and sometimes even outright self and or collective betrayal. The contrast of predicaments can be underscored by the realities of the well-to-do and the poor in urban America. Thus, for instance, one finds elaborate legal and social safeguards for the property, person, and even privacy of the former group. The privileges they enjoy in society, favorable conditions for accumulation of surplus value, highly profitable tax loopholes, better educational opportunities, access to the best legal defense, lenient measures in case of criminal acts, these are carried into the interpersonal domain and family life. Their home is like the proverbial castle protected by laws and well-built structures. Each member of the family claims his or her part in the family privileges and seeks to give full expression to individuality. Each acts as a majority of one, particularly in encounters with the oppressed. The family boundary and the relations within it remain relatively sacrosanct, with little interference by the state and its machinery of control unless there is a major and noticeable disaster. The poor, in contrast, have little or no properties to protect, their bodily and psychological integrity are constantly violated, their space and density permit little privacy. Educational opportunities, working conditions, tax laws, the administration of justice, all these and more work against them. The frequent comings and goings of landlords, police officers, social workers, and a host of others render their homes more like an inescapable and disarming trap than a protective and protected castle. The provision of state aid to meet basic needs of nutrition and shelter entails state interference in family life. Who lives there, who relates to whom, and what happens in the family is scrutinized by officials, mental health workers, and representatives of the welfare department. In many instances, to be a father and unemployed means to forfeit membership in one's family, leaving behind morsels and tribulations for the rest. The penetration of the state and public agencies into the family are equally underscored by frequent court proceedings regarding custody of children, including their placement in institutions on the recommendations of mental health workers but against the desperate objections of parents. In short, the material and socio-legal order in society work against the oppressed, even though claims abound that they have, theoretically, of course, equal rights. Psychological theory and practice, permeated by prevailing inequities and ideology, do not therefore necessarily reflect the priorities of the oppressed. A psychology tailored to the needs of the oppressed would give primacy to the attainment of collective liberty and, since such liberty is attained only by collectives, would emphasize how best to further the consciousness and organized action of the collective. It is crucial to emphasize that individualism is not the natural order of life and that there is no necessary or immutable conflict between personal well-being and social welfare. Rather than extolling individualism, an ethic that in any case is culture-bound, it seems more tenably to first assert that sociality is fundamental and definitional to human living. Otherwise, to speak a language, hence communicate and bond with others, would not be of such pivotal importance in human existence. Without language and sociality, even the elaboration of civilizations would be inconceivable. Moreover, to assume a necessary antagonism between the individual and society is to forget that the development of self and even of life itself would be impossible without other people's recognition, nurturance, and cooperation. In asserting these basic facts, one need not of course deny that individual differences in reaction and threshold do exist, that aspiring to individuality is not necessarily an aberration, that development involves differentiation and integration in function as in form, that conflict in individuals, between individuals, and among groups occur, and that the relation between individual and 260 society is by no means always harmonious. The point instead is that sociality, human interdependence, and intersubjectivity offer a more fundamental initial ground for the psychology of liberation than the assumption of individualism as the natural order of life or of a belief in a necessary conflict between the individual and society. In short, to begin with how sociality is internalized, expressed, modified, and breached in different conditions promises a reliable and realistic foundation for developing a psychology of liberation. Psychology actually is not only embedded in its class and cultural context, but it also remains enmeshed in the problems of that context. Some of the ironies establishment psychology has yet to escape include the theoretical fragmentation of human existence under socio-economic conditions that atomize reality, thus posing difficulties in elaborating a comprehensive and unified psychology, the commoditization of therapy and friendship in accordance with the laws of supply and demand, thereby fostering a professional preference to cater and cozy up to those who can most afford but least need help, the over-reliance on the metaphor of the machine to describe human problems in a highly mechanized world, hence confusing people with machines and machines with people, and the assumption of necessary conflict between individual and society, when in reality the conflict is socio-historically conditioned. In earlier chapters it was argued that the theoretical and methodological preoccupation to control and predict, although undoubtedly leading to fruitful scientific discoveries, has been coterminous with an enduring and bloody history of conquest and domination. The high premium placed by Euro-Americans on mastering nature and hence changing the environment to meet human needs also entailed the elaboration of a world in which some were masters and others slaves. Evidently, in struggling to control nature, there has been a confusion as to what really constitutes nature and who indeed qualifies as human. Our historical highlights have shown that the oppressed were often reduced to objects among other objects of nature and, along with nature, controlled, exploited, and predicted. One may very well thus wonder, how much of psychology is universal and how much Euro and class specific? By what standards and comparisons could such a determination be made when studies of non-Western peoples or the oppressed are seen through the prism of Euro-American and middle-class biases? How can one be certain that prevailing conclusions about, say, the so-called instincts have universal relevance to people everywhere or that they rather are the alienated revelations of an alienated social existence? And if mainstream psychology is biased to the ruling group, what orientation and postulates can one derive from the experiences and psychology of the oppressed? From instincts to human needs. Psychologists have written extensively on the nature as well as the vicissitudes of instincts and needs. Freud's postulate of dual instincts, namely, sex and aggression, are perhaps the best known and most closely 261 integrated in psychological theory and practice. But there have also been other theorists and clinicians who propose different motives for human behavior. To emphasize that there is by no means an unanimity of views on what constitutes the most basic instincts or needs of people, one need not detail, for instance, McDougall's 1908 cataloging of a battery of instincts, including what he called the instinct of submission, which he associated with Black's L. or Henry Murray's 1962 listing of 39 human needs, or Maslow's 1970 delineation of 5 essential needs. It is worth noting that 60 years ago Bernard, 1924, had counted some 14000 instincts postulated in the literature, with many others suggested since then, and that Gordon Allport, 1961, aptly pointed out, it is easy to invent instincts according to one's needs. 6 instincts and needs are both theoretical constructs used to explain the why and what of behavior, its underlying goals, regularity, and potentiality. They are a convenient fiction, better said, hypotheses that may or may not help to describe, explain, and or predict behavior. The notion of instincts, though still retained in psychoanalysis, has gradually been found problematic in psychology, and many replaced it with the concept of needs, following Murray's 1962 formulations. The notion of fixed traits, which, on the one hand, downplays the salience of context and, on the other, limits human possibilities, has also been increasingly recognized as untenable. This becomes most obvious when one considers the claims of sociobiologists that aggression, xenophobia, and selfishness are innate and dominant features of people, when in reality these claims are but rationalizations for the historical violence, schizoid orientation, and self-centered behavior of a ruling group. 7. I do not intend to carefully evaluate postulated instincts or needs, but I do want to emphasize that the particular instincts or needs one postulates reveals one's conception of human nature, one's views of limits or possibilities, and one's priorities for change. Moreover, postulated instincts and needs, inasmuch as they have been conceived in a particular social and cultural context, have tended to be biased to the realities of certain groups. It is therefore important to reconsider the question of basic human needs in developing a psychology of liberation and reformulate it in ways that take into account not only the frustrations of, but also the possibilities for the oppressed. 8. To begin with, one very basic but often ignored fact is that the struggle for food and water in many parts of the world can no longer be assumed irrelevant to human psychology. The psychology governing the acquisition of food, its distribution, and conditions of shortage loses importance only in social and historical conditions under which starvation and malnutrition are hardly known, neither as facts of everyday life nor as ever-present threats. Yet famine, drought, and hunger occur all too frequently in many parts of the world. The folklore, myths, and rituals elaborated in many cultures with respect to food and food shortage show the salience of satiation and hunger to human psychology. Considering further the amount of time and energy most people spend in cultivating, acquiring, exchanging, and worrying about food, one realizes that the everyday realities of a large sector in the world's population have yet to receive attention in psychological circles. Indeed, contact with the poor and powerless majority in the world underscores that shortage of food, its physical sequelae, resulting psychological insults, attendant social or interpersonal conflicts, and associated fantasies dominates and informs human psychology. Thus any attempt to grapple with the psychology of oppression is incomplete without taking into account the incessant struggle for food. Using experiences from situations of oppression suggests the following basic needs and/or powers of people: a. Biological needs, of which the need for food is most basic; b. Sociability and rootedness; c. Clarity and integrity of self; d. Longevity and symbolic immortality; e. Self-reproduction in praxis; and f. Maximum self-determination. Significantly, these basic attributes refer, on the one hand, to essential human needs and, on the other, to essential human powers. Each asserts itself as a need to be gratified and turns into a power once gratified. As needs, they are actualities to be overcome; as powers, they are potentialities to be realized. But since in reality none of them is absolutely frustrated or completely fulfilled, they simultaneously exist as needs inasmuch as they are partially frustrated, and as powers insofar as they are partially gratified. Without detailing the dynamics and relationships of these basic human attributes, it is important to stress a few crucial points. Following other theorists, I prefer to consider these attributes in need-power terms rather than instincts. Although there is some justification to posit instincts to show that people are part of nature, indications are that an instinctualist orientation poses more problems than it resolves. For one thing, the sole emphasis on man's unity with nature, including animals, ignores that, on the one hand, the most determining and, on the other, the most deadly challenge each of us confronts is his own fellow men. Moreover, although listed in some order, these basic attributes are best considered together in their organic and dialectical relations rather than in isolation or in terms of a hierarchy of importance. These basic attributes exist in all people at all times, the ones most frustrated being those most manifest and pressing in a given temporal or social condition. The schematic ordering of needs into a pyramid, as in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, only betrays an elitist outlook, unwittingly mirroring the existing hierarchy of social classes. Also untenable is the implication that only the rich have the possibility or monopoly of self-actualization. The desire for the maximum satisfaction of such biological needs as food, 263, sex, and shelter seem too obvious to require exposition. The desire for sociality and rootedness, as we have already suggested, is equally fundamental, being no less critical than fulfilling biological needs. Sociality is not peculiar to human beings alone. Animals, too, are social beings, although their behavior is guided and dominated by instincts. Even then, what are instincts but the stored, sedimented wisdom of the species, acquired by the collective and aimed at the perpetuation as well as the enhancement of the collective? Animals may live primarily by instincts, but human beings, to remain human, rely on and live within culture. And at the foundation of culture is sociality. For to acquire culture presupposes not only a remarkable power of learning and teaching, but also an enduring capacity for interdependence and intersubjectivity. Not only the development of our higher powers of cognition and affect, but also the development of our basic senses rest on the fact that we are social beings. In a sense, an infant at birth is a bundle of possibilities, a living candidate to many but not infinite alternatives, awaiting a series of social rebirths and self-realizations. If failure to satisfy biological needs leads to disease and physical death, then denial of human contact, communication, and affirmation, even opposition of others, leads to a social and psychological starvation or death no less devastating than, and conditioning, physical death. We take this fact for granted precisely because we are so embedded in our social world, realizing the deadly effects of social isolation in such examples as voodoo death and concentration camp experiences. We earlier suggested how, during the Middle Passage, countless African slaves, suffering from fixed melancholy, a condition of utter shock and grief, remained unmoved by threat or punishment. Despondent and stripped of their natural bonding, they squatted down with their chins on their knees, their arms around their legs, and died one after another at a remarkable and alarming rate. Psychologists have written extensively on self-psychology from various perspectives. It would of course take us far beyond our intent to review the contributions from psychoanalytic, existential, phenomenological, neo-Piagetian, or cognitive behavioral writings on the self, its definition, development, and dialectic with the environment. 9 Suffice it to point out that self-psychology has recently attracted the interest of various schools of thought, all of which, to different degrees and from different perspectives, emphasize that the self, whether considered as the whole person of the individual, a psychic organization, a meaning-making system, or otherwise, is invariably embedded and formed in a social world. In other words, the self is a social self, having its origin, affirmation, and transformation in sociality. An infant is born with a body, but not with a self. The latter emerges only after birth, following simultaneous processes of maturation, in which perceptual ability and coordinated motility are acquired, and reciprocal interaction with others in an ever-expanding social context. Selfhood can only exist within a body, but it is more than the body inasmuch as it incorporates aspects of its environment, extends into objects of possession, and represents the human capacity of meaning-making. The pursuit of self-clarity is thus intimately bound with the clarity developed first about one's body, the body's boundary and attributes, and later one's larger world. This pursuit of clarity has survival, developmental, and organizing value. It entails both a differentiation from as well as an integration with others and with one's past. Without some clarity of the self, however tentative and tenuous, there can be no meaningful relating with others, no expression of inherent human potentials, no gratification of essential needs, in short, no life as we know it. But this process of self-clarity, ending only when the body dies, requires a fundamental respect of one's self-integrity, with a minimal insult to one's being as to one's body. When assaults on one's being are experienced at critical developmental periods or with certain regularity, self-clarity is hardly attainable or is at best rendered incomplete and negative. The experiences of the oppressed show not only the centrality of this need for clarity and integrity of the self, but also how structural and formal constraints of oppression result in painful ambiguities and constrictions of the self. Despite the best of medical technology, our bodies are sooner or later assailed by disease and death. However much we deny it, physical death awaits each of us. The denial is universal but always incomplete since, consciously or unconsciously, our inevitable death informs how and for what we live. It is thus never whether or not but rather how or when, under what conditions and for what ends, we shall meet our death. The desire to prolong life is so deeply ingrained in us that we do remarkable things to postpone or at least deny our death. But since our physical death and the consciousness of it haunt us, we relentlessly endeavor to die later rather than sooner and take recourse to avenues of symbolic immortality through our children, social relations, cultural elaborations, theological convictions, and/or other modes of transcendence. As Lipton, 1983, has clearly shown, images of death reduce to basic feelings of separation, disintegration, and stasis, whereas images of life entail social connectedness, bodily integrity, and experiences of vitality. Earlier we saw that the oppressed have far higher rates of morbidity and mortality than their oppressors and, what is more, the expropriation of their space, time, energy, mobility, bonding, and identity results in both psychological and social death. it is significant that the satisfaction of only biological needs cannot by itself maintain human life, and that human history and individual biographies bear ample testimony that under certain conditions people do forego physical life rather than accept psychological or social death. The pursuit of longevity and symbolic immortality is hardly attainable and meaningful without some form of purposive engagement through praxis, which, by definition, is imbued with consciousness and intentionality. By 265. Praxis, we refer to one crucial aspect of what psychologists broadly call behavior. To be sure, no equivalence of the two terms is intended. Behavior refers generally to any and all observable human as well as animal activity. It is a measurable unit of activity, and its conceptualization commonly lacks relational and intentional import. In meaning and import, praxis is different in at least two ways. First, it refers only to human activity. Second, praxis does not refer to all human activity. Praxis underscores goal-directed and socially meaningful activities that render people active agents in a world they transform, and they in turn are transformed by it. There are various forms of praxis. Vasquez, 1977. Productive labor is, however, praxis par excellence, since it is by means of labor that people elaborate social relationships and satisfy their human needs. Unalienated labor is also one effective means through which people, individually, unveil their implicit identity, objectify it, and, collectively, build a civilization. It is thus through praxis that people reproduce themselves in the objective world, make explicit their personality, and validate themselves as well as their knowledge. The pursuit of self-reproduction through praxis makes possibly the acquisition of food on which to live, the realization of social grounding, and the actualization of individuality and potentials. In acting upon and transforming our world, what matters is not only the product of one's praxis, but also the very process and fact of active engagement with others and one's context that dialectically happens to be an engagement with oneself as well. That is why experiences of alienated labor or forced unemployment, both of which are rampant among the oppressed, entails not only a frustration of biological and social needs, but also an ontological impasse and existential stagnation. The fulfillment of these needs is possible only when there exists a measure of self-determination. The quest and struggle for self-determination is as fundamental and definitional to people as are the other needs previously outlined. Little wonder that the right of self-determination is one of the fundamental principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and forms the kernel of constitutions of governance defining human rights as well as responsibilities. Self-determination refers to the process and capacity to choose among alternatives, to determine one's behavior, and to affect one's destiny. As such, self-determination assumes a consciousness of human possibilities, an awareness of necessary constraints, and a willed, self-motivated engagement with one's world. Self-determination is intimately bound with the notion and experience of freedom. It is important to emphasize that we are not as free as we wish to be, since structural and historical constraints do exist, and we are not as externally determined as we fear we are, sin.ce we do possess a measure of choice, influence, or control in what happens to us or in what we make happen. History and social conditions presents alternatives but also constraints. We can choose to act or not to act. But even when we lack alternatives in the world as we find it, we do possess the capacity to interpret and reinterpret, to adopt one attitude and not another. Without the right of self-determination, we are reduced to 266. Rigid and automatic behaviors, to a life and destiny shorn of human will and freedom. 10. Self-determination is also both a means of fulfilling other human needs and an end unto itself. We know for sure that, under certain conditions and historical moments, people do take up arms and risk physical death to retain or reclaim their right of self-determination. To overlook this fact, as psychologists unfortunately tend to do, is to omit a crucial human dimension and a critical motive of history. To emphasize only the significance of unconscious inner promptings or mechanistic environmental determinism, underplaying the importance of conscious and organized human agency, is equally to forget that will change in persons and predicaments is impossible without the right and capacity of self-determination. The powerful influence of the unconscious and of the environment need not of course be denied or underestimated in order to underscore the fact that the pervasive clamor for self-determination among the oppressed reflects one universal aspect of human essence, a persistent project for which all is risked. These basic needs are in reality not fully or equally fulfilled. In a world of scarcity, governed by dialectical laws, conflicts exist among needs, between needs and resources, between technology and the environment, and certainly among people. The needs themselves can reappear in different guises and intensity at any given moment. What appear to be natural needs here and now could be supplanted by artificial needs there and then. The satisfaction of biological needs could turn to its obverse, namely, avoidance of pain and injury. Sociability may lose ground to narcissistic and self-centered preoccupations. The quest for clarity and integrity of self may degenerate to the adoption of a Manichean view of self-other with the violent consequences previously illustrated. The wish for longevity and symbolic immortality may be reduced to an obsession with death and hence losing ground and joy in being here or living now. The pursuit of self-reproduction through praxis may be supplanted by the thoughtless destruction of the environment and the hoarding of material goods. The endeavor for extending self-determination may amount to only the conquest and domination of the other, that is, the denial of self-determination for others. From ADFUSTMENT to empowerment. Frustration of the needs listed previously is what makes a given condition of life oppressive, dehumanizing, and sooner or later, resisted at the risk of physical death. A central question that often arises concerns the process and means of effecting change in people as well as in circumstances in order that these needs are met and human potentials realized. One common but very specific means of seeking change is psychotherapy, which ordinarily focuses on the individual. Psychotherapy is a planned, purposive, and confiding interaction between a trained, socially sanctioned healer and an identified sufferer. Frank, 1982. The focus may be broadened to include groups and family members, but the raison d'etre and emphasis in psychotherapy is that someone has been a problem to himself and/or to others. There is now a growing realization, though not fully acted upon, that the identified patient is part of a larger problem, conventionally narrowed to nuclear family dynamics, and that this person is as much a problem to others as others are to him. We leave aside the debate on whether one form of psychotherapy is better than another or if a given approach changes subjective states, symptoms, behavior, or total personality. Generally speaking, such debates are important and the huge resources devoted to psychotherapy outcome studies necessary. In reality, however, these debates over similarities and differences between approaches lose their salience when one is considering the oppressed who, in any case, have thus far least profited from the debate, research, and clinical practice. It should of course be noted that even those who focus on relieving subjective symptoms alone often argue that change in this domain will have behavioral and social consequences. Another common approach to change is that which aims to directly transform social institutions and systems by organizing and mobilizing people. This approach may or may not have explicit goals of changing persons, but its usually is guided more or less by an articulated worldview, a conception of what calls for change, and goals to be realized through social intervention. It so happens that both approaches, namely, psychotherapy and social change, have different relevance and urgency to people not simply because of personality differences but more importantly because of where a group is situated in the prevailing social order. The fact that establishment psychologists focus only on the first, that is, changing symptoms, behaviors, and personalities but not institutions and social structures, shows in part their own class position and allegiance. However, those psychologists who work with the oppressed find that they must work to change pathogenic social conditions as well as persons. And here is the rub. For indeed psychotherapy aims toward change and stabilization of an identified victim. There are immediate and personal difficulties to be resolved, pain and torment to be relieved, and the personal interests of the patient to be given priority. Frequency and duration of contact are however limited, usually to about 1 hour a week and often no more than a dozen sessions. Now, assuming that a member of the oppressed seeks psychotherapy and it is provided, that appointments are kept, and that therapy proceeds as planned, what realistic changes can be expected? Is it not a worthy accomplishment if at least the anguish of symptoms and a self-defeating pattern of behavior have been changed through psychotherapy? At the same time, however, was a concession made to the prevailing social order by effecting a just me nt to it? Is it reasonable to state that psychotherapy may be appropriate and necessary for this patient, but essentially conservative with respect to the status quo of oppression? Is psychotherapy therefore basically an instrument of social 268. Trawl, not social change? If so, are there ways of helping this victim with his immediate, specific, and pressing problems but not by compromising the goals of the collective? These critical questions become salient in working with the oppressed. It is of course unconscionable to deny anyone the right of therapy in order to ensure the realization of a revolution in the uncertain future. Yet questions of changing causes and not only symptoms, of preventing and not only treating casualties, of empowering victims to solve their problems and not keeping them dependent and powerless, of fostering a collective action and not a self-defeating privatization of difficulties. These issues must be squarely confronted in situations of oppression. Of course, one can learn many things from establishment psychology in working with individual casualties. These include, to cite only a few, understanding the power and dynamics of the unconscious, an appreciation of childhood experiences with attending formative scripts for the self and relation with others, manipulating environmental conditions to change behavior, and acquiring skills for hermeneutic as well as methodological rigor. But the crucial frontiers that remain unexplored include how victims of oppression can be empowered to act in a coordinated way to change themselves, their social conditions, and historical predicaments. Herein lies one of Fanon's pioneering contributions. Interventions in conditions of oppression typically run into two major pitfalls that recur with remarkable frequency and hence require careful consideration. One common pitfall is that those who undertake psychotherapy among the oppressed focus on the immediate and private distress of individuals, but lose sight of the shared victimization and the necessity for social transformation. They fail to act upon the pathogenic social reality and in the end merely sanction it. Their intervention, if sought by the oppressed and when successful, is therefore doomed to an essentially bandaging operation on a few casualties who nonetheless return to the same, unaltered conditions of oppression. Sooner or later, it is realized that the labor of a psychotherapist with the oppressed is akin to the labor of Sisyphus. For some, the resulting pessimism becomes an excuse to join in those who long ago threw their lot in the more lucrative pasture of private practice, working with those who can afford it. A few persist undaunted, as some must, with their bandaging operation, settling for less both in impact and remuneration. Another equally common pitfall is that those who work towards social and community transformation forget that it is above all people who are the subjects of history. Either they conceive of change abstractly, fixated on grand structures lacking human content, or they seek to make visible impacts on material objects, using real and living persons as fodder for their grand ambitions. In consequence, even the very people in whose name everything is ostensibly justified are compromised, betrayed, and sacrificed. Such reformers fail to recognize the hypocrisy of talking about remote goals of social justice while abusing and stunting real and living persons around them. 1. In reality, both pitfalls reflect a failure to adopt a dialectical perspective. In the first, one focuses only on identified victims and their immediate problems without engaging in their concrete and lived socio-historical context. This amounts to an attempt to rehabilitate biographies without any grounding in history. The result is usually either a minimalist view of change or, worse, a conservative outlook that blames the victim. In the second, an account of the larger context and remote goals is taken while the reformer is disengaged from, and subsequently disengages, the very persons on whose behalf the change is ostensibly sought and justified. This amounts to a way of making history without actualized biographies, save that of self-styled activists and leaders. The result is at best an imposition of change from the top, a paternalistic attitude toward the oppressed and a veiled tyranny in practice. Some critiques of psychotherapy are admittedly so sweeping and categorical that they amount to a therapeutic nihilism. One must appreciate that therapy, the traditional or even interminable type, does provide a service to certain categories of people. The search for a unitary, fixed, and universally relevant mode of psychotherapy is indeed futile. It is more prudent, as Strupp, 1982, p. 53, pointed out, to ask which constellation of patient characteristics and problems are most amenable to which techniques conducted by which type of therapist in what type of setting. Implementing such a therapeutic program is certainly easier said than done, but Strupp's remark underscores that no mode or technique of intervention, however sophisticated in theory or buttressed by professional respectability, can have equal relevance to different people, in different social predicaments, as practiced by different therapists. Freud himself warned against viewing psychoanalysis as a panacea, even for the type of patient for whom, and from whose experiences, his therapeutic modality was developed. Indeed, his modest goal of helping these patients learn substitution of ordinary human unhappiness for neurotic misery is contrary to present-day claims of psychotherapeutic omnipotence. There is a common tendency to claim that a given modality or technique that has shown efficacy for some persons or for some problems has equal relevance for all persons and for all problems. There is also the opposing tendency according to which a given modality or technique is considered absolutely irrelevant for all if it does not meet the needs of the group to which one feels committed. The first tendency illustrates therapeutic imperialism and the second therapeutic nihilism. Each social group, if determined to forge or reclaim its authentic biographies and history, must define its own problems, seek its own solutions, and choose its own means. It can of course learn from the experiences, insights, and errors of others. But it cannot appropriate lock, stock, and barrel problems or solutions of others in order to forge authentic biographies and history. This is so in therapy as in other areas of life. What works for white, middle-class neurotics cannot equally meet the needs and priorities of the poor, the powerless, or the culturally different. To assume that it can or must an assumption made all too frequently is not only to misappropriate and misapply, but also to commit the ethnocentrism and solipsism discussed earlier, the well-documented rejection and failure of prevailing psychotherapy practice with a majority of the oppressed has many causes. I will mention only a few to underscore the need for alternatives. L2 As indicated earlier, not only are few clinical services offered the oppressed, despite alarming reports of need, but also what little is offered is generally low in quality. Numerous studies show patients from low socioeconomic groups are not readily accepted for psychotherapy, that they are more usually institutionalized and over-medicated, that they have high dropout rates in outpatient treatment, but are institutionalized longer as inpatiency, and that they are more often assigned inexperienced therapists. Of the many barriers to therapeutic efficacy with people of color, the racial and class impediments to therapeutic alliance loom large. Griffith, 1977, has shown the multiple problems plaguing the encounter of white therapists and black patients. These include problems that both therapist and patient bring to the encounter by virtue of their class and color. The therapist may assume that all blacks are inextricably locked into a psychology of oppression, hence taking for granted an immutable mark of oppression, or he may succumb to his own anxiety and guilt and thus avoid any mention of racism, thereby giving the illusion of color blindness. Another set of problems poses a threat to therapeutic alliance in the encounter of a black therapist and a black patient. Significantly, these problems center on the question of identity. The black therapist may have his own unresolved conflicts about being black and therefore may adopt a counterproductive denial of identification, or he may take a posture of over-involvement, blunting therapeutic objectivity and engagement, by succumbing to over-identification. Even if the therapist experiences no problems with his blackness, his class position and values are potential sources of mutual distrust and misunderstanding. Also to be noted is that the prevailing psychotherapy is often constrained by the time-worn dichotomy of subject and object and the underlying epistemological reductionism that has long characterized Western thought. One set of treatment modalities gives primacy to cognitive and subjective states harking back to the idealist outlook, whereas the other assumes the supremacy of external and environmental forces, consistent with empiricism. The first emphasizes insight into and reliving of experiences, thereby giving priority to internal changes and to the subject. The second, which favors the object, focuses on behavioral contingencies and their manipulation in the belief that changes in external objects will necessarily engender internal changes. Most treatment modalities derive from one or the other reductionist approaches, with a few attempting integration of the two essential approaches. 1-3 Yet the dichotomy between subject and object, the separation of change. 12 The preceding chapters already suggested other problems of traditional psychotherapy with the oppressed. L3C, for instance, Sampson, 1981. 271. Within from change without, and the fact that both approaches spring from Eurocentric and class-specific values pose fundamental barriers to the development of a liberative psychology. The dichotomy of subject/object evades or at best only partially addresses the simultaneous task of the oppressed to transform themselves and their social conditions. What is more, psychotherapists of both orientations have been known to fall far short of their competencies when treating black patients. Those who favor internal change often succumb to a well-rehearsed stereotype that blacks and the poor are impervious to insight. Those who focus on external domains usually limit themselves to modifying only the behavior of the person, but undertake no program to change his pathogenic social conditions. The first implicitly arrives at a verdict that little or nothing can be done to change the patient's predicament. The second installs more vigorous social controls and hence sanctions the status quo of oppression. The lessons of the community mental health movement in the United States also show that vested professional interests, the politics of funding, and hardened biases outweigh fleeting concerns about social justice and the plight of the oppressed. The history and consequences of the community mental health movement cannot be justly summarized in a few words. One must nonetheless mention that the social unrest of the 60s brought an allocation of resources to forgotten populations. The availability of funds, impressive structures, and exciting possibilities came to lure many professionals who otherwise would hardly have ventured into ghettos and ghettoized racial feelings. Professional attitudes began to change, traditional tenets were re-examined, and some innovative practices were introduced. But the clamor for community and prevention became a whimper and was almost muted as federal funding dried up and a conservative mood overtook the nation. Mental health professionals once again flocked away from the poor and the slums to wherever funds could be had: private practice, the defense establishment, and sundry other lucrative ventures. To this political and economic reality, research and practice were adeptly adjusted. Notions of community and prevention, more speculatively talked about than seriously acted upon, lost their appeal and urgency. And the more the poor and the oppressed were quieted and pacified, the more they were once again cast into a familiar oblivion. One lesson from this brief moment of reform and its essential failure is that the oppressed cannot rely on others for solutions. Another is that no amount of external funding, no measure of professional mea culpa, and no flood of promises by well-meaning reformers can substitute for self-empowerment and social activism by the oppressed. Great disappointments await the oppressed who leave their destiny or the fulfillment of their frustrated needs to professional or bureaucratic elites whose actual allegiance is to the status quo. The litany of pseudoscientific justifications for oppression aside, this elite remembers the oppressed only when the natives are restive and violence is in the air, when smoldering rage and fire can no longer be contained within the bodies and neighborhoods of the oppressed. It is then that they rush like firemen to put out or contain what threatens the prevailing structure of privilege. 272. And dominance. But once the oppressed are pacified with violence, the threat of violence, drugs, or some reforms, this elite, with the exception of a few whose concern with social justice is genuine, rushes back to its accustomed comforts and amnesia. What is needed in situations of oppression is a mode of intervention that bridges the separation of insight and action, internal and external, individual and collective. The oppressed are economically and socially too pressed to wait indefinitely for an insight apart from lived realities. For how could one engage in endless monologues while swamped by demands on one's time, space, energy, mobility, and bonding? Can one arrive at internal harmony while faced with threats of eviction, the tyranny of an employer or unemployment, life on borrowed time, restricted movements, and relations rendered objectively conflictual? By what justification can reality be kept in abeyance while there are so few options but to either simply drown or barely keep afloat in turbulent social currents with a minimum of self-determination? Would it not be possible to gain insight while acting on real problems, treating not only through words but in deeds, emphasizing not how one is unlike but like others, and helping forge new bonds nurtured in a collective struggle? Indeed, the very structure and medium of therapeutic intervention itself requires critical re-evaluation and supersession. For how can an intervention liberate the patient from social oppression when the one therapist-patient relation itself is suffused with the inequities, non-reciprocity, elitism and sadomasochism of the oppressive social order? Can there be realistic grounds for changing self-defeating behaviors and a negative self-concept in a context in which only the doctor initiates and the one patient 1. accommodates, where one is powerful and the other powerless, one where one exudes omnipotence and the other is locked into impotence, one where one remains, confident and all-knowing, in the comfort of his office and values while the other reaches out, one alone and helpless, to an alien context and a friendship for sale? By what conjurer's tricks could one effect fundamental changes in the personality, relation with others, and social conditions of the oppressed when presumably the healing relation itself is a microcosm of the status quo of oppression? Is it therefore surprising that the oppressed have not come in droves to seek help from mental health professionals, and if a few of them turn to therapy as a last resort, that they soon drop out and return to their old travails? Psychologists have studied the myriad aspects of madness. Remarkably, however, the obvious and immediate have been neglected for the obscure and remote. The relation of madness to oppression, the denial and/or abdication of liberty, one which is an essential characteristic of both, the uncritical reenactment in one therapy of the inequities and power relations prevalent in society, these fundamental aspects have been neglected for elusive causes and cures. For whatever contributions may derive from accumulating biomedical and traditional psychological research, and there are undoubtedly many, the problem of madness and oppression will nonetheless continue to elude us so long as the questions of inequity, power, and liberty are evaded. One can easily show that society tends to react more reflexively when it is 273. A question of those who somehow come to be identified as ABN or RP.AL. The group often reacts with an anxiety of epidemic proportion and an organic sense of threat. It matters little if the putative patient is actually harmless to himself or to others. The diagnosis that he is mad, therefore wild and dangerous, is irrevocably taken for granted. Hence the group undertakes swift and violent measures to protect itself from a peril it conjures up, creates, or exaggerates. The community feels safe once it kills the identified deviant, performs on him brutal psychosurgery, keeps him in chains, locks him up, or forces his compliance with potent medications. It is remarkable how often the mysteries of madness, including its cure, were sought in the attributes and constitution of the identified patient without considering seriously the psychosocial dialectic of those who feel the compulsion to classify, ghettoize, and persecute some of its members. Of course, scientific advances have been made over the years and ostensibly brutal measures of control have been humanized. Yet, as often happens, the more things change, the more they remain the same. If madness reflects something about the putative patient and the social milieu to which he or she belongs, racism is, psychologically speaking, a projection of a blackness within on a safe object. Manani, who analyzed the psyche of the colonizer, pointed out that, in the final analysis, the Negro is the white man's fear of himself, Manani, 1964, p. 201. The more white people externalize their unacceptable blackness within to safe objects whose skin color is black / the more they find comfort in who they are. The more blacks are kept in ghettos, the more unacceptable impulses are ghettoized. The more whites scapegoat blacks, conjuring up a shared threat, the more they find grounds for an otherwise unlikely alliance. Winthrop D. Jordan, 1970, p. 1341 made the observation that through slavery Americans may in fact have found enhanced fluidity of the American social structure above the racial line, and that the firmness of Negro exclusion may have served as a bedrock, permitting the revolutionary social mobility among whites without the crippling apprehensiveness that proper social ordering was entirely by the board. It is ironic that the nation that came into existence with the solemn assertion that all men are equal was at the same time dependent on the enslavement of blacks, and that Jefferson, who drafted its constitution, was himself a slave owner. One wonders what the character and destiny of the United States would have been without slavery and without the projective screen blacks continue to provide. The point here is less about speculations of what may have been than what in reality happens to be. Blacks not only served the economic needs of whites, they also have been made a unifying scapegoat, an anchor for shared identity, and the human receptacles into which are dumped unseemly and misanthropic proclivities. Without the presence of an exploited and scapegoat mass of blacks, North America may have turned out to be a continent of war ring nations, a new battleground for descendants of those who could not live together in Europe, dragging countless others into at least 2 world wars. In a sense, beyond the obvious causative role of objective oppression, the multiple death and alienation rampant among blacks in the United States. 274. Serve a psychosocial and prophylactic function for whites. If nothing else, the belief that there exist blacks who live under worse conditions than one's group, that they represent what one never wishes to be, or that they even exemplify the dangerous wild man against whom the group should band together, such beliefs do serve psychologically and socially integrative functions for whites. The question is, however, will blacks continue in this double jeopardy of objective oppression and psychological cannibalism? And what can psychologists do to help change their predicament? Much has no doubt changed in the attitude of whites and behavior of blacks during the past decades in the United States. Yet there still remain vestiges of old stereotypes and exclusionary practices. One also continues to find some blacks who willy-nilly live out such imposed images as that of the wild man, Caliban, Samba, or Uncle Tom. 14. Indeed, as in other conditions of oppression, blacks in America are to this day caught in a narrow and perilous balancing between a socio-syntonic affirmation of the self and an ego-syntonic conforming to the prevailing social norms in society. Since their being is often apprehended through the haze of racial stereotypes, their socio-syntonic behaviors may probably be ego-dystonic, whereas actions that to them are ego-syntonic may be to others socio-dystonic. Thus the elaborated stereotypes and institutional practices entail a vicious cycle. To embody the stereotypes and adhere to the norms is to validate the status quo of oppression and hence to subvert the interests of the self and group. To reject and resist them is to invite confrontation with forces seeking to enforce and perpetuate the status quo. Thus a black person who openly resists living out the images of Samba or Uncle Tom risks a diagnosis of antisocial personality or even paranoid schizophrenia. The person who meekly submits to these stereotypes and controls risks not only self-estrangement and betrayal of group interests, but also the psychoaffective rupture both entail. In this sense, then, the difference between the criminal justice system and the mental health industry is one of form, whereas, from the perspective of the oppressed, the difference between crime and insanity is partly one of degree in personal complicity. The oppressed who is a criminal is revolting alone without consciousness and even conscience, whereas the oppressed who is insane has capitulated to such a crushing degree as to be a battleground of seething contradictions. Given this higher potential of being either a criminal or insane, the oppressed cannot attain liberty by individual means and without consciousness. To revolt against or even to capitulate to a status quo of oppression without risking criminality or insanity, one must therefore be anchored in a collective that helps bridge the socio-syntonic and ego-syntonic. And no program of amelioration, no plan of rehabilitation, and no intervention with the best of intentions can have lasting and redemptive consequences without the empowerment of the collective and active engagement of victims. Powerlessness and demoralization characterize the oppressed whether they are locked in mental institutions, penned in slums, or kept in check by internalized but ego-dystonic social norms. In therapy, as in all interventions with the oppressed, the paramount significance of collective goals and social praxis needs to be recognized. As Vasquez, 1977, amply demonstrated, the ruling group in society and the ruling ideas they espouse have historically stigmatized praxis and those on whom they force the chores of cheap labor and servitude. Leaving to slaves and workers the job of tilling the land, of fighting wars, of erecting buildings, and of toiling in factories, they kept for themselves the luxury and prestige of contemplation and intellectual endeavors. Thus, except for activities related to political governance, scholarly endeavors, or artistic work, most other forms of praxis and those social groups laboring for others have remained stigmatized. Psychology too tended to favor cognition and effect over praxis when, in reality, only purposive, organized, and socialized activity is the foundation for psychological transformation, for validation of knowledge, and for the elaboration of civilization. Undoubtedly, the transition from the old introspectionism to behaviorism marked a watershed in the history of psychology. The redefinition of psychology as the scientific study of behavior led to many advances in theory, research, and practice. The pitfalls of introspectionism and the problems derived from purely subjective claims are too well known. At the same time, however, the tendency to emphasize discrete behaviors stripped of relational and intentional content rather than organized and willed human activity has its own pitfalls. Not only does such an approach serve to decontextualize human activity, it also leads to a neglect of human agency as well as the consciousness it entails. Praxis requires a measure of antecedent consciousness and motivation, which in turn transform as a result of praxis. Therefore, a break from the ahistorical, decontextualized, and desocialized consideration of behavior, a return to an emphasis on praxis that reconnects people through organized actions toward common goals, restores their lost attributes as subjects, and helps them regain rights they have been denied is very much needed. The transition to what I would call psychopraxis should be not only in theory, but also in interventions. Intellectualization of experience in therapy sessions and shedding tears in the privacy of a consulting room may indeed result in some insight and some relief from immediate pain. But the goal of changing persons and circumstances requires more, above all, socialized praxis. Change should be sought not only in the person, but also of the social milieu. As Fanon clearly indicated, to lock up a person in a cell, left to his fantasies and hurts, is simply to sanction and intensify the very pathology to be cured. It is also to reenact, in the name of science and care, the very sadomasochism, rejection, and violence prevalent in his social life. Moreover, it is not enough to search for a cure by conjuring up imaginary roles and concocting artificial groups when real aspects of the person and his social milieu can be engaged, confronted, and changed in the real society. The oppressed, whether incarcerated in institutions or made captives by a prevailing social normalcy, can rehabilitate themselves and change their predicament only inasmuch as they rehabilitate and disalienate their praxis. 276. Their space, time, energy, mobility, bonding, and identity cannot be restored by inaction. Physical, social, or psychological death is too heavy a price for an accustomed passivity, a corrosive apathy, self-defeating individualism, and predictability of stagnation. Psychological work with the oppressed must give priority to organized and collective activity to regain power and liberty. One critical focus of intervention has to do with unraveling, through active involvement and demonstrations in the social world, the self-defeating patterns of relating, the tendency toward betrayal of the self and/or others, the internalized script for failure and disaster, as well as the conditioned fear of taking a stand or even fear of freedom, all of which derive from a contrived system of socialization, an elaborate formula to produce willing victims. Another crucial focus is the comprehension and refinement of strategies as well as tactics for regaining power and liberty. Sau1 Alinsky, 1972 p. 13, made the point that men speak of moral principles but act on power principles. We may add that, in acting on power principles, there are those who have power and those who do not, the oppressors and the oppressed, with the moral principles often justifying the state of affairs. Psychological work with the oppressed that is not about disalienation of praxis and regaining of power tends to produce morally entrapped and compromised objects, not liberated and creative subjects. It is by acting toward, with, and / or against others that our wishes become revealed, our knowledge develops, our personality is objectified, and a change in people, as well as of circumstances, is effected. It is also by reinserting the individual into the group through actions with and on behalf of a collective that even a paranoia once privatized and pathological could find collectively shared and hence non-pathological appropriation. One cannot but marvel at the many belief systems that, if declared only by one individual, qualify for madness, but when espoused by a collective are extolled as religion or justified on grounds of national security. Power and liberty are of course never given, they are demanded, taken, and assumed. For if and when given, they are at best conditional, often superficial, and readily taken away. The struggle for power and liberty, the forging of authentic biography and history, at once entails struggle against a force poised to maintain the status quo and a struggle to eject internalized controls and images. In most situations of oppression, this dual struggle cannot realize its goal within the narrow confines of prevailing legality, proselytized religious precepts, enforced institutional regulations, and ordinary social etiquette. Which of these aspects constitute genuine human values worth retaining and which constitute only mechanisms of domination always need critical evaluation. There comes the time when a demand of the oppressed for the same rights enjoyed by others is quickly condemned as an illegal act, a sacrilege, a defiance, or simply rude behavior. The oppressed can advance only if conscious and convinced of higher laws and morality than those which ensnare them in servitude. Organized, conscious, and collective action is an antidote to alienation in its various forms. It canalizes psychic energies for constructive ends. Binds. 277. Members who otherwise turn against each other, and remains the most really able means to self-determination. In Dying Colonialism, based on his observations during the Algerian struggle for liberty, Fanon demonstrated how a radicalized and activated community, determined to take control of its destiny, frees up its hidden reservoir of energy and creativity. Biographies become enriched as the group sets out to make its own history. People who for a long time suffered abuses in silence or privatized their troubles took up the cause of liberty with remarkable courage and a sense of belonging. Dead and ritualized elements of the indigenous culture regained new life and dynamism. As history was being reclaimed, as fixed traditions were regaining dynamism, so too were individual biographies being restored to their natural course of becoming. The relation between people, between men and women, husband and wife, parent and child, leader and led, also underwent drastic changes. The imperatives of the nation and of forging collective destiny superseded the rigid roles of family life, paternal authority, traditional roles, and old conventions, including sexual behavior. Significantly, as Fanon affirmed, once a dominated group takes control of its history, it assimilates at a remarkable speed but in its own terms alien ideas and technology that previously were rejected outright or accepted with organic ambivalence. This is so because under conditions of oppression, when reciprocity and equality are negated, one tends to resist the influences of the other. If and when such influences are assimilated, what is assimilated is often distorted and self-defeating. This fact is amply demonstrated by the adoption of even Western medicine under conditions of oppression. In short, the psychology of oppression is a topic of pivotal significance to which Fanon made seminal and pioneering contributions. At the kernel of this psychology are the facts of pervasive violence, a Manichean view of the world, an ambiguity of the self, and various forms of death. If in fact recorded history is the history of the victor, establishment psychology is also an elaborated system of rationalizations for the status quo and a refined instrument of social control. We have seen how much violence is unleashed in the name of scholarship, science, and healing. A psychology of liberation would give primacy to the empowerment of the oppressed through organized and socialized activity with the aim of restoring individual biographies and a collective history derailed, stunted, and/or made appendage to those of others. Life indeed takes on morbid qualities and sanity becomes tenuous so long as one's space, time, energy, mobility, bonding, and identity are usurped by dint of violence. To transform a situation of oppression requires at once a relentless confrontation of oppressors without, who are often impervious to appeals to reason or compassion, and an equally determined confrontation of the oppressor within, whose violence can unleash a vicious cycle of auto-destruction to the self as well as to the group. For without this dual confrontation, the search for personal harmony remains elusive, madness becomes rampant even through sanctioned normalcy, interpersonal violence persists even among loved ones, and death in its various forms remains pervasive. Apart from a conscious end. 278. Determined struggle, there is no quick fix, no mental exorcism, no struggle for private salvation that can herald a restoration of usurped biography and history. The struggle for justice through violence must, of course, be a last resort not only because such means exact untold miseries for all involved, particularly the oppressed, but also because they leave behind a legacy of wrecked psyches and anti-democratic tendencies. Yet, consideration of these dangers should not justify inaction or imply that lost rights can be reclaimed without a persistent demand. The organized activity and the organized institutions of the oppressor must be countered with the reorganized activity and the reorganized institutions of the oppressed. Goals must be defined, programs to fulfill them developed, and the oppressed shaken to organized action within a structure of human values imbued with the clarity of what truly is processual from the antisocial and of what constitute human needs apart from superficial needs. The true meaning of violence, crime, accountability, and liberty are deliberately so confounded by the oppressor that the oppressed are readily ensnared in a web of confusions and internalized prohibitions that are as defeating as the array of external controls. We have seen how, in consequence, the oppressed are made captives to a vicious cycle of social, psychological, and physical death. Psychologists who take seriously their concern for the oppressed must foster, teach, and perfect what Pinder Hughes, 1972, called confrontation tactics and Peirce, 1970, offensive mechanisms. Fanon, 1968, was making essentially the same point, but in its extremes because the particular oppressive condition of which he wrote and sought to transform was brutally violent and proved impervious to all but counter-violence. The particular confrontation tactics or offensive mechanisms taken of course depend on the type of oppressor one faces, the resources at hand, and the timing that is most opportune. But whether by peaceful or violent means, it is only through organized struggle that the oppressed can change themselves and their predicament. Few put this as aptly as did Frederick Douglass, Fonder, 1968, p. 61, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom, and yet depreciate agitation, are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. Find out just what people will submit to, and you have found out the exact amount of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them, and these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows, or with both. The limits of tyrants are proscribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress.